Yeah, you know, it's it.
Okay, tēnā koutou katoa. Good morning to everybody and welcome to our day 2 of our council meeting. Just to listen to our submissions today as we go through the proceedings. So we do have a tight program. So we do thank those that have made submissions and those that are coming in person. Really appreciate it. I am just mindful of our council just to keep to our time as much as possible. Those that are doing 5-minute submissions, there'll be a 4-minute call, and then there'll be questions from there. At the second bell, then that'll be it. So I do apologise in advance if I will be sounding quite short, but I am mindful of our time. So we do have some apologies. Welcome, Councillor Blackler. We do have apologies from for lateness from Councillor Percival, Councillor Cowles, Councillor Linwood, and also acknowledging Mayor Gary Kuchar online. So can I just have a mover and a seconder for those? Moved by Councillor Ryan, seconded by Councillor Thompson. All in favour? All right, thank you. Okay, let's get straight into this. All right, so warm welcome to our first submitter this morning. Welcome to Lisa. Come forward.
Good morning. I'm focusing on the water delivery part of my submission today. As you know, the proposed long-term plan assumes that water services will go to a council-controlled organisation. I believe, however, some of the information was incorrect in the consultation document, and that's around the debt for water services would be transferred, being a misleading statement. A December 24 update from Local Government Funding Agency indicates that agency cannot novate existing loans from a council to a water CCO. That is, it cannot transfer the loan. They would consider new lending to a water CCO, which would be undertaken at market rates and allow for a council to repay its existing borrowing at market rates. Alternatively, they would allow for the water CCO to repay water debt to council over a 5-year period. If the latter option is chosen, it would result in ratepayers paying water rates to council while being invoiced from a CCO. The consultation document also fails to inform that the in-house water services would be ring-fenced within council and that revenue received from providing water could only be spent on water services. And I know of people who would have chosen this option had it been explained. Now, I've chosen option B for water, and most of those are in that the actual submission. Under option A, council would not have control of water and would be more expensive in the initial period. This is borne out by the Morrison Low report on local water done well. And the consultation document includes 2 charts for this report. The annual charges per residential household. This indicates annual charges are considerably lower under the in-house model, and it's not until 2043 that the CCO becomes less expensive. And the report states that this is due to the CCO requiring capital investment during setup and higher ongoing operational costs. Both of these costs will be through increased charges. I have included the Nelson expenses in my submission. And the in-house debt capacity chart shows that while water debt is high, council debt capacity is still within headroom. Now, at the council meeting on the 25th of February, debt was forecast to be 99 million at 30 June. However, due to early repayment of the loan from the Observatory Village, and it was agreed that the funds would be used to repay debt. So the closing debt balance at June 30th could be as low as $70 million. This is important because it will change the council debt capacity, providing greater headroom. Now, I've chosen option 2 for the meters because I believe that if council installs these and set up metering across the district, while there'll be initial debt, there are known positive impacts. Customers can see their water usage and identify leaks, resulting in less water usage, and customers are charged only for what is used. And this ensures that low water users aren't subsidising others. By using smart meters, it also provides historical data, allowing council to improve its future planning around infrastructure. Now, council has stated in its draft financial strategy 2534 that the Waitaki community has relatively low discretionary income and population density, and coupled with an older demographic, there will be a limit in the ability, in my opinion, for the ratepayers to pay increased rates and separate water rates under a CCO. We need to focus on the basics, and many of the projects listed in the long-term plan could be deferred or cancelled. Government has requested that the remaining Better Off funds should be redirected to local water and done well. So it's really disappointing that council chose to prioritise placemaking over rate affordability. Summing up, I believe the council should keep the water in-house, while council and ratepayers retain control and expenditure. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that. Do we have any comments or questions just to wrap it up? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Just a quick comment, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank Lisa for the work that she put into a submission. It was appreciated.
Great, thank you very much. Apologies, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Lisa, thank you. Two things. I think what you read now was additional to and different from the material you presented earlier. So it would be good if we could have a copy of that as well, please. And thank you. Yeah, I share Councillor Thompson's view that you've clearly thought a great deal about this and analysed things carefully. One very small question. You make a point at one in your written submission. You talk about the cost of the Sports and Events Centre going from 15 million to 17.5. And I found myself scratching my head and wondering, because that's not a figure that's, you know, impinged upon my consciousness, which may simply mean that I'm oblivious to reality. But I'm just wondering where you got that number from.
It's in the consultation document at the back where it's got all the various projects. I think it's actually interest over the period. So I think that's what it is.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for that, Lisa. Really appreciate it. Okay, Morena, Mr. Henderson, welcome you to the.
If I can just gobble up a couple of minutes of my 10 minutes, following on from that remark, the Waitaki Stadium, it's in the photos, 17.9 is shown as the council figure. And I asked about that as well, and I was told it's the 10 million plus 5 million plus the Network Waitaki money was coming through council. That's what I had been told. And that's why it's showing as 17.9, because it's going through the books. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's why, because I was worried that 15 had jumped to 17.9. So I may like to follow up on that. Yeah, well, you can do that now.
Yeah, so I believe what's included in there is also the OPEX figure for the period of the plan. So it's the capital contribution is 15 million from the council, plus then there's the operating costs as well that's included in the plan, I believe.
All right, back to me. Good morning, all. I'm here again. This is just a bit of fleshing out of the Oamaru Ratepayers and Residents Group submission. First thing I'll touch on is the 42% rate increase from over the last 4 years. It was partly queried by Alex Palmley, but he was really querying the 51%, which included the next 2 years. So I can understand that. The simple interest summary of just adding the interest, adding the increases for the last 4 years is 36.6, but the true value is compounded year on year. So it's actually 41.79, which is approximately 42%. The explanation for that is that the 2023 increase is applied to the 2022 value, which in turn is the 2021 value with the 2022 increase applied. So it's an increase on an increase. But I'm quite sure all the bean counters in the chamber here know that this is correct. Go on to the water plan. It's recently become clear, as Lisa pointed out too, that a CCO would not be able to take over the current water debt of council. The mechanism that may come into play is that the LGFA can lend to a water CCO based on the value of their assets. the water company can pass this money to council to pay off accumulated debt, specifically from water projects. And the major pitfall of taking out a loan to pay off a loan is that the new loan will be at the current interest rates, which almost certainly will be on the rise. But the entire current balance may not be expunged immediately. The council loan balance may be paid off over a longer period. Both these loan balances at the CCO and at the council will be incurring interest. This is akin to trying to run a household with 2 concurrent credit cards, and it's frankly a little bit crazy. Issue on infrastructure, the advanced updating of our infrastructure, particularly water. When this is examined regarding water projects, the only reason projects were brought forward, some as much as 5 years earlier, was to get scheduled projects done and create a debt which would be taken over by Labour's Three Waters. As this promise quickly faded away, council continued like a juggernaut because the legislation hadn't changed immediately. After the general election and the national-led coalition was installed, then eventually Water Done Well arrived. The premature projects are not being undertaken because the infrastructure is falling apart. This is just a hangover from the rush when Three Waters was possibly on the horizon. To not put such projects back to the original dates of implementation would be clearly illogical. Touch on overlays in the farming community. I'm just going to park that one for today because obviously there's going to be comprehensive submission on the proposed district plan. So that will come up in the future. And regarding the asset sales or property sales, obviously I do not want to promote borrowing as an alternative to a rating revenue mechanism, but it occurs to me if LGFA will gleefully loan against water assets, then wouldn't they loan against property assets too? So you get the money and you keep the property. But please don't do that. Let's just live within our means. Be austere. So sorry, kids, we can't go to the movies.
Thank you for that. If you were to go to the movies, which one would you watch? Okay, any questions or comments, please? Yes, Councillor Hopkins.
Ray, thank you very much for the submission and the earlier one as well. I won't speculate about the movie. A rom-com about a residents and ratepayers association that falls in love with a plucky little council might be a lovely story. But I wonder if residents do realise that a number of the projects that have been brought forward at the direction of outside agencies like Te Mata Arawai, who have set deadlines, in some instances December last year, to actually have upgrades to water schemes either designed or underway. And in a number of instances, bringing these projects forward has been a consequence of parliamentary or bureaucratic direction rather than anything else. Is that something you're A, aware of and B, willing to accept?
It's very confusing that that's happened because they were brought forward prior to the general election when it was the Labour Three Waters was the thing. At that stage, I'm not sure how far the establishment of Te Mata Arawai, whatever, had occurred, but I'm quite surprised they were up and running to the extent where they could dictate what council could do. I thought it was council that was deciding what they were doing with their assets, and the whole idea was to just bring things forward and create that big debt that was going to disappear.
Thank you. I'll go to Mayor Gary Kuchar.
Sorry, I just have to wait until I'm allowed. My microphone's unmuted. A couple of things, Ray. It'd be good to have a chat with you about some of the statements you made, because I don't think they're all accurate. Some are, absolutely, but it'd be good to have a discussion. For example, the ability to borrow from LGFA, it's not on the value of the water assets, it's on the revenue that comes from water. That's what's borrowed on. I do have a question, and it's really around the compounded interest rate, increase in rates that you mentioned at the start. I don't have a problem with that, but in the interest of transparency and openness that the ratepayers group wants, why have you chosen 4 years to model that over rather than the 5 years where the 5th year would have been a 0 rate increase?
It makes no difference if you add the actual interest rates or the increase rates, or you multiply them as you should do for compounding. You're either adding 0 or you're multiplying by 1. So the 5 years is the same as the 4 years. So it is no difference.
Yeah. Well, that's the point of the transparency, is you're saying this has been the increase over 4 years. It's actually the increase over 5 years. It's just, if you want transparency, it'd be good to have it from the ratepayer group as well. But thanks very much for the submission.
Great, thank you very much. Any other comments before we wrap up? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, mate.
Well done. Okay, warm welcome to our next submitter. I'd like to welcome Mr. Bruce Elliot.
I am wondering if the same people come in every year and do and say the same things, in which case it's recorded. If I could have 10 seconds on the Awamoko Hall. I think our small communities are incredibly important. My granddad, Robert Elliot, went into that hall in 1920 when we bought the current place we live in. My grandson has been going down there. My son is Robert Elliot, who's been going down there bowling on a Wednesday night, and my son's granddaughters, my son's children were in there for the Awamoko community Christmas party with at least 50 people added on the domain and in the hall at Christmas time. So for goodness sake, our little communities are important and our hall's important. However, if I could speak a little about Venture Waitaki, which I expected to be in place since I came and spoke about the importance of it when you asked for submissions 2 years ago, but I can't see it. I just want to talk about your power to grow the Waitaki district and to future-proof it and to protect it when it's become so dependent on a single export industry. So I'd like to think we can make a little distinction between critical people that come and have their say, and just to inflate my ego some more, my claim that in the field of tourism, I would like to think I'm going to make a few quick expert comments. I'm a current employee of Tourism New Zealand, but be very clear that I'm not here representing them. And for them, I work in the Hallmark program. And so in the last 7 years, I've visited just over 800 tourism businesses from Franz Joseph to Rekiua Stewart Island. And I've also been marketing manager for Tourism Waitaki, and we'll just throw in a postgrad diploma in tourism from the Otago University School of Business. So I'd like to think I was making a couple of expert comments, and I'd also like to stress the importance of getting up in the air and looking at this industry from up above and what is going on and what role you can play and how much of an influence you can have on the export earnings of the Waitaki district. And this helicopter view is not easy for you to take. And just one other thing that seems irrelevant, but I think it's quite important. That's kind of an area of expertise for me. And my other field is tertiary education and vocational education. When I was in Wellington, I was chair of the Industry Training Federation, and I had some lobbying sessions in Minister Joyce's office when the government agencies were trying to reform tertiary ed, and you can see Te Pukenga playing out in that ability to try and combine the polytechnics and industry training and apprenticeship organisations and all that's unfolding. And all I would say is, in that position, I think Minister Stephen Joyce and I could see what was going on, what needed done, and very few other people in any of the rooms could. So I'd like to bring that same kind of perspective to your role in tourism and in economic development. As I said to you when I came in here in 2023, when you were wanting submissions on the proposal and the model you had recommended was like Venture Timaru, and I've done a couple of years of contract work for Venture Timaru. I know the pressure you're under financially. I don't think that stops you. You've got people working with expertise in tourism and economic development, I don't see why you can't press ahead with Venture Waitaki as a brand, utilise the people you've already got, and look for how, because I'd like you just to think about how well you're going running a really grunty tourism export business, which you currently do with the Omri Blue. And I think the way to address government and to go forward is that you could easily produce another 40 to 60 to 80 million dollars of export earnings from the Waitaki through tourism with quite a small expenditure and with the structure you've got just by doing more with it. So I know the bell has gone, but I work with about 10 or 11 different regional tourism bodies and work with the operators they work with. And you're just blessed. In fact, it's a bit of a poor effort when you've got the A2O, Geopark, Steampunk, the Precinct, the Penguin Colony, a chunk of the Mckenzie and the High Country, in effect, or we won't call it Mckenzie, but that bit of which on that state highway and running through Amarama is where all the tourists go. To be not doing more with it, and because we are so dependent on dairying, and you could easily, just in a few years, with a bit of good strategy, chuck another $60 million of export and activity into here. You need to be doing it, and the first step is Venture Timaru, Venture Waitaki, like Venture Timaru, could call it that, but also creating that jolly company. Don't call it the Omri Blue Penguin Company Limited, whatever. Call it Tourism Developments, Waitaki Tourism Developments Limited, and look at the other things you could use to directly generate profit to perform those two functions, the ED and the tourism function. I would love to answer anything on that, even though I'm over time. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliot. Just very quickly, do we have any comments? Councillor Holding.
Thanks for permission. Then, any quick profit generating ideas for Geopark?
Well, what I would say is you've got to work in three spaces. And one, the Penguin Colony, and I was thinking maybe at Hamner, the council owns, I understand, or through a company gets that revenue off the hot pool complex, which I think would be substantive. Sorry, I don't have the figures. So the Penguin Colony and any other product that you could directly run this where you can get substantive revenue, and you could probably get another $500,000 or $1 million off the Penguin Colony, no trouble, to do other things with. The second one is where you can clip the ticket. And when we were in the early days of A2O, we really thought we could be out of the eye-tight, selling everybody's holidays and trips on the A2O and take our 10% out, and that would generate quite a lot of money, but it didn't quite come off. But if there's any way you can get a slice out of it, a commission or whatever, that's good. And then the one that's least appealing is where you can't directly get any revenue to go into it. And I do think I'm sure there are answers for the
Apologies,
Geopark.
Mr. Elliot, we are out of time there. We do have to continue. Great ideas, but we've got to keep moving.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, really appreciate it. Welcome our next submitter. We have Mr. Bruce McNabb. He's a wee bit early, but we'll take him and then we can do some non-verbal submissions after this. Welcome.
I'm used to standing and speaking, but it's making me more comfortable, I would say. Okay, right. I think council and all of us need to actually have a reset starting next week because of the geopolitical situation we have. A couple that are perhaps saving through KiwiSaver for a deposit on their first home, their savings are being eroded daily. Their returns are negative, and the same applies to perhaps a retired person who has some savings to supplement their national super. Those returns are tanking as I speak. And I would predict, with my experience, and I've got a little bit of a bio there on the front page. Hard to read, but with Mr. Trump and his minions having such a broad brush effect on the sentiments within the international monetary situation,
things are in real limbo right now and maybe for the next 18 months. So council needs to reset and get down to really what can you afford to do and what really should you be doing. So obviously, number one on my list is Three Waters. Do it well. People expect to have things magically disappear when they flush the dunny. They expect when they turn the kitchen tap on, the fresh water is going to flow. If they've got an inline filter, of course, it's drinkable water. Those are things that I think ratepayers really perhaps take for granted, but that's first on my list. Roads, bridges, culverts, absolutely essential. There'll never be enough money, of course. That's just the way it is with roading, particularly in a district like Waitaki. What's district councils in the Tairāwhiti, Northern Hawke's Bay area learned very quickly, of course, with Cyclone Gabrielle, was that culverts and bridges need to be maintained, silting, logs, log jams, that type of thing. And so I don't think enough attention's been done to that. And also, debt facilities have to be put in place for capital replacement. That's obvious, speaking from a business perspective, of course. Consents, developers, for example, that have a housing development application in, the roading, the curbing, the water tabling, the piping should be at the developer's cost, not general ratepayers' cost. Okay, that's fundamental. South Dunedin example, for example, what a mess. For 100 years, there's been some chonky decision-making, stupid decision-making. Council planners of those over those 100 years have been very, very, well, their decision-making has been suspect. What I'd like to see today is that in such a situation as that, I'm using it as an example, we need to have caveats put upon building consent conditions in that if you're in a flood risk area, then council is not obligated to remediate any damage to those consented buildings. So going forward, I'll just bring that to your attention. Statutory, of course, you've got biodiversity, significant natural areas, heritage things to, by statute, you have to administer. All I'd ask is please, please show some respect to the property owners. Oh, God. Okay, council-owned companies. I'm nervous about council-owned companies. UNESCO Geopark, kick it off with some seed money and turn it into an entity that's registered with incorporated societies and let it get on with it. That shouldn't be topped up with ratepayer money. And tourism, I heard the previous gentleman talk about tourism. That's not your brief. You're not here, you're not elected to grow the district, to grow tourism. You're here to provide the fundamental services that service the district. Okay. Projects, just very quickly. I support the District Council's $15 million grant to the Network Waitaki Stadium on the proviso, of course, that it's debt funded. And future generations of ratepayers will share in the cost of servicing that debt. The one proviso on that, of course, is that you don't compromise any access to future debt funding for unforeseen adverse events. The remediation of council assets, in that case, your roads, your bridges, etc. Much more I wanted to say, except can I finish with this one point? Rate rises, as I've said in my submission there, I guess 10% for this ensuing financial year is perhaps pretty much a given, regrettably. Going forward though, starting financial year 2026 up to 2034, CPI is the benchmark. If it's, for example, 3.7%, add on 0.25% for contingencies. for unforeseen blowouts and pipes or whatever. But that's what you aim for. There's no more cash cow as of today with the way financial markets and people are coming to terms with. There's no luxury anymore to do what people want and serve people because that's what they want.
Thank you, Mr. McNabb. We are unfortunately out of time.
Yep, okay.
Cool. Really appreciate you coming in and yeah, sharing your submission with us. And we do have a copy of that here. Thank you very much.
Councillors, if you can be bothered, I'm quite approachable. You can just ring me or email me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
No, we're out of time. We're going to carry on. This is an opportunity for either Mr. Henderson, if you wanted to come through, or we can do our non-verbal submissions. It's up to you. I'm just inviting you if you would like the opportunity to come and do yours. We are. Thank you. Welcome again.
Okay, this one's going to be a bit more haphazard. I hadn't had time to sort of flesh this one out too much, so I've just thrown a whole lot of little bullet points in. First off, just touching on the water, the CCO, we've got the Morrison Low report. Whoops, get back there. Try that again. Oh, it's gone. Damn it. The Morrison Low report shows that the CCO costs more than water in-house until 2043, 18 years in the future. Now, knowing that our 9-year or 10-year plans, they used to be, fraught with inaccurate forecasts, then I'm very worried about a report that shows something happening in 18 years from now. So basically, the CCO looks like it's a more expensive option than water in-house. So why would you do it? So that's that point. The Beach Road, go to Beach Road. We've been told that it was straightened many years ago, and that's how the road ended up being over top of the rubbish. So if that can happen, then surely now there's a hole where the rubbish used to be. Surely you can unstraighten the road and put it back to where it was. And therefore it's going round that hole, no problem. I believe there's well, I've gone along and had a look. There's quite a wide road corridor. There's two nasty bits where there's a bit of a gully, but other than that, there's a wide road corridor most of the way. And I believe there's already agreement with some of those adjacent landowners. So I see no problem with actually re-establishing the road and moving it in slightly. One thing I've got, this submission, I've had a lot of feed-in from other people around the area. A resident who moved to Kakanui some years ago, the first time he used Beach Road, as it was then, he coming over the top up to Wharf Street, as he hit the hill of Wharf Street and looked at over Oamaru and thought, fantastic, what a great place. And that's when he found the historic precinct. So as an entry to Oamaru, I think Beach Road is overlooked. It is a great gateway to come into the town and then to approach. I mean, from Wharf Street, you can go to the top of Tyne Street and look over the town. You can carry on up to Lookout Point, but you see the whole town laid out in front of you from the top of Wharf Street. So I think Beach Road is underutilised and it should always remain open. And I've also touched on, I think it's actually in my submission about, I believe they're already looking at bits of Wainakarua Road that are getting too close to the sea and they may be cutting that out. And that is an emergency road when State Highway 1 is blocked for any untoward reason. So cutting off these roads, throwing these roads out is not an option. What else have we got here? There's regarding property. There used to be a system whereby you had an endowment portfolio, there's endowment land, etc. And that could basically never shrink, that if you sold an endowment property, you had to replace it with something equivalent in value of its actual value, not what you sold it for. So you always had that portfolio of land. Now this business is offering all these properties up for sale. I'm not sure whether that's not within those guidelines. But if you are going to look at properties, obviously of all those ones listed, there's 3 that are listed at over $500,000. So you'd focus on those. You wouldn't be selling the section that's valued at $10,000 because what are you going to do with that? So if you are going to look at the ones that are going to bring good money quickly. What else have I got here? A little note. when it comes to community halls, there's a problem with the form that was online. Because I'm an Omri resident, I don't pay rates for a hall. So consequently, it seemed that I couldn't actually answer that question. I had to really play around with it to get to answer it. But we do have halls at Oamaru. We have the Opera House spaces, we have the Early Settlers Hall and the Blind Foundation Hall, which are administered by council. Recently, I tried to get used to the Early Settlers Hall, and I was told, sorry, it's under maintenance at the moment. I thought it would have been easily available, knowing the Early Settlers group had folded up. The Blind Foundation Hall, I asked it, do you administer that? The council says yes, but it's under maintenance at the moment. So this is great. Here they are talking about all these halls out in the country, whether they can financially sustainable or not. And there's 2 halls in the middle of Oamaru that can't be used because they're under maintenance. So that's not very efficient at all. The main thing I've got in my submission is the global park, the geopark is being done wrong. It's not sustainable, and it has to be reimagined. I've got some notes there already, but I'm going to prepare a report on how I think it should be run. There's a system whereby years ago, when I went over to my OE over in England, there's a heritage pass. You've got a pass and you can go and visit various sites, and some are free because of that heritage pass, or you get a reduction. And I think geopark should be the same, because at the moment, I can't see how geopark generates revenue. You've got all this admin, which is costing money to run geopark, and it allows visitors to go to places, but there's no clipping the ticket. They don't pay anything. They just go and view these sites. So I can't see how you can generate money doing that. With a heritage pass type affair, you sell a ticket to them, which gives them a reduction. They can go to various places where there's a charge, and they might get a $10 discount. So you actually do have an income by selling these cards. So that's how the system needs to be set up. You must have a clip the ticket system. Anyway, that'll do for now.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson, for your submission. Do we have any comments very quickly? Councillor Thompson? Oh, no. Councillor Hopkins.
Ray, thank you very much. One very, perhaps it's minor, but it does seem to me to focus on concern that you and the Residents Association have. Your written submission talked about the economic function that was the Waitaki Development Board morphed into Tourism Waitaki and became the CCO. The Waitaki Development Board was itself a CCO. And the board members of that development board said they had insufficient funds to actually ensure economic development. And they recommended that the purpose of the CCO be focused exclusively on tourism. So it wasn't that Tourism Waitaki became a CCO, it was that the CCO actually changed its focus. And if you like, what's happened is we've gone full circle and we're now back to the future with the idea of that CCO having a broader economic development role. But it's always been a CCO. Is that something you realise and or accept?
I understood that it was just an economic development unit within council. I think that's what its term was. But I just wondered, the fact that it became tourism, I just wondered whether that had anything to do with the fact that the Waitaki Tourism Association no longer exists. I just wonder whether it was, they crossed the boundary and there's a bit duplication of services somewhere along the way.
Well, I can tell you, when I was first elected to council, one of the first things we did was meet the directors of the development board, who were actually appointed as directors of ACCO.
Thank you. I think that might be about it for what we have time for this morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Henderson. Okay, we will go through to our non-verbal submissions, which is page 1606.
Can I just ask a question? Yesterday, it sounds like there's a bit of confusion. Later on in the day, we were told that by Mr. Hope, that if we hadn't raised projects or, specific items in the non-verbals throughout the morning, then they wouldn't be sort of analysed by staff. But then some people sort of thought earlier in the morning that if they were in the submissions, they would be analysed. So I just wanted to be clear on what we're exactly should be raising if or if everything is going to be sort of.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Mr. Pumley.
So yeah, so if there's any new projects that have been suggested in the submissions, then the team has sent out to managers to get an understanding about what would be involved and what would the costs be of those projects, so you can consider those in your deliberations. I think if there are specific questions you have around clarification or more information you need, I think it's important to raise them as we go through the submissions so that we can action that. I think it'd be better to do that now than in the deliberations. But it's not too late if we pass them by. If there are things that we were in some of the submissions that we went through yesterday, if you want to send myself or the team an email, we can look into those if there were some things missed.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's go through the non-verbals until our next submitter is here in person, which is scheduled at 9:55. So we can go through them in tens, and I thank Councillor Ryan for chairing the yesterday afternoon. He did an excellent job too, so we'll try and maintain that momentum that you had started yesterday afternoon. Okay, so we are at submission 361. In groups of 10.
Madam Chair, 365, Yvonne Medlicott. There's another couple of other ones there. I think Pam Harding, submission 370, and Glenys Dawson 371. I think it's really important that the people who have submitted saying don't sell our hall actually are told explicitly that that's never been our intention. And I mean, there's clearly a level of misunderstanding and apprehension that's been created that I think unwittingly is down to us, and we really do need to allay it by making it absolutely clear that the communities that pay the rates that sustain the halls control the destiny of those facilities.
Thank you. Any other queries with this first 10?
Yeah. Sorry, Madam Chair, yes, 369, just bear with me for a moment while I get it, if I may.
I'm on
No,
page.
don't worry about it.
Okay. 370.
Yes, submission 374. Can you just give us a page number for that? I've gone and got my pages mucked up here. It's the Zenobia Southcombs submission.
I'm on page 1609. Councillor McCone.
Just while Jim's finding that, can someone answer please 378, topic 9? It says community health precinct to 3.1 million. And can someone tell me what that's about, please?
Do we have a query there?
Yeah, sorry, I believe that that's incorrectly stated as community health precinct. It's actually just a community precinct. I don't have any more detail than that, but that was not, health was not in that wording in the project list. So that's the confusion.
Thank you.
Okay, so 382.
Yeah, Madam Chair, sorry, it's 370. Zenobia Southcombe.
374.
374, yes, sorry. Again, I just have a question here. She makes the point she strongly opposes the sale of our council-owned buildings. Perhaps Councillor Thompson would know better, but I wasn't. There's some land there, but I'm not aware that we're particularly intending to sell council-owned buildings that are currently owned and operative, are we?
So some of what is mentioned there are not council buildings. We don't own the old original town hall or the railway station building, but there is the Athenaeum building in the main street that is surplus to requirements. Some hoops to jump through, but there's an opportunity for us to realise some value out of the building instead of it sitting empty.
Thank you, councillor Thompson. All right, so we're still on the first line of 10. Uh, 380 to 388.
Oh, Madam Chair, sorry, 379 Gillian Vaughan, page 1623. I would like it noted that she makes the point, and I think it's a good one, that if we are going to have a charge for Airbnbs, or we are going to consider it, that consideration should be given to using those that revenue stream for community housing rather than exclusively for tourism.
Thank you. 380 to 388.
They probably give assurance to the submitter that it's not 8 million to investigate water media.
Yeah.
Okay, 389 to 401.
With your permission, Madam Chair, I would just like to acknowledge that we have received and read Mr. Sweeney's dissertation, submission 388. I'd hate him to think that we've glossed over the fact. So it's more just an acknowledgement that that is there, and quite a comprehensive submission that we have read.
Thank you. 389 to 401.
Madam Chair, if I may, just apropos of that, I think the level of analysis that Mr. Sweeney and a couple of other people have produced, and by way of water, the conclusions they draw will reach may be contentious, and we may wish to disagree with them. But I'm just wondering if we can find a process. We've talked in the past about citizens' juries and so on, and I really do wonder whether the engagement of some of the people who have concerns about water warrant us looking at trying to see if we can have some community participation in our own workshops and consideration. I mean, in the end, at the moment, we have groups of people who appear to be shouting at each other or just disagreeing with each other, whereas it might be more fruitful if everyone's in the same room, addressing the same issues and trying to actually find the optimum solution for the whole community. So I would like officers to consider whether there is a sort of a citizens' jury approach here that could be incorporated in some way with regard to this as we go forward.
Perhaps not a jury, but a citizens' assembly. Hope with the right facilitator.
Exactly, yes.
Jury denotes some kind of court session.
I think, yeah, I've suggested before, this topic is something that lends itself to it. The thing that works against it is the timetable that the government's placed us on for doing these things. It's really, really challenging. And the suggestion in there that the government won't make us do it, I think the government's made it quite clear what it's going to do to councils that don't come up with suitable water plans, and that their intention is to intervene and tell councils what to do. So I think it's important that we shape our own destiny and find what is the right solution for the communities. But if we want to have a proper and thorough engagement process for that, we will need to engage again, because the landscape keeps changing. We're trying to take this forward to the timetable the government asks, whilst the government is still making up the rules that will apply to it, which is very, very challenging.
Councillor McCone.
Look, I'd just like to comment on 394, the Keeling Ratepayers and Improvement Society. I'd just like to congratulate them on a very comprehensive submission, and it's a credit to what they're doing for their area and their district, and it should be encouraged.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Submission number 400 has an attachment talking around the geopark and the brand, and also talking about Vanished World. And look, we're a long way off making decisions on where a geopark hub would be or whatever. But I believe that we actually need to acknowledge those who have done the mahi so far. And if down the track something was to be established, it doesn't need to immediately be here in Oamaru. Unfortunately, people need to realise Oamaru is not the centre of the universe. There's an opportunity to spread the love throughout the greater Waitaki.
Thank you for that.
Madam Chair. Picking up on the submission 394 that Councillor McCone has also mentioned, I'm curious to know about this, the references from the craze about the damage to Magdala Street and why it hasn't been addressed or repaired. And also, can we have some clarification? I noticed there's a request for toilet, bus shelter and bin on the northern side of Kakanui, but I'm more concerned about these assertions on page 11682 about Crays having bridge assets. And is it possible Crays requests that WDC recognises, protects and reinstates Crays assets during the bridge replacement? The boat ramp is replaced as originally agreed, walking tracks reinstated. Can we get some clarity as to who owns what and what indeed there might be by way of commitments we have to meet?
Thank you for that, Councillor Hopkins. That can be something our officers can find out information. Okay, we'll do one more minute and then we'll move to Mr. Walsh, who I understand is in council. I'm up to 401. 401 to 405. Any comments, questions? Okay, none, I take it. So when we resume with the non-verbals, we'll start at 406. Okay, if I can ask everyone to turn to page 212, and then we welcome Mr. Peter Walsh to come. Welcome and thank you for coming in to share your submission.
Thank you. Is that on? Oh, yeah. I'm here representing my neighbours, or Ian's here as well, of Tutu Hill Road. The residents on Tutu Hill Road are very concerned about the safety and the condition of the road. Currently, there are 9 houses from Essex Street end of Tutu Hill Road to the bridge. And there's a new family there with 3 very young children with a mum that pushes a buggy up and down the road. And their safety is a concern with visibility that the dust creates. Cars and trucks going up and down the road creates a lot of dust, and it's very hard to see people walking up and down the road. And then there has been a huge increase in foot traffic due to the increased population of Western and the connection to Oamaru. The corrugations in the road are so bad that after just 1 week of grading, vehicles are forced to the wrong side of the road. Just recently, a ute had its canopy come off and landed on the road to the due to the corrugations, and a neighbour had to help put it back on. Sunstrike in the early evening combined with the dust makes a very dangerous situation. And with extra houses now at the other end of the road, the traffic has increased hugely, and also with the agricultural paddocks and the heavy trucks and tractors are going up and down the road. The residents are also concerned about the health effects this is having on them with silica being in the gravel dust. It can be very harmful to your health, as you will all know, which has been proven. We are all paying our rates, so have been contributing to the cost of roading over many years and being royal. And Ian has something to say.
Yes, we visited this in 2022, and it was so although we're here making a submission, it was actually passed in 2022, and we're just wondering where it's at. Like, we've waited 3 years. I put the question to you: where are we at with this? And invite you to come and drive down the road. It's been graded about a week, and it's as bad as ever.
Thank you for that, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually drove the road at the time of the last submissions, and I agree with you. My recollection is that we did have a desire to seal the road until we got the price, and the costings were such that officers recommended that we try and find another solution. But the major thing with everything roading at the present stage is the cost escalation, particularly with asphalt, etc. So I can assure you as chair of the roading subcommittee that it's not forgotten. We've simply got to work out a way of paying for it.
It's 0.9 of a K. So it's 0.6 of a K from the western end to the bridge, and then 0.3 of a K from the bridge up to the top of the hill. That grading the road is fine, but after a week or so, the way the camber and the way the road is built, it just turns back to corrugations again. And during winter, the gravel comes off it and it gets muddy, and it just goes back down to the mud. Yes, I understand about the cost of things, but yeah, we all pay rates, and most people have a Tarshill road, and we don't.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Ian, Peter, thank you for the submission. Supplementary to Councillor Thompson's comments, I'm pretty sure that, in fact, I'm certain that because this will involve the seal extension, the policy we had, and that was discussed with Tutu Hill residents at the time, was that the cost of any seal extension would be shared 50-50. In other words, assuming there was an agreement to actually seal that 0.9 of a K, half the cost would be from the rate and the other half from residents. Is that something that you recall and or would be willing to consider?
So now we'll have a toll road. So will we get charge of half the road that goes through, because does everybody else pay half of the roads in New Zealand?
Okay,
No,
I'll just quickly hang on. I'll just quickly go to Mayor Gary Kuchar, and we are out of time. So I'll let him ask his question or make a comment.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, I think there's been a number of things conflated here, and it's been disappointing, I guess, that there hasn't been communication with the residents there around the reasoning for this. It was originally priced out on the basis of it being just a per metre type rate. It didn't take into account the hill and the various reconstruction of the roading substructure that was going to be needed. So we agreed to that. It came back that actually the true cost was going to be a lot more. I think it is something we need to revisit, but we certainly need to communicate better with the community there and make sure that they're aware of what the issues are and what we can do or can't do to actually fix the problem.
Thank you for that. Councillor Blackwell, one more, and then we're going to have to move on. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Just regarding the dust issue that you've both raised in the submission there, Peter. I was just wondering. I think a couple of years ago now, we requested some work on council adopting an approach to, or a policy on how residents might be able to use alternatives for dust suppression on the road. I was just wondering where we're at with that. Based off some information Councillor Ryan shared with us around that time, I see Clutha District Council, Central Otago and Dunedin City Council make reference to substances approved by the Otago Regional Council that residents are able to use for dust suppression on the road.
Councillor Thompson, I am mindful we've got our next submitter that's waiting online.
I realise that the information from the roading manager who was with us at that time was that they were a placebo fix, that they didn't really offer a major solution to our problem. But that's not a reason why we can't revisit that again.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission. You've resurfaced some questions that, we'll try and find some more information about. Thank you. Thank you. Also, welcome to Linda Collins, who is joining us online.
Hello, Madam Chair and participants. I just have 4 quick points to make about this, so I'll run through them. Topic 1, to do with water services. So I'm just worried that option A opens the way for issues of potential complexities in governance. You have people in charge to do with governance who are from the local area, but there's bound to be independent or third-party people as well. So I'm not sure about that and how that would function efficiently. Option B, keep the status quo. I guess this is not what council and officers are wanting to hear, but I just prefer option B because it keeps water services under direct council management, so that ensures that local elected representatives retain full control over service delivery and decision making. So for me, that matters because it's more likely to align with community priorities and values. So my second point is to do with Beach Road, which I guess you've heard a lot about already. So just my 2 cents worth. So there's a lot of heritage and emotional connection for Waitaki ratepayers with this. I live at Kakanui. It's an iconic, part of an iconic coastal route. Just from a ratepayer's point of view, driving into town to Oamaru is a joy along that route, and coming back that way, there's something just really uplifting about it. And I'm sure that affects how people interact when they arrive at their destinations, having seen such an amazing sight. So there's that emotional connection. I know that there's the financial aspect as well. Okay, so I'm wondering, it would be so great to keep that road open. So I just wonder, what is the least expensive option that would still keep that road open? So I get it that I think 12 million on rocks to shore it up over so many years, big expense, retaining the road, big expense. I know it sort of sounds difficult initially, but what about moving the road up, and which would involve buying land off landowners, but it might not be that expensive in the great scheme of things to do that. You could make it just single lane, You could even just make it asphalt and use existing road markers from the current remnants of the road. I'm just saying this in a desperate way to try and keep this route open. Okay, sorry if it actually doesn't make that much sense, but there we go. So the third topic is to do with community halls. So I live at Kakanui, and the Kakanui Community Hall means a lot to me because from a heritage point of view, it was designed by John Meggitt Forrester, son of Thomas Forrester. So this Forrester guy did the Oamaru Opera House, the Hall of Memories at Waitaki Boys, and I understand that he designed my own modest home at Kakanui. So I would like to see that connection maintained. Apparently he was an avid fossil collector, and he sent samples from Oamaru and Kakanui to the Royal Society in Britain. So from a geopark context, that's an interesting twist to it. But the big thing with this community hall thing is that it turns out all my effort researching and pleading to put a case for the hall has been moot because Guy Percival has informed the Ratepayers Association that the ratepayers actually own the hall, so that there's no need to put this call under analysis in terms of selling off. So it would have been good if there'd been better communication about that and not screwed up people's time and emotional energy. And also it would be great to have confirmation. So my fourth point, and it's just a quick one, it's not directly to do with the topics there, but I really appreciated the consultation process that you guys set up. It was absolutely wonderful, actually, to connect with decision makers over tea and biscuits, and to encounter the humanity in all of us in these decisions. And so I'm just wondering if this could be also applied to the district plan and its changes that are coming up, if there could be some grassroots consultation process with that. So those are my submissions, and thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Collins, for your comments, and it's helpful to find, like have that feedback that you appreciated the consultation process. And I know our team had worked really hard to ensure that people were able to be given a voice. Just one more, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Linda, thank you very much for the submission. One very quick question: if the beach road was to be one way, would it be one way north-south or one way south-north?
I leave that to wiser heads than myself to know the ramifications of that. So, but a lot of tourists come up from Dunedin, and so they would probably take the south-north route. But then if you were to have it like a gravel road, would you want camper vans on it? Maybe not. But if it's more just focused on a community access thing, then maybe north-south might be better. But it's up to wiser heads than me.
Thank you. One more from Councillor Blackland, then we'll move on to our next submitter that's in council.
Thank you. And thanks for your suggested alternative on Beach Road. I'd like to explore that a little bit further. I just wanted on topic 10 on fees and charges. You make a comment, and I understand you have a background in reporting on local government type issues. You mentioned personnel numbers are out of control and too much is spent on wages. I just wondered if you could, kind of share why you make that statement.
Yes, thanks. So my expertise is more to do with Singapore domestic politics and my writing for the Straits Times. But just quickly on that point, thank you for reading the entire submission. So I don't have those facts at my fingertips right now, but what does matter is perception. And the perception that I keep getting talking to people in the community is that those very things, that management's out of control and the wage bill paid by the ratepayers is far too high. So if that's not the case, you need to explain that to us. And then that would, assuage some of our angst, or criticism. But at the moment, that's not going addressed, so it's sort of out of control and unpleasant.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Collins, for your submission. We're just going to have to move on. We're already 5 minutes late. So thank you, appreciate that. Can I please invite Mr. David Wiggley to come forward?
Thank you.
That one, yep. The limit of 5 minutes is really insufficient to address all of my submissions, several of them. Regarding modernising of the library, building the extension, that's of such importance to the community that I believe a subcommittee of council is required to examine the issue and hear submissions on that alone. To get onto my actual project proposal, which is to build an extension to the Oamaru Library. First, the issue of community mental well-being. One only has to look at your long-term plan, or the prevailing one, 2131. Well-being, have you got it there? Well-being, cultural and social. The library reflects the bicultural and multicultural diversity of the community, etc. Economic. The library is the only space where all people, regardless of their background or an ethnicity, have access to information, technology, etc. So, in terms of the community mental well-being, the library is a standout compared with your other facilities there, the museum and the gallery and so on. Now, the essence of my submission is based on the Oamaru Vision and Strategy report put out by a consultant. Have you all read this? Of the 13 conclusions, 11 refer to lack of space. That essentially is a justification that we need to build onto the library. I'll particularly point out conclusion number 7. If I can get to it. Currently, the Wriggle and Rhyme program, which is one of the most common programs across all libraries in New Zealand, is held outside of the library at the Oamaru Opera House. This means it is separated from the benefits of being in the library, namely the book collection, which helps children to start with literacy early and step them up in their development. It is also a great program to use to reach out to parents that may be struggling and assist them with technology. But this is compromised to an extent by this program being run outside of the library. Who would disagree with that conclusion? As to the analysis of what we need in additional floor space, that has to be done by a consultant architect librarian. I've made a back of the envelope assessment based on the data in the consultant's report. If you go to the users per square metre, but this is based on Appendix 1 of that report. Can I just carry on?
You've got 1 more minute.
Okay, Oamaru town, we've got 9.9 users per square metre. The average across New Zealand is 5. Essentially, we need double the floor area. If you just base it on the actual used area of the books and so on,
double that, that's 499, 500 say, we need another 500 square metres. So using on the basis of that, got to look at the funding. The gallery and museum projects went ahead because they had shovel-ready plans drawn up. They were ready to go. There was nothing prepared for the library extension. No one had looked at that in the past. It's not my job to look at that. It's essentially a core service. You know, you either accept the library as a core service, essential to the existence or character of the whole. That's what the definition of core is. So we have to go for it. And I believe it can be done on the basis of getting 20% funding from council, sell off some surplus sections, dedicate them to the library, and the 80% you get from grants. That's the way you achieved it with your museum and the gallery. We can do it, you know. 25% of the population are library users. Any questions?
Oh, thank you. I think that's all the time that we have. You wrote a very comprehensive submission, so I really appreciate that and the information you've provided. Thank you.
I do hope you consider seriously setting up a committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wiggley. Okay, we have our next submitter, Mrs. Jan Keeling. Welcome, Jan. Nice to see you. And you'll be speaking on behalf of Duntroon Hall Committee, and then following is your own personal submission.
And also the blacksmith, which I think was omitted, but I'll squeeze it into 10 minutes. So
thank you.
Mostly, I think you've probably, hopefully, had a wee look. And this is an opportunity for the councillors to look at me and ask any questions that you might have about Duntroon and the Duntroon Hall and what we're doing and how we'll manage it if I did say that we want it closed, but we don't. So anyway, I'm starting with the Duntroon Hall. We have a beautiful hall on the inside, pretty ugly on the outside, but it is very, very functional. It does need maintenance, as do all of them, and currently we manage it ourselves quite well. I said to someone online, basically to save your hall, you need a bank account and a willing group of people to keep it going, because it shouldn't be up to anyone beyond the hall rating area to keep our halls going. The council is in the hall rate paying funds going into the hall accounts are what finance it mostly, or with a lot of these halls. Anyway, we have been working on our hall in the background. So if the council were to look at the accounts, the hall rating accounts, you wouldn't get a true reflection, because all hall income is managed by the Duntroon community. And then at the end of the financial year, if there is a surplus, it gets put into the hall rating account. But any R&M that is regular maintenance, we take out of it, and then we tip the overflow into the council amount, into the Duntroon Hall accounts. We have done up back room. We have sought funding. We've put coin control boxes for the heat pumps. We've bought kitchen appliances. We've bought a new vacuum cleaner, all out of what we bring in. And probably what we charge for the Duntroon Hall isn't up to market rates, but we want it to be used. So we see it as a very affordable option for kids' 5-year-old birthday parties on a wet day sort of thing, but so it is getting used. Going forward, we will need major money spent, and things like one day we might need a new roof, and that would completely wipe out, obviously, the hall rating, all the money and what the council owns. But yeah, it is manageable. I do think through community funding and bigger funding applications, we can do that sort of thing. Currently, the school uses every bit of space. They don't even have a library because every classroom is used. So the hall is an overflow option for them. It is vital. There are other local halls that don't have schools attached to them. So I do hope that that would work in Duntree's favour, that the school need the hall. And I don't think people fully appreciate, because people have said to me that surely the ministry will support the hall and things like that. Anyone that's a parent or involved with schools know that there is no extra money for hiring spaces to have your assemblies and things like that. Anyway, so that is the hall. Is there any questions on that?
Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jan, firstly, congratulations on what you do as a group in Duntroon. We certainly watch in awe and how some of our smaller communities punch well above their weight. The thing, and Councillor Hopkins has alluded to before, we never intended to go around selling halls. But it has at least engendered some interest and got communities to confront what they want to do with their halls. I noticed in your submission on behalf of the Nichols Blacksmith that there's still that ongoing problem with water. I've made a note because that has previously been addressed at a roading meeting, and I'll be asking why something hasn't been done.
What I understood is I had to make sure it was put in the annual plan for it to be done. So and this was my attempt at putting it in the annual plan by slipping it in here and in the submission there for the blacksmith. So I just would like to add on to that. The DDDA, I'm not a committee member of the DDDA because I do enough other stuff in the community, and I keep a bit of space for myself, but my husband is, so I will pass that on. But I'm very much aware of what the DDDA do, and I, with the Hall, Community Garden, Blacksmith, and other little bits that run under or alongside the DDDA, we work very collaboratively. In the Vanished World, it's a community to try and maintain all of those.
Thank you, Mayor Gary Kutcher.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jan, for your comments. And I'm going to run the risk of saying I think I speak on behalf of all of the councillors who, that we don't want to sell your hall. We know it's well used. We know it's appreciated by the community. We haven't had any submissions from anyone that I've can see so far that say they don't want to pay their contribution towards the hall. So thank you very much for the comments you have made and for all the work that DDDA and yourself do on behalf of the community.
Thank you. I will just add to that. I know that one community have sold their hall and built a purpose-built building attached to a school, maybe. I'm not saying that that's out of the question in the future, because I do appreciate that these massive buildings do require huge maintenance, but getting a community to agree on something like that would be quite complicated. But one thing I would like to know, and I haven't had a definitive answer, is if they do sell a hall anywhere, or what happens to the hall rating boundaries, because I would like to see if there was an instance in the future that a neighbouring community hall to Duntroon got sold, that the hall rating boundary would reflect the school district, because I know the school do use it occasionally. They try not to rely on it. So it's just how those boundaries get changed. And so who would then receive, if there was still hall rating income, where that would go, because I think it's quite important that it does reflect on who uses the hall, because I know when Livingston closed, a lot of that went to the Tokaraki. When Livingston closed, the boundary moved, so a lot of those houses ended up in the Tokaraki hall rating district. So it may not reflect the users where their money's going, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Mayor Gary, did you have another comment?
Sorry, I just wanted to respond to that. And that basically, there's the opportunity to redraw hall rating boundaries, and so that doesn't happen very often, but it can happen. And we would look at, where is the community of interest as far as any any residents and what hall they use. So that would happen at that time.
Thank you. As far as the submission from me, main thing was I do support the Whitestone Waitaki Geopark. I obviously live in the area where the Vanished World was originated from, so we know that it's very, very important part of the wider community. I don't fully understand myself how it all works, but I know that the money that they have requested, well, I don't know, I understand the money that they have requested, well, somewhat would be paying for wages, which would also then be for the promotion of the Whitestone Waitaki Geopark. And yeah, I'm just not sure how that fits in with the other aspects of promoting the Waitaki district. Yeah, thank you very much. So,
thank you. I'll take one more question, comment from Councillor Blackler.
Thanks very much, Jen. I just in your submission under topic 9 projects, you mentioned the war memorial preservation and some questions around that, and then also you comment there around the wastewater system.
oh, it was just in the big list.
Finally, I just wanted to understand is your perspective on what that project will entail, the wastewater.
I really have no clue, but I do know that sections in Duntroon are that small that if someone was to build a house and they want to put a septic tank system in, it can't be a off-the-shelf system. It's got to be a specifically engineered system because the sections are so small. So thus, it possibly is prohibitive as to people buying a section and building a house in the village. So I really don't know if a wastewater system, what it is involved. It was just mentioned in the projects list. So wishful thinking that there might be some sort of system built, but I just don't know how we're going to get any more development in the village of Duntroon with regards to new houses, unless the council could support some system of an engineer designed for the size of the sections that there are in Duntroon that we could buy off the shelf and not pay a huge amount. I don't know how it works, but I just know that has been prohibitive. The war memorial, I was just surprised at how much was going to be spent on it. And it was a list in the projects that when I went through, that was in the budget. That I know that's not ticked off necessarily, but it was just there. I was surprised. Short of moving it, I don't know why it would cost $100,000 to fix it up.
Thank you for raising that, Jen, and thank you very much for your submissions that you've made today. Really appreciate it. Welcome to Mr. Kirk Stevens. Thank you for your patience and waiting.
Kia ora tātou. I'm Kirk Stevens, and speaking to you today on behalf of Waihemo Community Board with an apology from our chair, Heather McGregor, who can't be here today. Before I start on the submission, I just want to outline the framework that we discussed it within before we put anything together, and that basically was that both ratepayers and the council itself are financially under pressure, and so we have quite deliberately put in a very conservative submission with little or no additional cost, and have been very mindful of that right throughout this whole submission. So we support the council in that overall drive to make rates affordable and sustainable. And there are what else there? There's about 9 things that we have raised with you that were not part of the consultation pack, and I want to start with those because those were the things that were important to us outside of the wider district, and we are here to advocate on behalf of Waihemo residents. The order that they've been presented in is an order of priority, and that has come from Heather. So while I live in Hampden, I did not put the Hampden stuff first because I wanted it there. it is a community board decision to prioritise it. So let's start with the first two bits, which is the Hampden Beach Reserve and the Hampden toilet block. And that is not the toilet block on State Highway 1. This is a toilet block that's down by the beach. And I actually think both of those things go together. So I'm going to talk about them together. This area, the Hampden Beach Reserve, is the main park and reserve in Hampden for people to use for recreational purposes. It is the Hampden equivalent of the botanical gardens at Oamaru. There's nowhere else for us to go and use public land for recreation. This is it. It's also right next door to the motorhome motor camp that is extremely busy. Drive down that road tonight and you will see a motor camp full of people. I was there, I went past it the other night, and it's chocker at this time of year. There are a lot of visitors right next door to this reserve and a lot of locals that use it for access to the beach. It is, I believe, an area that's ripe for a major development. There's a lot of rich geological and archaeological features in the area that you would not know about just walking through there. Council have got a report from Michael Trotter on how important it is regarding Maori artefacts in the area, and it's a no-dig area because of that. You wouldn't know that walking through there. I believe that this area is one, but I understand that a big development there is going to cost dollars. Our recommendation is talk to the government. They might have tourism infrastructure money. They're pushing tourism at the moment. This is an area where you could put in a disabled toilet block and do a much improved job of the layout, similar to what's been done already in other places, like the reserve in Moiraki, for instance. That's really nice now. That was a council project. So this is our first priority. And I'll answer I'd rather do this in an interactive way. So if you've got any questions or comments about that, let's do that before we move on.
Just mindful, you've got 5 more minutes left, and then 1 minute, left to questions.
Okay. I was told I had 10 minutes all up, but okay.
You've just spoken for a few more minutes.
Right. Okay. Right.
Yeah, I'd suggest that you just carry on, and then the final minute, then we'll have questions.
Yep.
And then.
All right then. So moving on to other things, we've requested some new seal in the Palmerston Cemetery. It's a road that's used for virtually every funeral in Palmerston and one that's prone to potholing. The mill domain in Palmerston, we'd like a park over property there. That's one that probably could be done for $0 if you can talk to the Motorhome Association and get them to take it on. They could easily put in a facility there at no cost to ratepayers, and the ongoing management and maintenance of it would become their responsibility. A new footpath in Moiraki due to the change of the road layout and the twisting nature of the roads there. That's a safety thing. Probably would need to be paid for by Moiraki ratepayers, which is typical for payment of footpaths throughout the district. A new toilet block at the Palmerston Skate Park, which also fronts onto State Highway 1. And ongoing support for the Puketapu track, ongoing support for board member training, particularly at local government conferences, and continued support for East Otago Community Swimming Pool and the Heritage Trust. So most or a number of those things are really just please keep doing what we're already doing, and there are a few that are new that probably can attract funding from elsewhere.
Thank you very much, Kerry. Do we have any comments or questions? Yeah, Councillor Holding.
Yeah, thanks for your extensive submission there, Kerry. What is the barrier in the toilet strategy for down there? Is there no future replacement for that toilet block?
the toilet block in Hampden. I believe it's on a list of other toilet blocks throughout the district for eventual replacement over the next 6 or 10 years. For an old toilet block, it's not bad. It's a concrete block one, but it's got the main problem with it. It's got very narrow entrances. An able-bodied person doesn't struggle, but you would need to be able-bodied to even consider going into it. The other aspect of this is that the new public toilet block on State Highway 1 next to the hall gets very, very highly used. And there are times when it's out of action due to operational difficulties, and there is no alternative in Hampden. So to send people down to the beach one would only work for able-bodied travellers.
Thank you, Councillor Blackman.
Thank you. Thanks, Kerry. I just wanted to ask a question regarding the written submission on the second to last page, where it says topic 1, water services. The community board position is option B. But then the sentence goes on to talk about council working with nearby councils to share resources, expertise and buying power. So just to clarify what the position is there, are you saying we should retain in-house status? The status quo, which isn't actually status quo. And
yes, I think still we're unconvinced that setting up a new council-controlled organisation with its own structure, its own governance, its own administrative costs would actually be an overall cost saving to the councils involved, and it would be a loss of local democracy. And we think that the council probably, if your main purpose is looking to increase your expertise and to reduce costs, then you can do that just by cooperating with others. It's already been done before with roading collaboration, and I don't see why it couldn't be with water. And when you boil it down, stormwater in Oamaru has really got nothing to do with stormwater in Waimati or wherever. It is local stormwater. So it's always going to be a local service.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you again for your in-depth submission.
Okay.
As well, very good. Thank you. Okay, we have one more before we have pause for our morning tea break. I'd like to invite Mr. Lance Highland. Welcome. Have a seat.
Good morning. Thanks for your time. My grumble is the Hampden Hall is on the hit list for council cuts, I believe. It's not. What am I doing here?
You got 4 more minutes.
Well, I don't know where I've got my information from, but yeah. But my point was it's a memorial hall first and foremost. It was built there by the locals, put there by the locals, and it's maintained by the locals. It isn't a burden on anyone. It more than pays for itself. And the groups, I was down there on Saturday morning for a bit of a wander around, and there was the garden group that one of their sections had a crop country harvest, they call themselves. They had the kitchen going flat out. There was about 10 women there making pickles, chutneys, jams for sale at a function they're going to have in the hall a bit later on in the year. And I had a look through the register in the foyer, and last month alone there were 33 bookings for the hall. That's just 1 month. The school has open access to it. They've got their own key. They've got their Kabahaka group that go there. They have their prize giving there, the concerts there. And every organisation in the town uses that hall for their meetings. It's well constructed. It's solid Oamaru stone. It's got concrete reinforced piers every 4 metre centres, a concrete reinforced beam right around the top. So if it ever shifted in an earthquake, I'd say God help Oamaru. So, yeah. I'm sorry if I wasted your time.
No, we appreciate it. And it's good to hear from you that you're really hearty about retaining the hall. So it's good. Do we have any comments, Councillor Thompson?
Thank you, Lance. The problem in our consultation document, we were trying to engender a conversation about what communities wanted with their halls. It was never our intention to be selling community halls, and it's obviously hit a nerve in Hampden because there's a large number of submissions come in, and of course, being on my patch, I made sure I read them all. But no, we do appreciate you taking the time, and we do, as a community board, meet at the hall, and we're well aware of how well it's been upkept. And in fact, I think you put a new lid on it 18 months ago, so it will be there for a long time.
Very good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Highland.
Madam Chair. Thank you. I have a question for Councillor Thompson, if you'll allow me to answer.
No, we're going to break for morning tea. That's enough. Okay, we're going to pause now to have some morning tea. It's 10:42, and our next submitter will join us on Zoom at 10:55. So we have a very short break. So the longer you ask questions and talk, the shorter your breaks are going to be. Okay, thank you.
My question, talking about
Okay, I think everyone is here. We might listen. We might carry on. Okay, welcome everyone again. We will move straight to our next submitter from Wayland Lodge, Peter. Thank you. Welcome, Peter. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You're
Can you
welcome
hear
to start.
me?
Yes.
I'm on now for 5 minutes. Okay, good morning, and thank you. So who's there with me, Deputy Mayor?
You have all the councillors, and we have Mayor Gary Kuchar joining online. We just have Councillor Cowles and Percival that are an apology for lateness today.
Okay, thank you. So good morning. Look, I'm not absolutely sure that the submission process is the right way to handle this, the right format. And I'm wondering whether an in-camera meeting might allow more full and frank discussion. Never mind. It has been we've been told that the long-term plan is the place where this will be discussed and decision made. So it's true that I'm not now a current trustee, but I was a trustee at the time when these negotiations were conducted. But I am somewhat of a student of trust law, or more particularly trustee law. So I take the position very responsibly, and the duties of a trustee very seriously, particularly the fiduciary duties of trustees. And I'd like to say that I have no conflict or perceived conflict on this matter. So I won't take up too much time because I want some questions. If we go to the submission, it was basically that the redevelopment committee approached the council at the time. They had this big increase in the cost of redeveloping the lodge, and there was sub $600,000 shortfall. And we talked about a suspensory loan, but the council came back and said no, they prefer to have a system where some ratepayers in the surrounding areas were levied. And we made the case pretty clear that unless we could get this assistance, we couldn't get a business plan to make it work. We were a bit concerned with that the money wasn't in the bank and that we were having to rely on good faith bargaining over this. So we took the opportunity to go to see our lawyer, who said that under normal legal practice, there was sufficient assurance that we could sign the agreement to go ahead. So the rest is history. The agreement was signed and the building has now been finished with its 30% increase. But now we have a meeting. We had a meeting with council since, and they're saying that the decision at this point is only to pay interest on loan 2 and for it to stay on the Wayland Lodge Trust books. If that's the case, we're going to be back down, well, the trustees are going to be back down because, as I said, we made the point that we could not make a financial model work. So we are now asking for the council and their good faith bargaining to stick what the original reassurance was, and that loan to service of the capital and the repayments be paid through a rating mechanism. So that's in a nutshell, and I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm happy to also follow the concept of perhaps having an in-house meeting over this. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Peter. Do we have any questions, comments? Yes, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Thank you for the submission. I just want to be absolutely clear. I think you said you had been involved with the trust, but you are not involved now. So are you speaking here as a private individual, or have you some delegation from the trust to speak on its behalf? I'm just trying to establish the basis on which the submission is being presented to us.
Yeah, well, thank you, Councillor Hopkins. That has been mentioned before, and I'm being contracted by the trust at the request of the chairman to make the submission on their behalf. I have their full backing on this. But I reiterate what I said before, that that's first and foremost. But secondly, I was a trustee when these negotiations were done, and I take my trustee fiduciary duties very seriously. And on a personal matter, I want to see this thing resolved.
Thank you. Any more comments or queries? Councillor Blackler.
Well, I don't think it's something that can be resolved specifically here today, but I think we probably need to just assign who's going to be dealing further with the matter.
We won't be making decisions, but today this is the point of the submissions are to hear the submissions, and then we will be deliberating at a later date, Peter. But thank you very much for
just before you go.
presenting.
Could I just ask then that while we've got this forum, is there any thoughts about how we could possibly pursue this thing rather than sort of leave it in the vacuum? And who makes those decisions? And can I have any lead on that?
Yeah, we won't be able to discuss this at a public meeting, Peter. It would be best if we scheduled another time.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just in preparation, we have a number of students from Oamaru Intermediate School that will be coming in to submit in person.
Next group of speakers are just in the lift now. They're on their way, but if we want to do a couple of non-verbals in between, I'm not sure.
Okay, we can turn to page 1750 and then see if we can get through a couple of non-verbals. So 1750, that was where we left off the last time. Jennifer Black, submission 406. So maybe 406 to 412. Okay, 414 to 419. So 412. 412 to 419.
Madam Chair, I note 416, which is Sam McCole on behalf of the Geoscience Society of New Zealand.
But it also dovetails into 427 and 472 that are submissions from Otago University staff, all in support of the geopark concept and encouraging council to support the geopark. My question in reverse would be, where is the support? Obviously, it's here morally, but where's the financial support from these external organisations that want the ratepayers of Waitaki to carry the can for them?
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Madam Chair, just a question on, perhaps officers can answer it later. This is submission 411 from Sandy Cameron. We submit that this is the last page of that, page 1726. We submit that the Waitaki District Council continue with their grant to the Kurau Island and give full support to the submission lodged by Waitaki Valley Community Society. My understanding was that the grant provided to the Kurau Island actually came from the Lower Waitaki Zone Committee. I'm just trying to remind myself where the funding has come from, whether it's come from the community board or whether there are multiple sources of the grants. But I see Paul nodding. So we have actually committed a grant. The council has committed a grant to the Kurau Island group.
Yeah, so that group gets ongoing funding from Waitaki, from Waimatu, from the Joint Committee, from a whole variety of sources, because it literally spans the boundary of the two districts.
Okay. No, thank you for that. While we have our students in here, we might switch back. So we'll go to, trying to remember what page we're up to. 264. Yes, submission number 398. Philip, welcome to all of our students. Thank you for coming in. It's very brave of you. I really appreciate all the efforts that you've done with your submissions. So welcome, Philip.
Yep. Hello, members of the council. Thank you for having me today. My name is Philip Bolton, and I'm from Oamaru Intermediate School. I'd like to propose a different idea regarding the holes on Beach Road than you have previously considered. I understand that you may not always have the necessary funds to carry out all the other operations that you need. So my suggestion is, instead of spending over $50,000, spend $200, minimal cost. We could simply install a gate on Beach Road for that minimal cost. If you really want to, you can make it a paper road. We don't need all this fancy biking and walking tracks. We could spend that $50,000 if you really need to on other biking tracks, not one that's going to disappear in a few years. The cost would also include paperwork, but this would be the most cost-effective solution, and the remaining funds could be allocated elsewhere, as I've previously said. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today, and I hope I persuade you to consider my proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philip. Councillor Ryan, you have a question or a comment?
Thank you, and thanks Philip for your submission. You mentioned that money could possibly go towards other biking tracks. Do you have any ideas of, or is there anywhere that you would like to see a biking track in Oamaru or the Waitaki district?
The A2O, but I'm not really into biking. It's just on behalf of all the other people who like biking.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Philip, thank you very much. That's a stunningly good submission. Do I take it what you're saying basically is don't do anything, don't make a track, just let people create their own route there, wander if they will? Or would you have the gate locked so that people couldn't go through it? What's the idea of the gate?
The idea of the gate would be people can go through. It would be a paper road. See, people have connections to that road, as you might say. But if you spend 50,000 on a walk-in bike track, some people might not even recognise the road. But most people are just looking for the opportunity to see that coastline, that beautiful coastline. So if you just leave it alone, it'll be faster. There'll be more time where they can just bike along and walk along so they can see a coastline. And also the 50,000, the 50,000 that option B originally was, most of that was to cover the holes. But then with the holes, you can use them to just walk down to the coast.
Thank you very much. You've done very well with your submission, and yeah, really appreciate all the hard work that you've done. And very confident speaking too. Very impressed.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, welcoming our next speaker, Paia Veituna. Welcome, Paia.
Kia ora, talofa lava, malolele, and warm Pacific greetings to you. My name is Paia Veituna. I'm 12 years old and I'm the second born of 6. My parents immigrated from Tonga before I was born in 2012 here in New Zealand and Dunedin. Overall, I feel that the council is on the right track finding good solutions. However, what concerns me about our long-term plan is the idea of having water beds. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's fantastic. It's a fantastic idea for a number of reasons, but I have concerns with the cost of everything else. I proudly come from a Pacifican family, and Pacific families tend to be larger than most. So that means extra food is added onto our grocery bills, electricity bills, sports fees, clothing. It is already hard to get by. If we put in water meters, then that will potentially make it harder for us than it will for a household of 8. We have a household of 8, with a lot of active teenagers to keep showering. Water metering could be a huge cost for us. I understand that there are a lot of water problems that need to be solved, but I ask you to consider our large number of Pacific Island families and the decision that you make. Our families are different and often larger. Please consider the impact on us before you make these decisions. Whakamalo atu I he taimi ko tuku mai mā ku whakatawange. Thank you for your time, Malo Alpito.
No, Maro Alpito, Paia, thank you very much. Do we have any comments or questions? Yeah, Councillor Ryan.
Thank you for your submission. I just wondered whether we could get a copy of it. We don't have the full submission in front of us, but it would be great to have what you said to us today. We can get a copy of your speech. That would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holding.
Thanks for your submission, Paia. It's really good, and it's something I hadn't thought of. And it's our council, we really want to encourage large families to the district. With our demographic, we've got an elderly population, so the more larger families we can have here to come through for our schooling and sports, it's a great idea. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Paia. You did a great submission. Okay, welcoming our next one, Jack Jamieson. Welcome, Jack.
Kia ora, Mayor Kirkshire and Waitaki District Council. Hi, my name is Jack Jameson. I'm 12 years old. I've lived in the Waitaki District my whole life. I like living in the Waitaki District because it's a small town and not much happens, apart from this, of course. I've read the long-term plan. The main thing I'm interested in and what happens to Beach Road. I strongly believe that you should choose option B. Turn Beach Road into a biking and walking track, page 31 of the long-term plan booklet. This option is the most cost-effective way to deal with the problem, because it's not worth paying $12,650,000 for realigning the road. That's a lot of money. If you turn this part of the road into a bike track or walking track, people that have a connection from their childhood or adulthood to the road can still feel that way when they go on the walking track. This will also get people fit for the future by experiencing change in the environment and seeing what can be done. Thank you for your time and listening to my ideas.
Oh, thank you very much, Jack. Great submission. Do we have any comments? We have Councillor Thompson, then Councillor Ryan.
Thank you for your submission, Jack. It was good, but probably not as good as the mullet that you're running today, mate. Well done.
Thanks, Jack. We read in a few of the other OA submissions that you actually took a field trip out to Beach Road. Could you tell me about your visit and what you learned when you went out there?
So when our classes went out to see what was on Beach Road, there was lots of just nothing like doing with the with the road. So turning it into a bike track would like make it more like accessible for like people and make it so they could say just like experience what they had done like when they were like a child, or like if they like drove along that piece of road. And yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. In addition to the field trip, I noticed that quite a few of the submissions from the school, from your partial classes plural, have opted for option B. Was this something you discussed together? I mean, is this a sort of a consensus view, or is it something that each of you has individually come to as a solution independent of the others?
So it was a solution independent of the others because the teacher told us that it's our opinion and that everyone's got their own opinion and that your opinion is the one that matters to you. So it was an independent task. So that's why I chose to make it a bike track, because I like enjoy biking and like mountain biking, just riding the bike. And you know.
Thanks very much.
That's awesome. Thank you, Jack, very much. I reckon Councillor Thompson's a bit jealous of your haircut. Thank you very much. You did a great job. Okay, welcome to Tilly Harnett. Welcome, Tilly.
Hello, councillors. My name is Tilly Harnett and I am a student and head girl at Oamaru Intermediate School. I live in Rosebery in the Waitaki district and I love living in North Otago. It's a very friendly place. I am aware of the Beach Road circumstance and I'm very passionate about option B, to close the road and open a walking and biking track along the coastline. First of all, the cost of this option is very reasonable for the council's tight budget at this time. I believe putting $12 million into realigning the road or intersection is too much for our council and ratepayers to bear. It makes much more sense to spend this while still ensuring access for people to enjoy this area. I know many people love this bit of coastline and who can't bear to lose it. That stretch of road might hold a personal memory, or it's a part of where they grew up, or maybe they just appreciate how spectacular the coastline is. While they might no longer be able to drive along it, they can still enjoy it. With e-bikes, more and more people are able to ride or take a stroll in the fresh air, improving their fitness and well-being, and who doesn't want that? Finally, option B is a responsible choice, encouraging future generations to see how the council's spending their money wisely, while best supporting the community. We have a chance to make another great asset for our region at a cost of only 53 cents to the rates. Now that's smart maths. Let's do a quick summary. Does Plan B save the council and ratepayers millions of dollars? Yes. Keep a unique stretch of coastline open for the community? Yes. Encourage locals and visitors to explore and keep fit? Yes. I hope you will agree with me in that creating a walking and biking track along Beach Road will keep costs down while still saving this beautiful coastline for all to enjoy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Tilly. Great submission. Do we have any questions? Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Tilly, and thanks for a great submission. I actually have a question. We've had lots of fantastic submissions from students at OIS, but not many other schools. I just wondered, do you have any ideas of ways that we could be engaging with other young people and getting more young people to engage or to contact us about what they're passionate about?
Yeah, so I reckon we should try and reach out to all the other schools out there. Because it's not only just Oamaru Intermediate that has opinions, everyone does. And yeah, so just reach out to all, like maybe the primary schools, like year 5 and up, maybe.
Awesome. Thank you, Tilly. Your opinions are cool. That's why it's nice to listen to. Okay, awesome. Great word. Thank you. Okay, and our next speaker, Aowen. Have I pronounced your name correctly? So Aowen Amela Petrie.
Hello, my name is Ewan Petrie and I live on the South Hill in Oamaru. I love living here because it's a small but enjoyable and lovely community. I have found a particular interest in one of the things you are considering doing in Waitaki, increasing the cost of some council services, particularly the Aquatic Centre, which is my topic for the day. I'm a bit in the middle. I want everyone to be satisfied while still giving the council a fair chance to balance the books. I think that if you raise the prices too high, then people will stop coming and you could make less money than before. And I really don't think that's going to solve your problem. You can't leave heaps of costs to get paid by the ratepayers either and risk some of our community exiting Waitaki. Cheap swimming pool access is important because some of our families are struggling with money and everybody should get the chance to learn to swim so we don't have heaps of water incidents here in Waitaki. It's also important for people's fitness. I use a swimming pool when I go there to spend time with my family. It is very fun and one of the best family activities to do here in Oamaru. I would still like for all sizes of families to be able to afford this activity. I also know that all this cash can't come out of the council's budget either. If we did this, we would have so much more problems than just what you're dealing with, but you are already well aware of this. I know that solving this problem decently is going to mean a lot of thinking for the council and for all the members of the community that are willing to submit about this. So that is what I did. A lot of thinking. And I think it could work. I think that I've come up with an idea that has a fair chance of working and that I would very much like you to take into consideration. I think that we should raise the prices of the pool slowly and unnoticeably, while ratepayers can still help contribute a little. Reasons why this is a great idea. It's efficient and doesn't require too much thinking to do. 2, people still come regularly to the pool. 3, ratepayers won't have to pay that much. And 4, more people will move to Waitaki if they don't think it's so expensive. Therefore, I don't think I could have come up with a better idea than the one I am sharing with you now. Thank you for continuing to allow Oamaru Intermediate School's Year 8 make themselves heard by the council. I hope you take my idea into consideration and make the best decisions possible to keep Waitaki fit for the future. Thank you.
Oh, well done. Thank you very much. Do we have any comments or questions? Councillor Linwood.
Thank you. I don't have a question. I've just got a comment. I want to thank all of you for your submissions. You all spoke so well and should be really proud of yourself. But I also want to thank Mr. Martin for getting your kids so involved in civics education. It's really cool to see. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to your principal as well for supporting you to come. It's always a pleasure to see you come in each year. You should come in every Tuesday. And you've got a great teacher. Yeah, he's a bit of a cool dude, isn't he? Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Phil, are we able to get a copy of all of the students' submissions?
Just send to Alana or
Awesome. Thank you. Really appreciate it. See you later. Bye. And they're so succinct as well. Okay, all right. So we can move to our non-verbal submissions and do some of those before our next speaker comes in at 11:40. Perhaps if we 1763, if we try that one. Submission number, I think we were in the middle of talking about 411. 411, Sandy Cameron on behalf of Eroll Island Group. So maybe 411 to 422.
Madam Chair, a couple of questions. 412, I'm just wondering if I think is it hang on, I've got the wrong one here, sorry.
Joel McCarthy.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I've somehow gone backwards. Hold on.
Okay, and then Councillor Thompson was talking about the Geoscience Society one, and then just looking at co-funding opportunities that they could utilise to help support. Any other queries until right up to 422?
Yeah, Madam Chair, submission 420 from Marley Muller on page, well, on my page, it's
1753.
Yeah, yeah. Which hasn't come up. Anyway, the submission relates to these OHAL lights. I'm just, and a number of people have referenced these. To what extent is this something that is simply being advocated for by some people in the community? Is it an Ahuriri Community Board proposal? I've not seen any budget or proposition from officers regarding lighting in OHAL. So to what extent is this simply a nebulous concept floating around in the community, and to what extent is it something that we're actively promoting?
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. You did ask the same question yesterday, and the answer was provided that we're not aware of anything having come to council formally. We'll need to find out from the community board whether they've been actively communicated with on that, but that's the same question you asked yesterday.
Okay, let's put it back to the community board and they can feedback. All right, so where are we up to? 422 to 428. $430 to 422, 442.
Yeah, Madam Chair, 434, David Bryant. I just request that officers advise him that that reference to permeable driveways that he raises, that there are provisions regarding that the establishment of permeable driveways and other facilities to deal with stormwater and so on in the proposed district plan. And the other thing I would notice in that submission, along with a number of others, there's a little sort of subtext or theme emerging in some of the submissions where people are expressing concern that the sports and event centre is becoming nothing more than a netball and basketball stadium. And I have noticed that theme starting to emerge throughout some of the submissions. And it is something that I would like to see council pay more attention to.
Thank you, councillor Hopkins. Yes, councillor McComb.
Just on that same submission, topic 8, he raised the interesting point that if the property is rented out as a unit, and there's not a room in a private house, then different rules should apply if the tenancy and the proposed fees for Airbnb is accepted or moved around. I think it's a very valid point.
Thank you. Okay, anything up to 442?
Yeah, very briefly again, 437, Catherine Bennett. I would be interested in getting, I know she makes reference to us looking at other options for social housing, such as Abbeyfield. And it might be helpful if officers, or somebody can give us a bit more information about that or other proposals.
Thank you. Housing has got a strong theme right across a number of submissions. Okay, carrying on, 438 to 442. Four four two to 450. Oh, sorry, councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Submission 440. Dawn Brown has made the comment around back to the event centre topic, I guess concerns about that it won't be used for the 55 plus age group, but and I guess that's something that we should focus on. Like in my experience around South Island, you know, that daytime use for retirees is really strong, and it is something we should be considering, I guess, how to really target those age groups, whether it's pickleball, walking, netball. Like there's definitely opportunities in that space that we haven't been able to explore before, but it's something that we should be thinking about to be generating that income, especially during the day when we don't have school use.
That's a good point. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just very quickly, 438, Brian Harrison on page 1801 talks about waste officers and climate change officers. I was under the impression as a consequence of transformation, the climate change officer is doing something totally different now. We don't have one anymore. Is that correct or not?
We don't have a role of climate change officer, but we do have work still continuing on climate change incorporated within the policy team.
Thank you. Okay, anything else up until 442? Okay, up till 455. Councillor Wren.
Thank you. Submission 450, one of a few that is talking about the need for the yellow-eyed penguins to be protected. But the point that I was interested in that space was coastal planting to protect the coastline and encourage biodiversity. Just, yeah, be something that I'll be quite interested in finding more about options in that.
Thank you. Okay, 450 to 460.
Madam Chair, 456, Jacqueline Morrison. I'm looking at the project she's identified there, CD 4450, 4452, ED 4476 and HP 2447. I was just trying to unpack that. Is that part of the overall IT budget, or are those two projects effectively the same, different names for the same one?
So just looking at topic 9 and just the list of those projects there, Councillor Hopkins, just wanting clarification on the projects. Okay, one of those projects may be for the E plan for the district,
Yeah.
as part of the district plan.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, anything else up to 460?
I was just interested in submission 458, talking about the need for that for the bike track to from one end of Wamaroo to the other. There's obviously part of that done, and whether there's opportunities to expand that, and the need for to improve safety for cyclists especially, but for runners and walkers moving through town.
Thank you. Okay, 460 to 468. Councillor McCoo.
Yeah, 461 from Kelly Williams makes a couple of very interesting topics that I thought, and points out that choosing to Airbnb a property is not always about making money, it's keeping control of your asset, and that sometimes adding costs to discourage renting the house won't necessarily work. I thought that's something that should be really taken into account of which way we're going to be. She's in that game, and I think she makes some very valid points. And secondly, she's had a wee crack, and I agree with it. You know, take a breather on topic 9. You don't have to build Rome in a term. Times are tough, so treat it the same way you treat your personal spending.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just 468, Mali Moola raises a question of speed on Lake Ohau Road. Is that have we reduced the speed, or had there been a reduction? I recollect that we've gone from 100 to 80. Is that now going back to 100 as a result of the new government's changes in that area? And am I right about that? And if I am, is there anything we can do?
Yes, Councillor Thompson, do you have an answer to his question?
Partially, I stand to be corrected, but I thought the government's policy was based on the state highway network, and I would suggest that the road into Ohau is one of ours. Therefore, we should have control over that speed limits in regards to safety on that road.
Thank you. Up to anything between 469 and 480.
Yeah, Madam Chair, again, sorry, Bobby, but 471 Jane Matchett, just trying to find the reference. She raises some interesting points about the Palmerston properties under topic 5. Talks about Ronaldsay Street and Tiverton Street being endowment land, and also asks about the residential properties and whether they have the same requirements in terms of disposal. And it just struck me that that there may be issues there relating to either capacity to dispose of and or uses to which the properties can be put. And I would like officers to give us some response to that particular matter.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Okay, anything else until up to 480? We've got 2 more minutes before our next submitter who will be joining us online. 1 minute. Okay, we'll park it there, and we've made it up to 480, and then we'll continue on at the next week gap. If we can go back to page 291. So submission 106, Andy DeBoer. Warm welcome, Andy. Can you hear us?
Yep, I can hear you fine. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, nice. Yeah, loud and clear. Thank you.
Good. Okay. I really just wanted to stress the council should be sticking to its knitting and not try to involve itself outside of its remit. So what is the remit? The basics are infrastructure management, including roads, footpaths, basic public transport, water services, including drinking, waste and stormwater, waste management and providing rubbish and recycling services, parks and recreation, pool and libraries, public health and safety in terms of noise control, dog registration, and local economy support in terms of encouraging tourism, etc. To involve itself in financial operations of private business is well outside its remit, e.g. proposing taxes on private businesses to subsidise other businesses in the interest of fairness, as I would have thought outside of the remit. And of course, that's central government, not so much council. Also, rate increases across, very concerning. My rates last year went up 28%. Now we're talking about another 10.3. That's kind of unaffordable. So it's a question of we all have to tighten our belts. Try to, so any unnecessary or luxury expenditure needs to be very, very carefully looked at. Yeah, that's all I've got, folks. I just wanted to stress those things from my submission. Anyone have any questions?
Thank you for your submission. Do we have any questions or comments? Councillor Thompson.
Just an assurance that we do hear your message.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you.
Thanks for your submission, Andy. With respect to, I guess the message from your end to tighten the belts, from your perspective, would you be accepting of the fact that that could require significant reductions in level of service?
Well, and me personally, I don't see what service I get. I do my own wastewater. I do my own sewerage. We don't have footpaths. I pay for my own rubbish removal. So I don't get a lot at this point. I'm a bit rural, and we do virtually everything ourselves at our cost. So whilst we pay for, rubbish, we pay for everything ourselves. We have a septic tank, which we pay to get emptied. Stormwater, we look after ourselves. So, by all means, feel free to cut away on those. It doesn't affect me at all.
Thank you very much. I think that's about all the questions that we have at the moment. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, and welcome to our next submitter, Sophia DelBarrett. Welcome, Sophia. Sorry, page 424.
Can you hear me? Yeah, sweet. Hello, esteemed councillors and staff. It's a pleasure to be able to share my thoughts with you for 5 whole minutes. Primarily, I'd like to address a couple of the questions in the long-term plan that you've requested our public consultation on. The first being, do we need our community halls? My answer is a resounding and definitive yes. We definitely need these halls. Instead of being sold or repurposed, we should make these facilities easier to book, hire, and use. Last night, I had decided to Google hire or book a hall, Waitaki, and while I found several compiled lists with the names of all of our halls, I found no lists with the contact details or any way to book these halls online, which indicates to me that probably they're being underutilized because it's not easy to do. We can pay our bills online, we can buy groceries online, hell, you can even find a boyfriend online, but you can't book a hall. And that leads me to a little chat that I had with a nice old chap named Terry at the Woodturners Guild last Monday. I was having a talk to him about his memories of the halls, and he's about 40 years older than me. I'd say he's in his early 80s. And he said, "Oh, yes, I spent every Saturday night dancing in the halls. I never got married, but I always had someone to dance with." And I can tell you, 40 years later, it's not the same story. I'm recently single and it's bloody dismal. It's very hard to find anywhere to dance with somebody sober. And let me tell you, this online dating is overrated. So I say bring back the whole revival. I need to find a nice local chap, and it's probably my best bet. Also, halls are an incredibly valuable resource in terms of emergency management. In case of a natural disaster or the Chinese military frigates parking off our coast instead of Sydney's, I think halls are a great place to shelter people and distribute resources like water. They've got commercial kitchens to feed lots of people. And most importantly, we can shelter people in case of natural disasters. You could sleep a few hundred people in each of our halls. Finally, on the topic of our halls, what would our ancestors say? 5 or 6 generations before us, our ancestors were working really hard to save up enough money and to build those halls. And I think they would be horrified to think that we're going to flog them off for paying off a little bit of debt, because in reality, we'll never be able to rebuild those halls and regain those public assets. This is something that belongs to everybody. And I would encourage you to think beyond a 3-year political cycle, beyond a 9-year long-term plan cycle, and use your 7 generations thinking to think, where are your great, 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 great grandchildren going to find their wives and husbands? So please save our halls. Likewise with our reserves, I think these are really important public assets. A lot of real estate investors do land banking. So even if you're not going to utilize those resources today or tomorrow, the value is only going to increase and help you repay your debt if we hold on to those assets. I did find on both the halls and the reserves that are potentially going to be sold, the tables were a bit confusing in terms of what the cost benefit analysis is on potentially selling these assets. Also, the marketing of the long-term plan being kind of cartoon-like, I found it a bit demeaning as an adult with a good education. But that's a side note. Finally, I'd like to address the proposition of the Water Services Company. This seems to me essentially like the privatization of a public asset. According to the United Nations and the Commission for Human Rights, safe and clean drinking water is a human right that is essential for the full enjoyment of life and all human rights. For renters, if this becomes a user pays metered system, this is a cost that is inevitably going to be passed on to the renters and not covered by landlords. Similar to your power and internet bills, this is going to add to the cost of living crisis, making it more difficult for people to pay for their bills. And what's going to happen if a user doesn't pay? Is the water service company going to deny a resident access to this basic human right and cut off their drinking water? I should hope not. So just in summary, I'd like to encourage you all as our elected representatives to think, what is your legacy going to be? And what will 7 generations from now think about your decisions that you're making this year? Any questions?
Thank you for that, Sophia, and for the reminder about that 7th generation principle, which is really important. Any questions? Councillor Hopkins, you're going to host a dance at one of the halls?
Perhaps. You make a very good suggestion about the some sort of online resource that would enable people to book, and that's something that I think we should follow up with the hall committees and perhaps enable on their behalf. So thank you for that. I was more than mildly surprised by your attitude to the Alps to Ocean and the Geopark, where you actually identified in each instance the amount proposed to be spent over the next 9 years is too much. And I'm just wondering if you would care to amplify your reasons for taking those positions?
I can't remember the exact figure, but I think it was over $9 million for the Alps to Ocean track. I mean, I've ridden on the track twice and it's already there. So I can't imagine how much more gravel you need to pay for to top it up. But I mean, it seems like it's already a well-established resource. It doesn't need another $10 million. I think for me, the thing that I saw in the long term are the gaps. How are we going to create opportunities for more affordable housing? How are we going to create more rental opportunities for people as they can't afford to buy houses? And how are we going to provide more opportunities for young people to actually want to live in this district and stay here?
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Sophia. I think you've made some really valid points and it's you've made a really good submission.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Kia kaha.
All the best with the hall dancers. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Welcome, Jane Metcalf. Page 297.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for your work and time and allowing me the chance to present in person my points of view and concerns regarding the present draft long-term plan. My written submission is a series of comments relating to the long-term plan feedback form, so I apologise that what I say now will not follow my written submission. I am Jane Metcalf and along with my husband Richard farm on Earthquakes Road, south of Duntroon, on the west bank of the Maraphanua River. We have farmed in the district for over 20 years. We arrived here as shearmokers in 2004 and fulfilled our farm ownership dream. We have raised our now 3 adult children here and enjoy our wider community. This is my first time presenting in person my submission, and I know your communication and engagement team would like to take the credit for me being here, but unfortunately, I'm here as a farm ratepayer who lives on a gravel road, who is fed up with the deal I'm receiving. Today, I want to present 3 main messages: debt, transparency of farm rates and rural roads. Debt. I'm not opposed to debt. Debt allowed us to buy our farm, but I have an out clause. If we are financially going backwards and there is no light at the end of the tunnel, we sell. Councillors and staff, as you consider the large amount of debt you have accumulated and the plan to accumulate more, can you tell me if you have an out plan? While you have large assets, many of these assets you cannot sell to repay debt. I trust you're only borrowing against assets you can sell. Debt is fine until you can't afford the interest. Farm rate transparency. Rising rates can't be your out plan when you're not showing all ratepayers where their rates are being used. Waitaki Council uses property value to raise the majority of their revenue. This system is biased to the farming ratepayer. I have heard, unverified, that 30% of the total rates collected are from ratepayers of Oamaru ward and the 70% from the rest of the other 3 wards. It would be great to have this proven wrong. What would happen in your decision-making, councillors and staff, if 90% of the rates revenue collected had to stay within the ward it was collected from? I have no doubt there are many more farmers like ourselves disgruntled with the services they use and the dollars paid in rates. We pay over $15,000 in rates for our small family-owned farm. I'm happy with the hall levy and the Taukarahi water payments. I can see what I get. The other $13,000 gets a little murky when I consider my services. Farmers need and deserve a breakdown of their rates like you have done for the household ratepayers on the back of your publication. We need detail and transparency. Presently, on my rate assessment, I pay 33+% of my rates to roading. Your draft plan online documentation states 19% of rates will be going to roading. Can this be clarified And will farms' rates go down? Gravel roads. As I just said, a third of my rates go to roading alone, along with the road user charges paid to central government. Our road is a shambles. So here's the thing. 20 years ago, Waitaki roads around Tuntroon were fantastic. They were well maintained. They had good quality gravel, topped with an orange gravel that mitigated dust. Values of farms have increased with the dairy and irrigation, but council has not ensured the quality of roads have remained. In the big picture, gravel roads are not expensive to maintain. But if you withdraw all maintenance like you have it on Earthquakes Road, then it will be expensive to get it back to standard. Presently, Earthquakes Road ratepayers pay council in excess of $30,000 for roading alone. But while we pay this, we are also physically fixing issues on our roads ourselves. Our roads need no more blanket spraying of gravel roadsides. The erosion from wind and rain has and continues to cost thousands, if not millions, to repair. We have waited over 2 years now for culverts to be cleared as we watch our road deteriorate more. We need high quality gravel that mitigates dust. We need consistent and regular grading of roads. We need culverts cleared. We need one system for all to contact the council regarding issues that doesn't rely on being in cell phone coverage or writing a letter to the editor of the Oamaru Mail. We need our roads back to the standard they used to be. Farm ratepayers need you to show and prove we too are getting bang for our buck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane, for your submission and for coming in. I think your voice has been heard loud and clear. Did we have any final closing comments? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Jane. Can I just ask, as your written submission is slightly different to filling it on form, can we get a copy of that, please?
I've already said I'd leave this behind, so
thank you
give it to the lady.
Thank you very much.
You're
and
welcome.
We do hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. I got Mia Gary Kucher, then Tim Blackler. So I'm just going to give,
sorry,
just a wee bit of.
Hi, Jane. Thanks very much for the submission. You've talked about the increase in rates, and that's definitely something we're very mindful of. But we are also mindful of the increase in the use of roads. With the roads that you're talking about, what's been the change of use of roads around the volume of traffic, the size of traffic, the weight of it, and so on? Has there been an increase in that over that time as well?
No, I don't think so.
There's no dairy conversions or anything that's happened around?
Not on the main Earthquakes Road, not either end, but not going through, and no tankers go straight through.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blackler.
Oh, thank you, and thanks for the submission, Jane. Just as a result of your submission, I just had a question for officers. It would be useful to see an analysis of the rate take from each ward and the distribution of that by service type. Would we be able to have some sort of analysis on
that? Sorry, can you just clarify what you mean by service type? We can certainly do the analysis of where the rates are generated from, but I'm not sure about the second.
So for example, if we use roading as an example, what's the rate take from each ward, and where, and ultimately where does that flow of money in the budget kind of land in terms of works undertaken? Does that make sense?
Yeah, we can look at doing something like that for you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jane, for coming in. I think we're just going to continue on with our submissions. Okay, welcome to Christine Holland.
Hi there, my name is Christine Holland. My husband and I live at Kakanui and we farm on the Wainek Road close to the river mouth. After watching the beach road developments over the last year, we are very concerned about the south side of a Riri Point Bridge Point hole in the rock portion of the Wainek Road just past All Day Bay. Sea erosion has been happening to this stretch of road. A small amount of work has been done previously. A large amount of rock has been dumped at the site about 6 months ago, and we're confident Waitaki District Council will have paid for this rock, and to date, no work has been done since. We're unsure what is causing the delay, and we would think timely intervention would save a lot of money going forward. It seems the road is being threatened every time there is a big sea event, and although we admit sand has been washed back into the clay bank at the moment, but a series of big seas would change this again. We notice there are traffic counters along the whole of the Wainek Road, and we presume these are monitoring traffic volume. Survey Waitaki has been out inspecting the site and the road in the last 6 weeks. We have a dairy farm on Wainek Road. Mike and I and 2 staff members live at Kakanui and travel that stretch of road daily. It would be a huge problem for us if the road was to close. Wainek Road is hugely popular to day trippers and tourists alike. The feeder roads such as Boelly and McInnes are very narrow and in poor condition to cope with the increased volumes of daily traffic and heavy traffic such as milk tankers, stock trucks and quarry trucks. While the council considers the future of Beach Road, we would like the council to make sure that there is funding to keep roads open that are already open, allowing people to go about their lives and businesses. Like many in the district, we are very sad to see Beach Road to close, but definitely don't want to see Wainek Road to close and suffer the same outcome. The old adage of a stitch in time saves 9 comes to mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Any questions or comments from councillors or any of the officers?
I realise that no one's proposing closing Wainek Road at the moment, but I guess 2 years ago, I didn't envisage Beach Road to be closed, and yet here we are. So in your plan, you're talking about coastal erosion and things like that, but it's a very important road to us. So
thank you.
It seems odd that there's been a huge pile of rock delivered and nothing's happened to that rock. On a farm, we wouldn't, if our tracks needed done, we wouldn't get road medals or Roonies to deliver a big pile of white gravel and leave it sitting there. We'd put it where it needed to go. So just seems odd that it's still sitting there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Okay, welcome our next submitter, Kevin Kearney. Welcome, Kevin.
Madam Chair, councillors and representatives of the Waitaki District Council. Thank you for this opportunity to briefly speak on our submission on Beach Road North. I am speaking on behalf of Claire, my wife, myself and our farming neighbours, the Ray family. For your brief background, the Rays have a beach road frontage from the current closure at the North Otago Golf Club end to just north of the northern fly dump crater. We, the Kearneys, have beach road frontage from just north of this fly dump crater, south to Gardeners Road, and importantly, access to the Oamoa Creek Bridge. I would like to make 3 points. 1, our preference for the road. 2, council consultation to date. And 3, council protection of key infrastructures. 1, firstly, our preference is to fully realign the road, moving the road to the new position, option A. If this is not feasible, we reluctantly support option C, closing Beach Road North to Oamoa Central Road. Regardless of the final option, we must have access to the bridge over Oamoa Creek for our farm vehicles. Secondly, council consultation process to date. The council has failed to consult with us as the landowners who are most affected by this proposal. We raised serious concerns about the council consultation process to date, which has been totally inadequate. Realignment under A or C will require the purchase of land from us. It would have been correct process for an informed council personnel to sit down and walk through the potential steps of road realignment with affected landowners prior to going to public submission. And thirdly and finally, for the councillors to consider, the council owns significant assets in this area already. Importantly, the Kakanui water sewage infrastructure, the Owamoa Creek Bridge, and the roads Beach Road and Owamoa Central Road to the current closures. The council has an obligation to protect and maintain those assets. It is easy for the council to make decisions and not spend money, allowing degradation of assets, but a council needs to be forward thinking with respect to the protection of its assets it already has invested in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Heard you loud and clear. We've got a query from Councillor Blacklock.
Thanks very much for your submission. Just along that challenge to us around forward thinking and we heard earlier around 7 generations of thinking. I just and you know all the water under the bridge aside, I was just wondering from the landowner perspective if there's a willingness around working together collaboratively and constructively around any necessary acquisition of.
We would be very happy to move forward.
Thank you.
I'm speaking on behalf of the Rays and the Kearneys, sorry. Yes. We are the only 2 landowners down that road.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Ms. Kearney, thank you very much for the submission and for the energy and passion with which you presented it. And I totally sympathise with you and the Ray family in terms of the issue you have, because the loss of the access to the road will have a very deleterious effect on your livelihood and your well-being. But my question, you said that both families would reluctantly, if option A wasn't feasible or wasn't adopted, you would reluctantly accept option C. And I'm just trying to establish, given the way you describe the Ray property and access to that property, how that would work for them. And I don't know whether Sally wants to say anything or whether you can speak on the Rays' behalf, but
the Rays have numerous paddocks from the golf club corner through to our property. It's probably a stretch of 1 kilometre, which would inhibit their access to those paddocks unless you come in from Owamoa Road.
So if we presume that the road remained open to the corner at least, then the Rays could create an internal access off the stretch running at right angles to the coast.
They'd have to go through our property for 2 paddocks, which is probably about 400 metres.
But that's okay with both families.
But it would be a distant option B, but it'd be at least we'd have half the road open anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've run out of time, but I just want to give Councillor Thompson just one opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I totally hear what you're saying, and as chair of the rating subcommittee, I would apologise because I agree with you. Our consultation has not been to the standard that we would desire on this matter. But I would point out that there is a slight complication in that when council goes out to publish a long-term plan, the audit department or some genius in that department decides that we must express an option. So whilst the paper goes out with an option, I believe it should have a disclaimer. This is not the council's preferred option. This is what the audit department have told us we have to do. So as far as I'm concerned in conversations I've had, there is no predetermination in what we're doing with the road. It's based on the feedback that we've had and work that will need to be done in the future. And I agree with you, if there's work to be done in the future, we need to be talking in the present.
Thanks, Tim. I think it would have still been appropriate to approach the landowners prior to the submissions going out, regardless of the Auditor General or whoever makes the rules. That's not of our concern.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, and taking that on board. And, you know, there is a level of ownership that we will take, you know, like on that. And thank you also to Sally for coming in. You know, we appreciate the difficult situation that your families are in, and send my regards to Claire too. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Okay, we welcome Dougal McTavish on behalf of Hamden Community Energy Society. Thank you, Dougal.
Madam Chair, councillors, good afternoon. You should have a handout that's a supplementary. It's just illustrations of some of the statements we made in our submission. Yeah. So I hope you have a copy of my original submission, because I just want to refer to section 6 in that briefly. So our submission focuses on climate change as, according to the science, it has us on a terminal trajectory at the moment. And if we don't fix the cause, then we're on a hiding to nothing. So it's kind of an overview submission, if you like. In the last land and long-term plan, we couldn't find actions sufficiently ambitious that might support the zero net carbon goal. The national government asked councillors to delay development of their long-term plans to nine years, effectively making them 9-year plans. So we asked Copilot, an AI program, to summarise what the LGA amendments affecting councils were and how councillors need to respond. And paragraph 6 in our submission is the outcome of what Copilot told us. Now, perhaps idealistically we believe Copilot, but since then, preparing for this oral presentation, we haven't been able to find the sources for all that information. So we're not sure how accurate it is, and apologise if it was misleading. But often you're trying to do these submissions in a rush and you're looking for quick ways. Maybe there's a lesson in that for us. Anyway, we did, however, find a guide to climate change related legal obligations and processes for local authorities in New Zealand, which was prepared by Lawyers for Climate Action. And the section in there is the last bit in the supplementary paper relating to local government. And that's their summation of some of the key responsibilities. And I draw your attention to, I think it's the first and last in particular. The Act requires local authorities to play a broad role in promoting the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of their communities, taking a sustainable development approach. And G, when making a decision, a local authority should take account of the interests of future as well as current communities. So I think encouraging a long-term focus. Having said that, referring to the paper now, the supplementary paper, the diagrams, really how serious is our climate situation? And we've picked out a few just illustrations really, and just looking at figure 1 there, you can see that for for the remaining global budget, the first one there, this is globally for a 1.5 degree increase. There's 170 gigatons of carbon allowance. And the equivalent years at current CO2 emissions rates is 4 years to exhaust that. Now, some people argue we've already passed that point, but this is recent stuff from Kevin Anderson for 2025. So it's one professional's calculations. And you can see for 2 degrees centigrade, it's 14 years. So we consider that it's, like a 2 degree world is really dangerous and unstable. And so we consider that it's very urgent at the moment for us to move. And how that translates into the cuts required is in figure 2. And you may have seen this diagram before. I can't remember whether I've given it to you, but I think it shows how steeply the cuts are required, which isn't surprising when given figure 1. And you can see at the bottom there that it splits it into CO2 cuts, which are higher than the average emissions equivalents. Moving to figure 3, I just wanted to make sure it's easy to forget that all the time we are increasing the chance of hitting a tipping point and various tipping points, and that's just a diagram of really the locations of elements of tipping which could occur at different times depending on how high the temperature got. And that you can see those bullet points there show that. And right now we are heading for around 3 degrees if we don't change course, even with the current provisions from the Paris Agreement. Now, most importantly, and I think this is the thing that's overlooked, is figure 4, which shows 2 important things. One is the sources of reserve, which are the stronger colours. And the big yellow block at the top is the amount of energy to get energy. You can see it's the last thing in the key there, energy required to produce energy. And you can see, so that looking at the scale there around 2030, the physical availability of resource starts declining. But more importantly, there's a lot of energy required to get that energy. And by the time it hits the right-hand axis, you can see the 2 are roughly equivalent. So it means you're spending as much energy to get a barrel of energy as is in the barrel, essentially, or heading that way. So the implications, you can imagine, if we're 80% dependent on energy, on fossil fuel energy, the implication is that we're going to get bugger all out of it by then. And it's really overlooked this, but in a sense, it's a good thing because it means that we haven't managed to cut our emissions voluntarily. But if with that scenario, it looks like we're going to be willy-nilly cutting back our fossil fuels and reducing our emissions. So in an ironic sort of a way, thought that was the bell, that it may be for the better. So what to do? We've proposed 2 specific steps. I just want to re-emphasize them. A proper risk assessment that takes into account the sort of things that we're talking about here and the urgency of them, and make sure that they're reflected in the strategic framework of the LTP. And more specifically, we repeated our request from the last LTP, develop a reduction plan as part of that and focus on mode shift and transport as a specific thing that we know will give us good returns. To steal a march and overcome any funding and manpower shortages, which Alex Palmley will no doubt be thinking about in trying to respond to this, we note from the DCC website, it has a procurement standard that seems to us could be easily adopted and adapted by a council like yours if it's not already happening. And also they have a business support program to make sure that tenderers who are trying to meet that procurement standard aren't pushed out. And so essentially they're planning on essential reductions to become a sort of everyday expectation in project proposals and reporting. Yeah, so I think that's probably about enough. And I guess in essence, we're asking to become not dragging our feet as a council, but leaders. And we think that it could be part of the Waitaki story if it's done right, and a story that if we did become leaders in New Zealand in decarbonisation, we will be really proud of that in the years to come, and our children will be too. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, David. Councillor Tim Blackler has a question.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. That the figure 4 and the handout on peak oil is something that I have an interest in, and having been schooled by Professor Rick Simpson on such topics.
He started our interest in that.
Yes,
way
yes.
back. Yeah,
and it's certainly something that's somehow regularly ends up front of mind. But I just wondered if you could explain why I always anticipated the energy required to produce energy would continue increasing as the rest, that the reserves fell away, if you like. So I just wondered.
Yeah, the fact that it's parallel.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. I mean, this is a paper. I've given the reference to the paper there. But I agree with you. It surprises me also.
And in terms of bringing it back to the community, though, and we've talked earlier about kind of thinking ahead. What do you think the implications of such a graph have on our communities, and how they kind of would likely function? And how do you see a future 100 years from now in terms of things to consider strategically for our district?
100 years is a long way to project. But I think the key point here is that irrespective of the future, whether it's constrained by emissions or it's constrained by energy, the best thing is to decarbonise. Because if you decarbonise, you're reducing your dependence on fossil fuels. You're pushing us towards sun and wind and geothermal and, renewables, which is a sort of a relocalization. And you can see, irrespective of what happens, you're in a better position. So it makes for more resilient community and a better place to live, the kind of ideals we have for Waitaki. So to me, that provides a really good guide to all your policies. And you think, well, is that going to drive, improving your transport systems or your waste management or whatever it is? If you've got that big framework, you can it pushes in the right direction. But I don't know about the future. All I can say is there won't be as much energy. We will have to cut back on a lot of things, the implications of this, and we're in the best position if we're less dependent on fossil fuels, both ways.
Thank you. Just one more from Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Gerald, thank you. Figure 4 suggests to me that an alternative to cutting back on a lot of things might be to actually, for policymakers to positively consider nuclear energy as a solution. But I particularly want to focus on one of the specific things you're asking of us, which you've asked us before. You talk about the switch to low emissions public transport networks and providing a free bus service from outlying suburbs and improving the scheduling of intercity bus services. This free bus service, is that every settlement in Waitaki or is it just Oamaru? Do you have any idea of what this would cost and what would you actually identify as an acceptable cost were we to introduce such a thing?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, clearly we haven't costed, but I can see what you're saying is, I mean, the idea behind that is simply that we need to really encourage people into public transport systems and shared systems generally. And any way we can do that is a good way. I mean, in some ways, Waitaki already has quite a admirable shared transport and low cost, low emissions transport in that, you know, the Alps, the ocean, you've got all these people roaring down into Oamaru on their bikes. I mean, that's pretty cool, isn't it? And you could easily pre-prioritise. We asked this in an earlier submission, I think, to extend it down to Dunedin. So you've got a linkage system going right through. So that's about cycling. I don't know enough about Oamaru to know just how bus services and stuff would work, but it seems to me that there must be better ways to encourage people that are realistic alternatives to vehicles so that they can look to reducing or getting rid of vehicles or sharing them and that kind of stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we're out of time now. Thank you very much for your submission and coming all the way in, especially in this weather as well. I really appreciate that, Dougal.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Yeah.
Okay, that brings us to our lunch break. So we're going to break now and resume just before 1:05 p.m. ready for the next submitter who'll be joining us from online. Okay, thank you. Okay, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome to those of you that will be joining online. So this is the afternoon session of our long-term plan hearing of the submissions, and there will be a number of people that will be hearing in person as well as going through the non-verbal submissions. So firstly, before we move to Professor Ross Dowling, just like to invite CE Alex Palmy just to say a few words as well, just for opening.
Yeah, this is just a reminder, really, that the purpose of these sessions, these hearings, are to listen to and hear the people who have said they want to speak to their submissions. All the submissions have been read and all the submissions have been analysed. And what we're doing in between, where we have gaps between people who want to come and speak, is going through the written submissions where people have said they don't want to speak. And just that's an opportunity for councillors to pick up any points where they want further investigation done to enable that to feed into the deliberations that come next week with the council. So it's a really important point to say that all of these submissions have been read, all of them have been analysed, they're all being considered. But the purpose of today is to hear from those people who say they want to speak to those submissions and then pick up any questions that councillors might have or any further investigation that is needed from those written submissions where people aren't speaking.
Great, thank you. So I would like to welcome our next submitter who will be joining us online, Professor Ross Dowling, on behalf of the Australian Geoparks Network. Good afternoon, Professor.
Yes, good afternoon, Hannah and Alex.
And we have the other councillors here and other officers from council.
Okay, so shall I start now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all good. Well, look, as you've just said, I'm the chair of the Australian Geoparks Network. I'm also a trust board member of the Waitaki Whitestone UNESCO Global Geopark. I know they have already presented, but I just wanted to try and present just a wider view of geoparks and what it can do for the Waitaki district. So the key thing is that if I had to sum up a UNESCO Global Geopark and what it does, it's basically a vehicle for regional sustainable development. I've seen these work all over the world in many different countries, and wherever they have been enacted, you've got revitalisation of communities, you've got a greater focus on economic development, on job creation, economic benefits. And of course, there is because it's UNESCO with its sustainable development goals, you've also got a focus on the environment and conservation, but within the context of sustainable development. I won't talk for long if those present wish to ask questions, but I just wanted to share a few things. I did send in a paper with my submission request, which looked at the economic value of 3 UNESCO geoparks in Asia. I've visited them all. One was Itagoya in Japan. The second was Dongbang Karst, UNESCO Global Geopark in Vietnam. And the third was Jeju Island, UNESCO Global Geopark in South Korea. I've been to all of those parks. I've seen the benefits. I've seen the improvements. I've seen the huge visitation increase. I've seen the economic vitalisation. But I've also been in other parts in the world which are pretty remote. Some, if you would consider that Waitaki is a reasonably remote geopark or region, then, for example, in northern Portugal, right up on the Spanish border, a very poor country, Portugal, in the context of Europe. And yet there, I've had the local people say to me, with the establishment of their geopark, they now have revitalisation of their community. The young people are now staying in the district and wanting to work. They've got greater respect for their culture, for their language, for their dances. They've got a focus on their food and cuisine, etc. So I've had old people there share with me with tears in their eyes just how great the geopark's been. Now, I say all that because just recently, Professor Ibrahim Kamu, one of the world's leaders of geoparks, visited your region. It was reported in the Oamaru Mail that his visit, and he was saying, look, at this stage, the geopark needs a bit of support. It's like a baby. It needs a bit of looking after. And he was saying that's where Waitaki District Council could help out with continued funding, etc. So, you know, a geopark just doesn't come into being and stand on its own. So just to conclude, I wanted to say that you know, geoparks are about regional sustainable economic development. That's the first thing. Second thing is that, yes, they will need a little bit of help to get started at the start, but after a while they are self-sustaining. And the third thing is that just even in last month, the Irish government has funded 23 million euros. They put this investment in cross-border tourism, and one of the 4 areas there, the first of 4 areas where they're putting their money is into a UNESCO Global Geopark to enhance and develop trails across the border into the UK to improve accessibility and visitor experience. I could give you lots of other examples around the world. China puts a lot of money in, etc. So all I'm trying to do is provide a larger view from outside, encouraging the Waitaki District Council through its long-term plan to continue with its support of the UNESCO Global Geopark that you've got, because I believe it to be one of the most fantastic opportunities that New Zealand's got to showcase its natural and cultural resources. That's it, Hannah.
Oh, great. Thank you very much for your submission, Professor. Do we have any comments? Councillor Ryan.
Kia ora, Professor. Thank you for your submission. I'm just really interested in, I guess, your experience visiting other geoparks and in your various roles. Have you got some really good examples of places that have become self-sustaining entities and how they've done that, and things that I guess could transfer to here? And I guess also in that space, do you have any insight into how, I guess, was it the Irish government that you said had placed that big investment in it at that central government level, and how we can potentially be getting that central government investment, I guess, attracted to Waitaki?
Yeah, look, thanks. A great question. Yeah, I think one of the best examples will be the English Riviera UNESCO Global Geopark that's down in Devon in England, and it's now very much self-sustaining. At the start, it received UK funding through their Lotteries Commission, and mainly for their arts and crafts development. But over time now, they've become self-sustaining through increased visitation, charges and fees that they put out to their tourism industry, etc. The key I've always been suggesting to the Waitaki Whitestone UNESCO Global Geopark Trust Board is, yes, eventually it would be ideal to have the national government of New Zealand put funding into the geopark during this phase. It seems like that's not happening at the moment. It might, I don't know, but it seems to be a bit of a lockdown on spending of funds. But yes, in most other countries, I have seen that it's the national government alongside with the local or provincial government. So in this case, the New Zealand government and Waitaki District Council would probably share, ideally, the funding of the geopark to get it started. But then after a while, they tend to stand on their own 2 feet. Not all countries, because China, for example, funds their geoparks centrally. Indonesia does the same. So we can't compare the New Zealand situation with those countries. But there's many other countries around the world, especially through Europe. They're the best examples. Germany, I don't know, Spain, Portugal, they've all now self-sustaining geoparks. So they would be the best examples I could give you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. We have another question from Councillor McLoud.
I think thanks for your time today, Ross, and nice to see you again. I just had a question in relation to your submission. Part of the LTP discussion has been around the potential proposal to repurpose tourism Waitaki and split off the Oamaru blue penguin colony. And I was just wondering if, from your perspective and perhaps a more global lens, if I put it to you that the geopark could potentially play a pivotal role in the kind of tourism function of what the EDA delivered, what would your response be to that?
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think that what I've seen in overseas countries is that the geopark now is the coat hanger from which all tourism emanates. It becomes more or less like a vehicle for developing a region's tourism and economic benefits. So I tend to think that more needs to be put into the global geopark. That could almost be charged as being the leader and the central organisation from which tourism emanates, whether that be cultural tourism or natural tourism, the penguin colony, or cultural tourism or Maori tourism. So yes, I think it would be a key to try and view the geopark as being the leader in this area, taking tourism forward for Waitaki.
Great, thank you very much for your time. We did
Okay.
have one more, but we are running out of time and we've got a big schedule this afternoon. Thank
No
you very
problem.
much, Professor, for your time and your submission.
Thank you. Best wishes.
Thank you. Okay, inviting Carolyn Lewis on behalf of Waitaki and Oamaru Visitor Information Centre. So welcome, Carolyn.
Hello. I'm going to keep this one short and sweet because for the first time I think I'm actually speaking in support of the funding rather than asking for more. I've basically just done a summary and some submission about the information centre and the numbers and the growth we've actually had over the last couple of years. I've realised there's one mistake in here. I still had my head around 2023, 2024. The second page should actually read in 2024, around 70% of these visitors were from overseas. That percentage is actually probably higher than that now. The big thing is that there is still an increase, even February this year compared to February last year, we're still looking 11% up on what it was a year ago. So the numbers are still rising. The core still seems to be independent travellers who are coming through, families are coming through, I won't say repeat offenders, repeat travellers from around New Zealand, especially word of mouth. We still get a continuous chorus of we didn't know what was here. We didn't know this was here. We try and convince people to actually stay longer in town and longer in the valley as a result of that. But basically what I'm saying is, this is speaking in support of that funding over the next 3 years. We actually have a little bit of security and the surety going forward. The numbers aren't falling off, they are increasing. And yes, people still do want that face-to-face information. So I'll leave it at that.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions, comments or feedback? Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Carolyn. There's, through the submissions that we've received, there have been a few comments about the location and wanting to go back to number 1 Thames. Yeah, I guess your feedback on those points that have been raised.
It's a really interesting one because what tends to happen, I'm a people watcher, behaviour change was my last life. 1 Thames was a prominent spot. Having said that, 1 Thames also got busloads of the people who are coming in who literally are only here for half an hour. We get the other end of the scale of the people who are actually coming down there who are exploring, who are travelling, who are spending time here and want to find out how to spend the extra time and can be encouraged to actually stay longer. They are 2 very different audiences. I do get frustrated when you hear the comments about how many bus tourists, so it must be really busy. Those bus tours are not the ones who are spending longer in this town. They're not the ones who are actually coming back for repeat visits. They're here for a very short period of time, as I say, most of them about half an hour or less. The ones that are here longer come down, enjoy and explore and have a good look around. The numbers we're getting through, 35,000 last year. Yeah, people are finding us. And to be quite honest, being all around New Zealand, a lot of the visitor centres and even the ice sites are not on the main drag. So.
Great. Any other questions before we wrap up? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, the funding system, other than the money that we're providing, are you still seeking only donations, or do you have a charging regime now?
I'm just going to try and separate this off, Jim, because what we're talking about here is a service delivery contract for visitor information with the council. That's not Whitestone City. That is a service delivery for visitor information. So that's what we're speaking about.
Yeah. So what you're saying is, for the service delivery, you have a specified sum of money that you require or you want us to pay. So essentially, ratepayers who may not be using the information service delivery that we're talking about are funding it at a specified level, but access to Whitestone City itself is still discretionary in the sense that it's a voluntary donation and not a specified amount.
Whitestone City is pay what you think is fair per person on the way out. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Thank you for your submission, Carolyn. Really appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you.
Okay, we move to submission 556. Welcome, Mr. Craig Jones.
Good afternoon. My name is Craig Jones. I'm a geologist by training. I've worked at Otago University, Canterbury University. I've spent 16 years at GNS Science and 10 years at Todd Energy before I've come back down to the local district. I was brought up in Waimate, so this is very much my local district as well. I'm here to put a submission forward to promote or encourage the continued funding of the geopark. I think my past history was I was involved in the early collection and development of all the fossils that you hear about. I was working at Otago University under Dr. Ewan Fordyce. I was his assistant, field assistant and research assistant. Since then, I have worked around the world and in many different aspects in New Zealand. And I think this is a fantastic asset to the region. It ties the whole of the region together in a continuous series of stories that link the information that has been created over many, many years into a rich and valuable tapestry. I think this sort of story is something that can tie the whole region together in terms of its sharing of this information around the world. Geoparks are a very important part of other communities around the world. China has 41 of them. Europe has several tens in each of the countries of Italy, Spain, France. These are all promoted as part of a rich tapestry of culture and is based on community rather than a tourist mecca. It was designed more around enriching and telling the stories of the regions and using that to develop economic benefits for those regions, which I think fits very well with this region. Everything we see here throughout the Waitaki Valley is part of the geological story. The rich glacial lakes and clean waters and their use as a hydro energy source, the subsequent fishery, aquaculture fishery, it's unique in the world for its growing of salmon in high country. The concept of food developed in the greening of the Waitaki Plains with the irrigation developed into cheeses that are internationally renowned. All of that is a geological story that is beyond just the fossils and the stories that they can tell in the hinterland. That then carries on through to the presenting this to international visitors, especially people from places like China, where this is an essential part of their community. They travel around the world now and look to places like other geoparks to see and experience those sort of stories. I've been involved in the geopark as a volunteer, as a mentor, and as sort of a technical expert, because I can talk to the fossils. I've worked in the region, and I'm supporting the management of it. The management of it is more about mentoring the local community to be more involved, to develop up these potential business models, to put the name Geopark on their products, to get that out there into the international market. So that's my point of view regarding the continuing funding of this initiative.
Great, thank you very much. Craig, do we have any questions? Councillor Hopkins, so he's got a question.
Yeah, Craig, apologies for asking you this, but I didn't have a chance to ask Professor Dowling. There are two clear camps with regard to this year's submissions. There's a coterie of people, many of whom represent other organisations, agencies outside the district, passionately advocating for the geopark. There is an overwhelming, the one issue that comes through from members of this community is stop funding the geopark. That is one of the key messages in this year's long-term plan submissions. So given we keep on hearing that this is a wonderful opportunity for New Zealand and that the Irish are throwing £22 million at amongst other things, a geopark, the British government's funded the Riviera of the UK geopark, why is the New Zealand government not coming to the party? And what do people like yourself say to the community here that says Waitaki can no longer sustain this on its own?
I would put forward that what you're actually funding is the management and mentoring of a local community to become more involved in marketing the geopark as part of the marketing of the region. The region is the geopark. So if you want to market the region internationally as a tourist benefit, as a tourist destination like Queenstown, the geopark is its core story, and you're funding the management and coaching of the community to get that out there. Geoparks are funded from the ground up. They're a local community-based type arrangement. You can't get money out of the wider government because it's a local focus, but we can afford to fund few positions to get that kind of promotion out there that reaches internationally. For bang for buck, you won't get any better.
Thank you very much, Craig, for your submission. That's about all we have time for today. So we really appreciate you coming in and providing that informative information. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Warm welcome to our next submitter, Andrew Singer. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just read on here. You don't need to read it all out. So I've sort of summarised the submission, which was really submitted as a whole series of about 13 questions. In reality, there was sort of more than that. And on closer reading the LTP, quite a few of them are answered. So I will summarise it as quickly and succinctly as I can. It may wander slightly, but I do apologise for the one undiscovered error in the original submission. The misnaming of the Waitaki District Council is shown as Waitaki. And to be fair, that was an improvement on the misnaming that I did find incorrect as a result of some pronunciation communication errors between myself and Microsoft, which had you named as the Wild Turkey District Council. So you were spared that one. The main issue I want to raise is my concern over the formation of the Water Services Company, and despite the assurance given yesterday by Councillor Thompson, who I greatly respect, the formation of this one does somewhat feel like a predetermined and assumed position. The LTP states that based on the assumption that water services will be delivered by a new water services company by 1st July 2027. And that's just after it talks about the LTP discussing the option of relocating the Orwell Street pump station to deal with coastal erosion and environmental risks. And I wonder, is consideration being given to coastal protection using concrete tetrapods or similar, as have been used in many locations globally, such as Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, Japan and France? All of these countries have used concrete tetrapods to build man-made islands, extend airports, reclaim land and protect infrastructure from typhoons, monsoons, and extreme weather events very successfully. Concrete tetrapods used to be locally manufactured here for the breakwater for a short time, but they could also be used to create protection for roading and rail infrastructure close to the coast rather than closing it down or rerouting around the eroded coastline. But back to the issue of the formation of the company, the purchase of the infrastructure, the delivery of all water services, as well as the cost and debt of these activities will be funded by debt incurred by the new company, which is in turn owned by the council, which is in turn owned or funded by the ratepayers. The council will appoint directors to sit on the company board, and yes, there's letters of expectation issued each year outlining and setting out how the company is expected to perform, along with, one would assume, some KRIs and KPIs to the chair, at least probably with some sort of focus on profitability. The LTP also states that the benefits of transferring to a separate water services company include access to greater funding, board oversight of the delivery of our water infrastructure and services, and the opportunity for future collaboration with other councils if they join us, which would enable the sharing of resources and knowledge to promote efficiency. And it all sounds quite lovely, but as I stated in my submission, does this not merely add an additional layer of management and bureaucracy to the current provision of water services? And should not the oversight of the Waitaki District that the Waitaki District Council intends to place upon the proposed water services company and the collaboration with other councils to share resources and knowledge already exist within the council? As a rural water user, I'm already on a restricted water supply that currently costs $892 per year. That's 1,800 litres a day. The LTP proposes that as well as a water restriction, rural users will also be metered, and I assume also pay a metered rate. I just wonder, shouldn't it be one or the other? We've heard from other submitters about the extraordinary financial burdens that have occurred with privatised or semi-privatised water companies overseas. We've heard about the problems at Wellington Water with the lack of oversight and tendering processes, accusations of price gouging, and a continued breakdown of faith in their water services. Sending out a monthly bill from a water services company may make the council rates appear less, but in reality, is it just a case of giving with one hand and taking with the other? And I'm sorry, this part particularly wasn't on the original submission, but I did wonder what happens when your ratepayer are unable to pay a bill, which I have no doubt will be significantly larger than the current water component of the rates. What of those residents, many of whom have lived their lives here, paid rates here for decades, may find themselves unable to pay another bill on their fixed income? Will they be cut off? The council, as I see it, has some very basic duties: provision of water services along with roading, libraries, parks, council, community facilities, and some housing is amongst these. And I urge the council to reconsider handing over the provision of water services to an organisation that feels like a semi-privatised organisation removed from the council public services and ratepayers. And I can sort of leave a copy of this summary.
That would be
for you,
helpful.
if you
Yeah,
like.
yes. Thank you for that. That's the second bell that's rung, but I think Councillor McCone wants to make a comment very quickly.
Yeah, look, Andrew, thank you very much for that, and it's very in-depth, and you've raised a whole lot of questions that are still probably unanswerable at the minute, but it'll certainly keep our focus in the line of where we should be going and what we need to answer.
Thank you very much for your submission and for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome to Anna Evington.
Thank you, Anne. Hello, everyone. Oops. Okay. Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about the water options in the long-term plan. The consultation document told us that council's preferred option is a Waitaki-only CCO. We were told that a CCO would mean slowing the increase of charges. We were told that the costs won't rise as much. We were told a CCO was a more affordable way for our communities. But further down in the fine print of the consultation document, a careful reader could find the graph on page 23 from the Morrison Lowe consultant report that shows a CCO would not, in fact, result in lower charges. Morrison Lowe pointed out that a CCO would cost more right from the start. And the graph shows that by 2033, the CCO would cost the average customer about $500 more per year compared to keeping water in-house. Your submission summary shows that 43% of submitters favoured keeping water in-house and only 25% agreed with your preferred option of a CCO. Maybe this was because the 43% understood what the Morrison Lowe report was saying, or maybe it was just because they don't believe that separating off water and hiring a new board of directors and a whole new level of bureaucracy was going to save any money. Or maybe they've just learned that sometimes we're not being told the whole picture here. I understand the council must state their preferred option when publishing consultation documents. It's another thing for council to be actively working toward that preferred option prior to completing public consultation and not to provide information that could affect people's decisions in that consultation. A lack of transparency and council being seen to give lip service in public consultation and taking little notice of consultation results if they do not serve the agenda is breeding ill will. This ongoing behaviour of council is becoming a hot topic of conversation and of increasing concern to many ratepayers and residents. There's really no legitimate reason to do a public consultation on this complex matter unless the public is given complete and honest analysis of the issue. You and your staff will face this challenge once again with the upcoming consultation about this that will again present options for water services. The next time, I expect that the preferred option will be a regional water agency with 4 or more other districts. I understand you adopted a letter of commitment for such an agency on the 25th of February, and this is clearly what the Mayor seems to be pushing for. There's some important facts that should be shared with the public in the upcoming consultation. 1, water charges will be higher under a regional agency than keeping them in-house by an estimated $1,000 per year by 2033, according to Morrison Lowe. Waitaki will lose control over water charges, borrowing and service levels of a regional agency because it would have only 1 vote on the shareholder board. 3, having borrowed and spent about $60 million since 2020 on water and wastewater, Waitaki is in a significantly better position than any other district likely to be a part of this regional agency. Other districts face serious challenges from system breakdowns, debt limits, or both. 4, a regional agency would be forced to prioritise the needs of other struggling districts compared to Waitaki, which doesn't face any severe or immediate problems. Has the council obtained information regarding the state of water services in these regions prior to providing this letter? Has there been any inquiry into the estimated costs required to bring the water infrastructure of these regions up to scratch prior to the provision of this letter? A regional agency would need to establish a whole new bureaucratic machine to serve far-flung territory with a paid board of directors, administrators, finance professionals, legal support, all of which would impose substantial new costs on water charges. Prospective member districts don't share any common water sources or systems, so it's entirely speculative to claim that there'd be operational efficiencies by putting them under a regional agency, and there's certainly no certainty that costs would be less rather than more. I suspect the real motive behind a regional agency, while it's stated in the proposal, is to allow districts to dump all their existing water debt into the new agency so that these other districts will have headroom, as will Waitaki, For new borrowing while staying under debt limits, council gets to absolve themselves of responsibility and ratepayers pay increasing costs and water charges.
And we are running out of time, and I do have the mayor with his hand up to ask a question or make a comment. Mayor Gary Kutcher.
Hi, Gary.
You're on mute, Gary.
Sorry. Thank you. Challenges of the technology. Anyway, thanks very much for the submission that you've made, Anna. I do want to just correct a couple of things. One is that we've entered into an agreement to join with 4 other councils. We've entered into an agreement to investigate that, and there will be further consultation, as that's one option, and there'll be a couple of others, including status quo. The figures, all of the figures that have currently been publicised have been a work in progress. They are being modelled, and they are being there are changes happening along the way. There has been an assumption, or what most of the graphs that have been out there show, basically levelising the charges across all of the participating councils from day one. It's highly unlikely. Well, it's very, very unlikely that that's not going to happen. That it may not ever completely harmonise, but that's the situation. So it is. Yeah, we are looking at how we do the best for our community, and how we are facing massive costs for water, and those are going to impact every single household. What we are doing will only happen if we think we can get those costs down from what they would be. So I do have a question though for you, and that is, do you think that council does everything as efficiently as it could?
I believe that we're spending an awful lot of money on consultation and projects that currently are not essential services. I think that one of the matters I put in my written submission was about the stadium, and I do have questions about that. We started at 10 million, then it's 15 in the consultation document. It's gone up to 17.9 with operational costs of $1.1 million per year, according to the graph that's shown. I think that we need to be pulling back and looking at what we do in these times to keep costs down in the face of rising charges and lowering incomes. I think that council is not necessarily acting as efficiently as they could. There's a lot of services that should be kept in-house and not being given out to consultants, hugely inflated costs.
Thank you. I'm going to have to bring it to a close. I'm really sorry. And we're cutting into half of the next person's submission. So thank you very much for coming in.
I'm happy to leave a copy of this.
Thank
here.
you. That would be good.
I'll just write my name on it. Thank you for your time, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, welcome to Grant, Stanley, Robert Eames, who is joining us online. Welcome.
Welcome. Yes, thank you. First of all, I'd just like to congratulate you on the weekly news. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, yeah, sorry, pictures are changing. Just thank you first on weekly news being produced. I find that quite informative, and it was only by receiving that I got in time to put some submission in. What I'm really want to submit about is the short-term rentals or holiday home rentals that you've got there. One of your statements says that releasing short-term ones and trying to get long-term accommodation, I don't think you will win that very much. If I take many of the situations around, I'll speak mainly on behalf of Lake Ohau area, because families, they build them as a holiday home and they want to use them themselves. So it does forbid a long-term rental if you determine that to be from one year into the other. I think it's really a supply and demand issue. And of course, everybody, peak season, can't find any accommodation. Some of the short-term rentals, as I call them, do allow people for 3 or 4 months and off peak times, or just when they're not using them. So I think we'll always reserve the right to build as holiday homes, and the families want to use them. I believe tourism, in my experience, having been 60 years up here and previously hotel owner and operator, as well as now having short-term rentals, the demand is growing for short-term rentals. It must be just a type. I've just noticed this over the last couple of years, where people, New Zealand and overseas, are looking for somewhere where they can actually relax and have their own space and so forth. So these short-term rentals do seem to do that. I'm not opposed to a fee. I see that we can be, we are, I guess, for many of us, it was just going to be to cover basic costs, but it's ended up, the demand is such that it's really become a business. So I'm not opposed to a fee, but the big question is, how do you do it? We do pay GST now through all the Airbnb, all those websites. We do, even if you're not registered for GST, you do still have to pay a proportion of GST, but not the 15%. So we do pay that. What in the discussions in the last few days with some friends and stuff from there is, we do have to submit accounts and give the information of how many nights we use it privately, how many nights we charge, how many paying customers and how many days the house is available throughout the year, and then we're taxed accordingly on that. And so the only way I see we're a very fair way of perhaps doing it is all those short-term rentals, is that with that same information, I don't know whether councils can access that or request that or something, that a fee be based basically on your net income at the end of the annually on a period. Would be one fair way where everybody, if you're only renting it for a couple of 3 months a year, you're probably not going to have a great income from that, and base the fee on a percentage of your net income. As a possible way of being fair to all, because a long-term renter is also a business, and so he will have costs there, and if he's doing long-term rental or buying a house purely for short-term rental and gets more income, well, he'll be paying a fair proportion, just the same, I think.
Excuse me, Grant, we have had the second bell ring, and I just want to do a quick round in case someone from council want to have they have a question to ask you.
Yep.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Grant, very quickly, thank you for the submission. Your last sentence under the holiday rentals, you say, this is your written submission, short-term rentals do provide affordable accommodation for families. I was surprised to read that, because the argument nationally is the Airbnbs and the like have actually diminished the availability of properties for families. And I'm just curious to know, what's your definition of a short-term rental, and how indeed might such a rental arrangement actually provide meaningful, long-term, affordable accommodation for families?
Yeah, my definition of short-term rental is where the house will be on a website and people can book it for any length of time they wish. Depending where you are, some only have a one-night stay, but you can stay for one night, and a number have a minimum of 2 nights or 3 nights, whatever they want to do. That's a minimum. That's what I call a short-term rental. A long-term rental is what I call anybody that's, you know, sign up a tenancy agreement and they're there until they either terminate it or you try and get them out. And so it can work out actually as a cheaper place for a holiday for a family with a couple of kids as against a hotel or motel where you've got to purchase several units and you've got to pay for meals and so forth.
Sorry, Grant, we'll run out of time. We do have other people that are here waiting to have these submissions heard. So yeah, thank you very much for your submission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have our next submitter, Gary McLoud. Thank you for your patience, Gary.
Right. Good afternoon. My name's Gary McLoud. I'm a ratepayer in North Otago of 3 properties, 2 urban, Oamaru and 1 in rural Windsor. I've most recently finished working at Oamaru meat plant, where I was environmental manager and had waste, water and water production as part of my role. Although I've submitted on my own behalf, I'm also chair of Corridor Water Management, which means I have a particular interest in rural water schemes and the effect of Waitaki District Council possibly becoming part of a wider Otago CCO. So on topic 1 comments, I can see the benefit of option A for urban supplies, but for restricted supplies, I believe option B is a better option. And my preference is to keep rural water under the control of Waitaki District Council. As I say, Waitaki District Council being part of Otago CCA, bringing large increases to our schemes. At present, they are run reasonably efficiently and cost about the same or a bit less than ratepayer contributions to run. Rural gravity-fed restricted water schemes face different issues than urban water schemes, which are not well understood by urban water scheme suppliers, which of course that doesn't include Waitaki District Council, who well understand, or people and organisations such as the Department of Internal Affairs. This is from experience of trying to explain how restricted water schemes operate to urban people wanting to change, buy or sell properties in rural North Otago. After reading the Morris and Lowe report, it seems to look at urban water, i.e. water, wastewater and stormwater, and doesn't seem to have any relevance to rural gravity-fed restricted water schemes. The report does show lower costs of a Waitaki District Council CCO compared to Waitaki District Council and House from 2043. That's 18 years away. So a bit of a gamble really, and it could in fact be more than forecast. Other CCO models appear to have more cost and over the same period, i.e. the Otago-wide. The report discusses a prohibition on harmonisation for a period of 3 to 5 years. What happens after that for all ratepayers, but especially rural ratepayers who are also facing increases in the general rates, albeit with the water taken out and charged separately. So we don't know what the cost there is going to be. So it's water. Topic 2, I'm just comment on district-wide water metering. I think that's a sensible thing to do, as watering of on-demand water supplies has benefits such as encouraging the reduction of water waste and water use and long-term reducing the need for storage. Infrastructure investment. Although I said no there to increasing costs, I should have said yes. Infrastructure investment, not sure how it works in Waitaki District Council, but if stormwater goes to wastewater plants, this should be split to a separate system away from wastewater which can be overwhelmed in large rainfall events, which with climate change is looking more likely. And finally, just looking at the proposed changes in fees for 25-26, I don't agree with the over $2,000 increase in Corridor Ward general and roading rate. I think that's excessive. A lot of the costs, especially in the roading, how do dairy trucks contribute, tourists, how do they contribute to the roading wear and tear? Does central government contribute out of, I'm sure you guys have had this argument, but central government, do they contribute to your roading in a district? So that's me.
Great, thank you very much, Gary. Do we have any comments? Councillor McComb.
Just like to assure everybody, I didn't write that.
Okay, one more comment from Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Gary, just that last figure, I had underlined that in your written submission, and thank you very much. You say you don't agree with the 2,305 increase in Corridor Ward general and roading rate. That wouldn't be a figure that would be applicable to every property in Corridor, I don't think. Unless I've got something completely wrong.
I thought that would be,
sorry?
That would be rated somehow per property, would it? By on land value?
So it would vary based on the size?
It would vary,
yeah.
So just to clarify, I think it's referencing the example at the back of the average agricultural rate within Corridor Ward.
Still.
Great, thank you very much, Gary, for coming in, and really appreciate your submission.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, we have Mr. Graham Clark. Welcome.
Thank you, Hannah. Thanks, councillors and council staff. I'll be very brief. I really just wanted to put a face to my submission. I'll just quickly run through, and I've added a couple of extra comments, but just the water services stay with council. And I've said the better the devil you know, keep the water services in council. Why would you set up a new company with directors, CEO and staff when we have the skills and expertise in-house? I would stick to the status quo of continue to charge for water in the same way based on average household use. So no, and that's no additional costs in the short term. So we don't have to set up water meters and things. Topic 3, should council invest more in stormwater infrastructure? And I've said yes. And I would suggest that we'd upgrade the existing rock protection in the existing location. So Beach Road is a bit of a topic of mine, which I've stood here before in 2013. I even created a movie about it once. So I've said option A, there really probably should be another option, but to realign the road in a new position around the holes and install the rocks to protect the 2.8 kilometre stretch of coastline. So my comments in the interim, realign the road where necessary around the excavated areas. So, and even if it was just a gravel single lane road in the meantime, to keep the beach road open. To future proof, I have spoken to some landowners. There could be negotiations done with landowners to purchase or negotiate to extend the road reserve up to 50 metres and build a new road. It's been suggested to me that you could reuse, you can actually recycle the existing roading that's there now, that's still there. The existing seal can be reused again. So I've said the road is an important local and visitor route to Kakanui and Wainekarua. So it's an easy option to close the road. We need to have a strategy to future-proof the entire beach road, right to Wainekarua. This is road's, it's part of our heritage. It's part of our attraction of our coastal district. It can also be a crucial bypass to State Highway 1. And I would hope you wouldn't be the council that decides closure of Beach Road forever. The funding, the $12 million estimation is funded over 30 years, which would be about 420,000 a year, but that's just an estimation from council, I guess. Topic 4 about the Waitaki Tourism Economic Development and our penguins. So I say keep the existing community and economic development that you've already set up. You've got a department here in council. Why do we need a new agency with new directors and a new CEO, etc.? The key benefits that are listed, which I was looking at this just this morning, should be happening now. You've got benefits here about flexibility, efficiency, funding opportunities, partnership focus, expert coordination, cost savings, long-term focus, transparency and collaboration with council. This should be happening now anyway with the existing setup you've got. And use local consultants and local knowledge. You know, the council's got a comms team, we've got social media people, and it should be utilised to promote tourism and economic growth. And the Blue Penguin Colony profits should be used once the Blue Penguin Colony has used what they need. It should be used in the maintenance and the upgrade of the harbour and future repairs and maintenance. Just quickly, the council's selling some of the properties. The one I've picked up on was the old Palmerston Library. I think it would be worth keeping that building. It's a classic heritage building, and I think it would be a mistake to sell it. Each community should decide on the future of their halls. I've answered all the other things. So, sorry, Airbnb accommodation. So this is an important one for me. I have, as probably a lot of you know, I do have Airbnb and I've been operating one for a long time. We're not in competition with traditional accommodation providers where the guests that we have aren't likely to stay in hotel and motels. The reason we have Airbnb as opposed to rental is that we have some sort of control and flexibility over our investment. It's where Airbnb providers are providing a service for the town. There's sports, conferences and festivals. It's important we can offer short-term accommodation. It's providing a service. It was, you know, particularly recently in the Netflix production, it was crucial that this extra accommodation was available, and it's less of an impact on infrastructure. It's casual visitors. It's not long-term visitors. And you've read what I've said at the end. I hope this is the time to show restraint in spending in these tough economic times. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. That's probably about all we have time for. But really appreciate your submission, and don't worry, we won't forget your face.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to our next one. We have a Melissa Heckle online. Welcome, Melissa.
Thank you. So do I just start with what I wanted to say, or?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to speak about the Kakanui Hall because I think that it's an important piece of social infrastructure for the Kakanui village community. It could be useful in emergency response. It can also create business enhancing opportunities for Kakanui makers, artisans and growers, increase the visibility of their businesses, can expand the tourist offering and build on the identity of Kakanui. The use of the hall to support social activities is also important. And I think that, you know, we have like a group of artisans and makers and growers who their offering could be enhanced and become part of a tourist offering in Kakanui if this infrastructure is retained. And it would dovetail quite nicely with the Vanished World trails and some of the natural amenity attractions of Kakanui. It also has heritage value, and I know some of the other submitters have commented on that, which also enhances tourist values. So I'm speaking in support of retaining that hall. I don't know so much about the other halls that are listed for possibility of sale, but I think that it probably those halls are also important for the social infrastructure that they provide in some of these communities that have very little social infrastructure. And a lot of them have heritage value as well. I also wanted to talk about just the general investment in public spaces as a good investment for existing residents and can attract younger working age people to the district, which is important for the economy. There are already a couple of weekend galleries in Kakanui, which I think the use of the hall could support those galleries. And there are other ideas that people have in the community for the use of that hall, such as for crop swaps and guest speakers and art exhibitions. So, yeah, that's my piece. I also commented on a few other things, but I'm not sure if you want to ask me any questions.
Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask Melissa? Not at this stage, and we've got about a minute left to go.
Okay. I also want to talk about the Coast Road because I think it's a very expensive proposition maintaining the Coast Road, and I think there are alternatives that could be pursued, such as a walking, cycling track for the Coast Road. I think the council should consider other options because maintaining the road is going to be a very expensive option, and it's not the only access road, so it's not a big priority in terms of access.
Thank you, Melissa. I don't think anyone else has any questions.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll welcome our next submitter in chambers. Welcome to Alison McTavish on behalf of the Kuri Creek Planting Group.
Kia ora koutou. I've got a confession to make first of all, which is that I wrote the most important part of my submission for the Kuri Creek planting group, but as I was trying in a ham-fisted way to upload it, I got involved with the submission form for everybody else and started answering a few questions there before I tuned into don't want to answer or whatever it is. So it's actually all the ones that are on your standard submission form are actually from me, and the one about Kuri Creek is from the Kuri Creek Planting Group and has been circulated to them and approved by them. So is that quite clear? Okay, so I won't go into the standard submission form. I'll concentrate on Kuri Creek. I think you've all got a couple of photos for those people who don't know the area. The one from further up shows its relation to the Hamden beachfront. And so you've got the beachfront in the left, and then you've got the camping ground, you've got the Kuri Creek coming out, you've got a bridge over the Kuri, and then you've on your left, you've got the Memorial Grove, and then you've got the whole Kuri Creek Preserve with Carlisle Street running through it to the cemetery. And the other one, which actually shows the whole reserve, or to the extent of that we have planted. So you can see the oxbow of Curry Creek, and we planted within that oxbow. Yeah, so it's taken us some time. It's devilishly hard planting. And we're just a small group of people who like to plant trees, basically. And I noticed this on page 11 of your discussion document, and I quote, "We're looking to partner better with organisations and community groups. We cannot and should not do everything ourselves, particularly when there are others who can do it better than us with us." And I just want to say that I think that the role of the council here is incredibly important and quite difficult. It's a difficult balance between taking over and actually providing the continuity that community groups often need, because we come and we go, we have health problems or holidays or fall off the perch or whatever. So in order to get the security of being able to invest a lot of time and effort, as we do, into something like this, we want to know that we've got the backing of the council. So that's how I read that paragraph in the discussion document. So what we want is not for the council to take over and do it all, but just a few hours budgeted every year to help with maintenance, with tasks that we're not qualified to do, perhaps. You know, you need a special certificate or something for chopping down a tree, whatever. So that's really what we want, and being able to coordinate with council to make sure that we're not stepping on any toes. So that's why we want this to be added to the list of projects for the LTP. And we'd also just like to say that we think it's a great fit for the LTP. And I've got another quote here from Dr. Ibrahim Como, the Global Geoparks Network Association Vice President, who said, "We have to tell people for them to appreciate it. Otherwise, what you see before you is just a cliff. But if the rocks are, say, 10 million years old, they keep a record of 10 million years of stories there." So this fits in so well with the Waitaki story and the geopark. You'll see in my submission that the site itself has got several really interesting geopark kind of functions. And we think that within the context of a really nice walk through bush, you could have niches, and I've given you the example of the giant Hamden penguin and a sculpture of that. The Runaka says that we can put up some simple po to celebrate the fact that there were moa hunter camps there 600 years ago. And of course, where there were moa hunters, there were moa. And the whole of the Hamden beachfront, which you can see quite clearly from a bench we've already got up there in the reserve. You can see the land where all these bones and shells and so on were ploughed up. And we think that there's a possibility for that kind of thing from national funding for regional tourism development. Don't know, but just a suggestion that that perhaps is a possibility. So, as I say, my hope is that you will include it in the long-term plan so that if we then decide we need a little bit of help with mowing the tracks or evening them out or something like that, we'll be able to apply to you, and the budget will be there. Okay.
Great, thank you very much, Alison. I do have councillor Thompson with a question.
Thank you, Alison. I've been privileged to visit the site on a couple of occasions to see what you've achieved and trying to achieve. Do you, when you say a little bit of help, do you actually have a figure in mind? Do we earmark 1,000, 10,000, 100,000?
I'm not very au fait with what I think would be the main things, which are council labour hours, the cost of that. But I do know that last year there was something like a couple of days put aside to help us with a bit of maintenance. Really, it was, I think, 8 years between the felling of the trees and when we started planting. So in the meantime, blackberry, sycamores, broom, periwinkle, elderberry all took hold. And sometimes of the year, you know, it's really helpful to have a little bit of help with those things. If we can knock them back at a certain time of year, you know, we get a break, the trees get a break.
Great, thank you very much. Just lastly, Tim Blackper.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge your guys' work down there more than anything. Dougal mentioned this morning not having time to put a submission together, and I think there's an explanation for that, given the effort you guys, along with your fellow community members, put in down there. So I just want to acknowledge that. I've personally seen you guys out there toiling away in that area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for your submission.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll welcome Mr. Grant, council.
Yeah.
Welcome, Grant.
G'day. Yeah, mine is objection is about Beach Road. And the reason I say Beach Road should not be closed is, first of all, it's a scenic drive with views down to the coast, and it's a tourist run. And when coming from Dunedin, they use Beach Road and they get to the top of Beach Road and Wharf Street, and they get a view of Oamaru that they can't get from any other road in from the south. And then that's a lead in to the old part of Oamaru. If they don't take that road, they take the road that you've got at the moment, and they just get onto the highway and they just go straight through. So you lose out on tourists. Since I've moved to Oamaru, every time I use that road, it's just like the first time. It's got such a wow effect. And everyone I've told to go that way has been blown away by the scenery that is needed to move. All that's needed is the road to be moved over 30 metres. And at $1 million a K, that's only 2.5 K to fix the road. And then you wouldn't need to spend 12 million fixing up the bank. And that should last for at least 30 years. And most of that does not need to be done for a few years yet anyway. Make it into a bike track and 5% of Oamaru will get to use it. And that's just a waste of a scenic road. It's not a road, it's a tourist attraction. This road is likened to the Great Ocean Road in Australia. And at the end there, where is all the good dirt gone? There's only 5% of the dirt that came out of that hole was contaminated, but 100% of it was dumped. Was there an overseer coordinating that job? Where is the dirt gone? And it should have been put back in the hole after the rubbish was removed. The rubbish that was thrown down the bank was just thrown down as a fly tip, so it wasn't buried. It was just sitting there, and then yous come along and filled up 2 big crevasses and straightened that road up. That road should never have been straightened up. Those 2 beams should have been just softened and still carried on around that that crevasse where the rubbish was dumped. And finally, there was a hell of a lot of money spent on that road just before you closed it. You widened 1,000-acre road so that people could turn into Gardeners Road safely. Then you resealed Gardeners Road and Beach Road. Then you spent God knows how much on that slip fixing it, only for 11 months later to close the road down and take away all the good dirt and dump it. And this has been a waste of money and badly managed. And then I've just got a whole lot of things here from information from St Andrews. We're 38 metres from the cliff face, and the cliff face is worse than our Beach Road cliff face. And 38 metres from there, they're building brand new house. They're supposed to last 50 years. So that's going to last 50 years, 30 years at least, if you were to move the road over. And I've got all this here, which I want to table, all about St Andrews, and this is all from ECAN and God knows where.
Thank you, Grant. We are running out of time. If you've got extra information there for us to have a look at, feel free to leave it. Here we have heard a number of people submit on the Beach Road issue, so you're not the only one. And we, yeah, thank you for your submission.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So where do I leave that?
Okay, welcome to Faye Ormondy.
Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've got something here that I wondered if I could pass around. Is that possible? And just to have a look, and I'll refer to it at the end of my presentation. I know you've got some tough decisions to make about the LTP funding, but having had a good bit of time working to bring a UNESCO Global Geopark to this district, I feel that I have to speak up. And just to be very clear, I might be a townie now, but I haven't always been a townie, and I'm not promoting a vanity project. I grew up on a farm on the corner of State Highway 83 and Taylor's Road, just this side of Duntroon. So the Willses were our neighbours. It's a piece of ground that's got some pretty gnarly escarpments on it. I also have worked for the Civic Trust and a number of other organisations in Oamaru and then in Australia before we returned here. So I have a good idea about what can bring prosperity and development to a district. We lived for 13 years in Albury-Wodonga on the bank of the Murray River in New South Wales and Victoria. So I'd like to promote the value of a good idea, and in this case, the Waitaki Whitestone UNESCO Global Geopark. And if I can bring a comparison, only a few years ago, this district found it hard to find the value in the Victorian precinct. Something has resulted in a complete turnaround. Can't possibly be only a Netflix movie and possibly a New Zealand landmarks, a heritage landmark status. And I wonder if it's just time. People need time. to understand and getting behind a vision that a very committed group of people have held on to. The geopark will be the same, but it needs a hand up in these early stages, which should not be interpreted as a handout. Every last cent of ratepayers' money will be carefully spent, and I hope, as with the Victorian Precinct example, it won't take long for people to get on board and understand the value of having a UNESCO Global Geopark. Oamaru's unique buildings and the land of the geopark are one. Think about it. Every stone in this district's limestone buildings came from a quarry somewhere in the ground of the Waitaki district. Where did the idea for a geopark come from? Just so you know, it wasn't that one morning Fergus woke up and decided that Waitaki district would become a UNESCO Global Geopark. Yes, he was supportive, and so have councils been, but the idea had started long before. We have internationally acclaimed authority on the Oligocene period, the late Professor Ewan Fordyce from Otago University, thanked for beginning the discussion with UNESCO in 2013. Then a very committed group of Vanished Field volunteers, along with Ewan, kick-started the process about 3 years ago. Unfortunately, I don't have time today to go into the detail, but I'm very happy to sit down with anyone who'd like to know more. But I would like to say that there was a rigorous selection process and that the Waitaki District's geopark proposal was chosen from several applications from throughout New Zealand. As most of you know, Vanished World has merged into the geopark. Weekends, holidays and staff leave is still covered by volunteers. I was volunteering on Sunday, and I believe we are now seeing more visitors who know we are a UNESCO Global Geopark, people from the 4 corners of the world, including from New Zealand and closer to home. Increasingly, they have either a professional or amateur interest in geology and natural history. They are fascinated by what Vanished World has on display and amazed at the quality and range of items in the Vanished World shop. It is likely it is the best natural history shop in New Zealand. Children are asking a staggering number of interesting questions. Duntroon is becoming a metropolis. And I know the same can be said for all the towns up the valley. I see the latest tourism trend as detour tourism. Imagine signs at Marama or State Highway 1 saying, take a detour through our geopark. There is no amount that can be put on the value of having iwi support, involvement and collaboration with the geopark. It is beyond comprehension. And I'd like to congratulate Mel McGlinchey on his recent election as chairman of the geopark, and Christina Hilber from Otago University as deputy chairman. To what are unpaid trusteeships, their input will be invaluable. Having our district as a UNESCO Global Geopark, the only one in Oceania, should be a reason for immense pride. Through the Geoparks education program within this district, children are learning about what is a rattling rock, where to find them if they're lucky, and what is grey wacky. I don't know that you can put a value on all of that.
Thank you, Faye. Excuse me, we have run out of time. But we do appreciate your submission and also all the volunteer hard work that you provide at the Vanished World as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, really appreciate that.
I will have to retrieve that. Can I speak to a minute for that? I was going to finish up with what that is that I've just sent round. It is a scarf made from wool from this district, white, grown in this district and woven in this town. And story behind it is the story of the Waitaki.
Is that Waitaki tartan?
It's in the way to becoming a Waitaki tartan, absolutely, and will be used to promote this district by Sue and Rob McLean, and it's they're looking to be able to transfer that design not just in tartans but into other fabrics so that it can be used for all sorts of promotional material for this town or for this district. It's a fantastic opportunity for the town. Thank you.
That's lovely. Thank you very much, Faye. Okay, what we'll do is we're going to take our afternoon break. It's 2:30. We'll have a 10-minute break and then we'll I come back at 2:40. Thank you. Okay, tēnā koutou katoa, welcome again. We've just finished our afternoon tea break and we're ready to get back into hearing the submissions in person. So we have submission number 579 found on page 84. Mary O'Brien on behalf of CCS Disability Action. So we weren't able to hear or have audio with Mary yesterday, so she's going to give it another go this afternoon.
Hello. We connected?
You have an excited crowd here.
Oh, goodness, I hope so. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, we can see you.
Look, I actually think that might be an advantage today for you guys. If you can't see me, if that's okay. I'm on my phone and it won't let me start the video camera. So if that's all right with you, is that okay if I proceed?
As long as we can hear you and that's okay with you.
Yep, I'm absolutely fine with it.
Awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. So, your worship and councillors, as you know, my name is Mary O'Brien. You've seen me twice already, and third time lucky. Here's hoping. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear today, and I particularly want to thank the staff who have helped me with all my IT issues. A help desk tells me my system's perfect too, so who knows. I want to start by saying that we fully submit the submissions by Jackie Eagleton and Zane Eagleton yesterday. We work closely together and we are really enjoying working with the council. Yesterday they mentioned an equity and inclusion policy. The adoption of this will ensure that the council, as a matter of course, engages with the most vulnerable people in the area. And this will provide the council with key information to inform your investment. Investing in vulnerable people always creates benefits for the rest of the community. Failing to develop an equity and inclusion policy means that investment will be less effective. And as per Councillor Hopkins' request yesterday, we'll be forwarding examples of equity and inclusion policies to you. CCS Disability Action really values its relationship with the council and the opportunities that councillors and staff provide for disabled people to engage. We particularly enjoyed our engagement with council staff during the trial of the additional pedestrian space in Lower Thames Street. The minute we contact council staff, they've reached out to us, they've visited the site with us, we've discussed it, they've showed things that they've done and that they've left space for people to make suggestions about improvements or things that they think would be useful. They've supported our planned event today, which was obviously cancelled due to the weather. However, we will be gathering support information from disabled people and we'll provide it to the council. We visited the space. We find it inclusive, accessible and attractive. And we have observed many and varied people enjoying the area. In fact, the day I visited Oamaru, we finished our meeting, I just sat there for quite some time watching people come and go, and I did have to tear myself away. I think the use of the locally accessed materials and the planter boxes decorated by the local community create a sense of community and permanence. People value a place to visit or a place to spend time that is free. This space will benefit the community and we strongly recommend the council retains it. I'm sure all of you have visited Dunedin and seen the pedestrian space and improvements there. Whilst it's on a different scale and a different environment, it's exactly the same principle. It's having something to draw people in where they can relax, enjoy the environment, and maybe they'll go and spend a bit of money in the local businesses. I want to talk to you again about transport, and whilst we understand that the development of an on-demand local transport system is currently not feasible, the need for accessible and affordable transport to essential services still exists, and the negative effects of the inability to access health services, etc., locally and regionally will be exacerbated as the population ages and the cost of living increases. A community transport service would be a sound alternative. And this is quite different from the on-demand service that was going to be trialled. Community transport services are organised and delivered by not-for-profit community groups. They may or may not receive a subsidy to provide the transport. Typically, they provide transport to out-of-town health services, but as we've observed in the Waikato, these services now expand to other things. Providers of community transport cannot specify a fare, but passengers generally make a donation. The status quo with people not being able to access essential services cannot be allowed to continue, and we recommend that the council must take the lead to work with relevant organisations to develop a community transport service for the district. There are many successful examples of effective community transport services across New Zealand, particularly in the Waikato. A colleague of mine just attended a workshop last week in the Waikato, and the advantages are really very interesting. It's not only people getting to their appointments, it's people creating friendships, it's people getting from A to B, it's the practical things, for example, being dropped off and picked up, it's the relationships that they establish with the drivers, and there's lots of potential. We also, just to conclude, reiterate the importance of the council adopting universal design standards for housing and investigating modern collective housing developments where people can access the important services because you've got an accessible transport system. So thank you. We look forward to continuing to work with the council to create a more inclusive community.
Thank you very much, Mary. Do we have any comments from any of the councillors? Okay, no further questions. You're that thorough. So thank you very much for your time and for joining us again this afternoon.
And thank you all for your patience, and we look forward to seeing you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, well, welcome Diane Taleno on behalf of Waitaki Community Recreation Centre Trust. If we can go to page 370. Not quite. 362. Okay, welcome Diane.
It's working, yeah. Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm here. I'm the manager of the Waitaki Community Recreation Centre, and I'm here to request continuation of the annual grant that the Waitaki District Council generously gives to the Rec Centre. And just to outline that, my submission's there. So just to outline, I guess, that we offer a wide range of services and activities, that we are providing facilities and services for a really wide range of the community, right from mainstream right through to isolated community groups, through to different ethnic groups as well. There's a wide range of activities. I've included most recent annual report from last year, which gives some details of some of those. So if anybody wants to ask any further questions about that, I'm more than happy to talk about that. I guess that, this is a fairly pivotal time given the exciting development of the new event centre. And at the Rec Centre, we firmly believe that there's a place for both facilities to continue on. We are confident there's a key role, and surveys that we've carried out to date indicate that people are interested in using the new event centre and also continuing to use the Rec Centre. And there's a few specific kind of populations that would continue to use the Rec Centre. For example, target shooting, who have a 16 rifle shooting stand for the target shooting, and they would invite probably at least half a dozen or more tournaments that occur regularly at the Rec Centre throughout the year. They wouldn't be able to hold those, for example, if there wasn't a target shooting stand. And I'm don't wish for a moment to speak on their behalf, but my understanding in conversations with them is that for them to develop a new target shooting centre would be difficult given costs and compliance and new regulatory requirements, etc. So that's just an example. And the Alpine Club currently use and have developed the climbing walls there in the bouldering room. And it'd be great if there was a new facility developed at some stage, but at this point, that's the facility that's available for rock climbing. And so if that wasn't still there, then that would close out that part of the community that uses that facility, not only locals, but it's a very popular sport, particularly European communities, etc. So people who are travelling often come in and use that. The future impact I do have some survey summaries and stuff like that if people are interested in that about who said they would like to continue using the centre, given that there'll be a new centre alongside it in the future. And also we're looking at a major maintenance project at the moment. And so we've gained a lot of letters of support for that, for people who are supporting the rec centre and saying, yeah, we see this as a really important, pivotal and viable part of the community. As I see, there's detail in my submission. Happy to talk about any of that. And here I've said the future impact of the new event centre on the community and on the rec centre is unknown at this stage. We don't know how that will roll out, how that will impact. And our Waitaki Community Recreation Centre Trust is focused on ensuring the ongoing functionality, sustainability and safety of the rec centre. And we're reliant on the Waitaki District Council continuing your funding and your role in assisting to fund and support our community facility. That's the crux of it, really. Yeah, happy to talk some more about any of that or provide more details.
Thank you very much, Diane. Do we have any comments or questions?
Oh, sorry, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thought you were pointing to somebody.
Oh, sorry, no, thank I want to say.
All right.
Diane, thank you for the submission. A couple of things. Early on in your request, you talked about the grant that you currently receive $89,880 plus GST for the July 2024-25 period. I presume that's what you're asking for again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Very quickly, two things then. Just out of curiosity, and I know I've asked you this before and I couldn't find my own notes. So how much is Waitaki Girls High School and all the Ministry of Education currently contributing to the centre financially every year, annually?
Sorry. So thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We have a long-term lease with the Ministry of Education, so that the land that the recreation centre is on is Ministry of Education land. The school pay an annual maintenance fee which is based on a Ministry of Education formula of approximately $8,000 to $10,000 a year, and they pay a grant towards equipment of approximately $2,000 a year. They pay 60% of the utilities.
So that would be about 12,000 plus 60% of the utilities.
Correct.
What percentage of the use of the rec centre would the school actually provide?
I haven't got the exact figures, but they have use of it. We have there's a really good relationship between the school and the Recreation Centre Trust because we work together with each other. So the school, according to the original trust deed, has use of the school gym between 8 and 5 daily, 5 days a week. But in actual fact, the public uses that for some of that time. For example, from May to August, 3 days a week, the North Target Basketball Association use the recreation centre from 3:30 till nighttime. So we are using time that the school supposedly has sole use of. So we work together with that. So the school would use it for their PE periods, just to answer your question. Quite often it's not being used, so we're able to hire it out to the public then, and we have an understanding, we work together, so that if there's an opportunity for public use of it and therefore income revenue, then the school will adjust their timetable to work in with that. So it's, in my history of it, in my experience, it works really well.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, and thanks, Di. I think it would be really helpful if those survey results, I've obviously seen them on the trust, but if they could be shared with the councillors. There's obviously a lot of unknowns in this space, you know, what users will be doing in the future, but it would be really helpful, I think. I've verbally shared some of that feedback with them in the past, but if you could share that with us, that would be great. And congratulations last night on the Waitaki Sports Awards. It was a fantastic night, and so thank you for your role in
Thank you,
that.
Councillor Ryan. It was a great night. It's a fantastic night. Yeah. Well, great celebration of sport in our region. So we did do had an online survey. This is dated, to be fair. Would be a year ago. And so we had, I haven't got exact, right? I think it was about 40, 50 responses. The majority of those were from regular users versus casual and intermittent users. The majority, by like 90% of them, said they were staying at the rec centre. But it's useful probably to look a little bit closer at who those responses were from. So they were from, and I'll just quickly run through it: climbing wall, people who come to group fitness classes, weights room classes. Also, the likes of netball said they would be at the new centre, however, they'd use the rec for development camps and possibly also for training. Then more responses from people who use the weights room and climbing, boot camps, target shooting, fitness classes, weights room fitness classes, people who just use it as a community building, mostly classes, fitness classes, weights room, etc. So those were most of the people that we got the responses from. Plus some other, that was the survey directly about what do you think about the future of the rec centre, and what would you continue using it? Would you go to the new event centre? What would you do? We've also got letters from a whole range of people throughout the community who supported us for our funding applications with the maintenance project we're undergoing at the moment. So, and they were a wider range of people, because they're the people who, more of them were the people who are using the courts for hire and regular sporting leagues or birthday parties or kids' activities or whatever it might be. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Diane. Thank you for your submission and for coming in to see us.
Cool. Thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Okay, we welcome Mr. Eroll Rules on behalf of Marae Whenua Corporation Limited.
Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and councillors. First, I'd like to congratulate you all on the patience of listening to submissions. I don't know if I could sit through 2 days of submissions. Anyway, my submission is basically just around the geopark and the plan to build a discovery hub in Oamaru, which so I'll make my points. So the first point is, do we really want to have a geopark visitor centre located in the historic Harper Street area? I think that's a question the council and the geopark board have to address. I would maybe suggest why don't Network Waitaki and possibly St John's move away from the floodplain of the town up onto the higher country. So you could spend $4 million building a building, and the next big wave comes through and takes it out. The geopark needs to be a destination. It's not just an Oamaru attraction. The geopark is the whole of Waitaki district. And when it was first envisaged, that was one of the things that was sold to us, that it was to increase the visibility of the district throughout, rather than just one place. So we want it to be a destination in the wider sense, and have our visitors travelling throughout the district, rather than just to Oamaru as as a single place. Do we want the visitors to visit the Waitaki Valley? Of course we do. We want, America has Route 66. Why don't we have Route 83? And promote that as a get the travellers from Marama, detour them down through the valley into Oamaru, then go up through East Otago, visit McRae's, and head through to Queenstown to do a detour. Duntrines, I'll make the point that Mawhanua Corporation actually owns the Venice World building in Duntrine. And when the Venice World started, they approached us to rent the building. And my comment was, I hope it's not going to be just another craft shop. And they told us at the time, no, it's going to be a world-class centre, in which it has become. And there's far better speakers than me that will speak to the Geopark and the Venice World concept than I can. I'll make the point that we do rent it to them at a pretty nominal rental. We don't make a lot of money out of it. And the criteria I have is that being a Duntrine person, I wanted Duntrine to have activities and things in the town. And so that's my contribution. Duntrine DDA has made up lots of volunteers who volunteer the time. I don't have the time, so that's my contribution to the community. The history of the volunteers for the Venice World goes back 20 years more, and so it's a legacy that we must acknowledge and be proud of. The Geopark name recognition I think is very valuable. The council have invested into it, and I think it's if you read the submission, we are the only district in New Zealand that has a geopark, a UNESCO recognised geopark, and I think that's what should be capitalised on. And maybe some of my concerns should be addressed maybe to the Geopark Trust and Board rather than to the council, but the council probably is the funder. The council is the enabler. So I think that's, sort of sums it up.
Thank you very much, Eroll, and also for your volunteer work. Do we have any comments or questions? Councillor Blackwood.
Thanks very much for the submission. I just noted in your submission about as an alternative suggestion to a geopark hub in its own right, you had identified the blue penguin colony as a potential alternative. I just wondered if you wanted to flesh out your thinking behind that a little bit more.
Well, my thinking behind that is all the tourist attractions need to be unified, and the blue penguin colony is well established, is well run. Our overseas visitors go there, and what better place to try and capture their imagination and promote it than that. And in the submission I've drawn some comparisons to the historic precinct, which is fine. CBD, which is, do tourists really go to the CBD? But a lot of them do go to the blue penguin colony. And so if you want to fly the flag, and Duntrine is already flying the flag down there, there's a big notice board, visit Duntrine, visit Venice World. I think that's a good place to work together. And it doesn't detract from the penguins, it adds to it.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Eroll, I presume you'd want to see any use of the penguin colony complemented by Venice World at Duntrine. But beyond that, your summary at the end, you talked about the geopark concept maybe needing to stay, but it needing commercial expertise from the real world, not one where grants and sponsorships are the first answer. You go on to say, council needs to ask the question if the geopark has any financial future without needing continuing propping up from council funds with no ascertainable benefits. Are you saying that's the case now? And does that sentence imply that you think we should stop doing that propping it up.
No, it doesn't imply that, but what you as councillors probably always see, and you've probably had it submissions to this hearing, everybody wants the council to pay for what they want. And so the geopark has to be self-sustainable, and it has to be enabled by the council, which it is doing, and then get it up and running, and have some good commercial people running the board, and then go from there. Because what's the point in having something that's a drain on the council's funds? There's far better things for council to do than that. Because if the council bowed to everybody that wants something for nothing, air rates would just be horrendous.
Thank you very much, Eroll. I think that brings us to a close, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Jacob and Richard on behalf of Oamaru Whitestone Civic Trust. Welcome.
Oh, that's aggressive. Right. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. Our submission is 3 points. So the main one I will get into. So the Oamaru Whitestone Civic Trust was a group founded by a group of local businessmen in the late 1980s to save a collection of buildings within the harbour area, as well as protecting and promoting the built heritage in North Otago. The trust started with a core group of 8 buildings that today has grown to 16 buildings. In many ways, the trust was the founding tourist destination for Oamaru and Waitaki. Right from the start, the idea was to turn the heritage precinct into a tourist destination. At that point in time, there was no large-scale tourism, so the trust had to start from scratch. With the help and support of the trust as a landlord, the heritage precinct is now home to a unique collection of businesses that help to create a vibrant destination that we see today. The trust has also been the springboard for almost all other tourism within Oamaru to be built on, and in many ways it is the cornerstone that makes it work. The heritage precinct, with the core of its buildings, which are owned by OWCT, has been proposed to be a National Historic Landmark, the highest level that can be achieved. Only 5 places have been recommended for this honour, and it would put the heritage precinct on the same level as the treaty grounds, and would put the precinct on a world stage. As highlighted in the Economic Impact Report commissioned by the WDC and OWCT, the heritage precinct is now attracting approximately 140,000 visitors per year. Activity by businesses in the heritage precinct collectively contribute to $10.6 million of GDP in Oamaru. The economy annually provides 182 jobs. The heritage precinct is directly responsible for 1.3% of all economic activity that occurs in Oamaru's urban boundaries and 0.5% of the GDP across the Waitaki district. The report also highlights that the precinct is not just for tourists, but 41% of consumer spending is from locals. However, the trust has no way to benefit directly from this expenditure within the precinct except for rents it collects. The 2-part report highlighted commercial benchmarking for the trust. Many of the points raised in the report, the trust has actively been working on, and this has helped put the trust on a sure footing for its day-to-day business operations. One of the points is even if we raise the rents within the precinct to 4 times their current level, it would not provide the funding needed for the long-term care and preservation of the buildings, let alone the investment required for any adaptive reuse of the internal spaces. An asset management plan is just the first step in the planning process. This process will outline the needs to be met by a business plan that is 2 parts, the day-to-day operation and capital works and funding. The asset management plan will also lead the way to condition reports and maintenance plans. On the guidance of Heritage New Zealand, it is recommended that the plans be written as an umbrella plan covering the trust portfolio as a whole and not done as an individual building basis. This will also help to reduce costs with associated planning processes. The funding we have requested for $200,000 plus $25,000 per year for 5 years would mean the trust could actively start planning the future needs of the precinct. Without this funding, the trust will have to rely on smaller local grants, and this would mean the trust would only be able to achieve planning for 1 building per year, effectively delaying any future development of the area. And the second and third part of our submission, the Board of OWC requests that the Waitaki District Council investigate the feasibility of the 5 buildings on the waterfront that make up the collection known as the Red Sheds, plus McCallum's Chimney on Humber Street, be placed in the care of the Trust. These buildings fit the Trust objectives and for caring and preserving of the built heritage of Waitaki. The buildings would still remain in public ownership. These buildings have a high historical value, but have a low financial value. The Chimney building currently has no heritage listing, and ownership within the Trust portfolio would safeguard it for the future. And the final part of our submission is the Board would like to request that the 2 heritage loans that the Trust has with the Waitaki District Council be converted to grants. The remaining balance of these 2 loans are 40,000 and 14,000, totaling 54,000. The original balance of the loan was $170,000 total. The Trust has made capital payments in 2025 totaling $13,500. The Trust is in a position to meet these repayments, but if the loans were transferred to a grant, the Trust would be put on a better footing moving forward for maintaining its buildings.
Thank you. I will open it up for questions for a couple of minutes. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, and thank you for your submission. Throughout this process, there has been a suggestion raised for the council to scrap our heritage grant scheme and give that money to the Whitestone Civic Trust. I imagine that you would appreciate a cash injection like that, but I'm interested in your views on that, but losing the ability to help fund restoration broader than just the Civic Trust.
The Trust's constitution is quite broad, so it was set up to protect and preserve and help all historic buildings and stuff in North Otago at the time, which is now Waitaki. So I think from the Trust point of view, we support the Heritage Grant scheme as in its current form. It'll be great to get money like that, but other places also need the money, which is part of our role, is to support heritage in general.
Great. We like it, but we wouldn't like to take it away from others.
No.
That's kind of problem.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Councillor McCone, did you have a comment to make?
Just a question. Can you explain what you mean a heritage grant? So is that a payment of any description, or you just want those written off? Is that what we're reading here?
The loans were issued before the grant scheme came in, the current scheme came into effect, I believe. So they were done as loans. And then the theory was that the heritage scheme was self-funding, which is no more. So yes, we have paid the majority of those back. So if we could get them converted to a grant.
And the old heritage loans that we have were actually not ratepayer money. So they were based on donations that were given into it, that were fed into it. So these were given out as loans that had to be paid back to be reinvested. This was before council put a regular amount of money into it. So this is basically money that came from a different pot than what council is doing at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Look, here's my problem. You're asking us for a total of $379,000, admittedly over 5 years, but that's the total 200,000 plus 125 plus 54. You're asking ratepayers generally, some of whom are on fixed incomes, many of whom are saying that rates are too high already, to pay all the cost of everything, to fund the totality of the asset management plan and the totality of all your funding applications to other agencies. And yet at the same time, you're saying, can you also transfer to us 5 red sheds and a chimney building if it's financially viable for you to take them over? I would have thought you'd have established whether it's financially viable before you asked. And I would have also thought that if you were going to propose the restoration of Sumpter's Wharf, you might have actually come to us and said, this is what the Trust is willing to do to assist in the funding of or the achievement of that objective. So how is it that everybody else pays for everything? You tell us that even if you put the rents up fourfold, you can't actually do the maintenance on the property portfolio you own at the moment. why are you proposing expansion into other buildings?
Councillor Hopkins, it's interesting that you ask this because this is kind of the songbook you've been singing from for all this time.
Please don't be
you might know, you might just remember that we are a charitable trust. We are not actually here to make money on this. And maybe you would have an alternative idea how we can finance the running of these buildings, or should we bowl them over? Would that be what the community wants? Because this is kind of where we are going.
Look, I have worked for a leading New Zealand heritage architect. I'm not going to defer to anyone for my commitment to and interest in heritage preservation. There are alternative approaches you could take. I'm simply making the indisputable point that you're asking for $379,000 and you're asking other people to pay the totality of your asset management plan and your loans and $25,000 a year in order that you can then go to other people and say, can you give us some money? And I'm simply asking, why is it that everyone else has to pay for everything and the trust can't fund any money?
I'll give you an opportunity just to respond, and then we'll have to wrap it up there. Just be mindful about, when people come into the chambers and to submit, our opportunity is to hear and to listen to them, and we will have a chance to deliberate later on.
Well, we do fund things. So we do fund most of the building restoration management through our own income. So for the last 35 years, the trust has almost been self-supporting. We now have one of the best architects in the country who is a conservative architect specialising in this. This is her recommendation, how we move it forward. What you need to do now to protect built heritage has changed so much from when the trust was founded 35 years ago. And we need to catch up with that. Most of the stuff that we're asking to do is a one-off. Once it's done, we're into routine maintenance. And then it just, hopefully our income will keep up with what needs to happen. But to get it to that point, yes, we do need extra fund. And council is just one of the funding avenues that we can go to and ask for.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. That's about the time that we have. We really appreciate your submission. Okay, welcome. So we have Dr. Mark Smith on behalf of the Living Wage, Waitaki, and then followed by John Pelthorpe. And welcome, Heather.
My phone, it's very poor form.
Are you good to go?
I am.
Okay. Greetings, councillors, Deputy Mayor, and everyone here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Our request is that the Waitaki District Council pay the living wage and commit to doing so as a matter of ongoing policy, perhaps in a phased plan over a few years. Last year, it was heartening to hear you also agreed with the principles that underpin the living wage. For those of you, For those of you who were here then, much of what I'm about to say will be familiar. However, there will be a few differences that make this worth listening to. Paying a living wage would be great for the Waitaki because, one, it is the right thing to do. It is about people being paid a decent wage, being able to participate in the community, and about kids growing up healthy. Two, it is good for everyone. People who do not have much tend to spend what they do get. That tends to benefit them and their family in terms of their health and quality of life, and also the economy as spending goes up. That translates to more spending in our local community. Three, it is extremely practical. It is not very expensive. Later in the submission, I will address the problems with the nearly $1 million figure that I believe you were given last year as the cost of pay relativity. All previous Lagoma responses from WDC have shown that at the time, paying the living wage would increase the rates budgeted for the relevant financial year by only a small percentage. The living wage improves the economy and helps people help themselves. This is about helping our community to thrive and making Waitaki the best place to be. It is with great joy that I can report that a number of people in our community agree, and we have been fortunate to secure pledges in support of a living wage from several Waitaki organisations. We appreciate that you might want to be able to explain the positive change you're about to make. If a ratepayer asks you why the living wage is not different region to region, you can offer them the points below. Firstly, New Zealand has national rates for figures such as the minimum wage, superannuation, base salaries to MPs, base salaries to judicial officers, and central bank interest rates. Many firms and organisations operate nationwide and they pay the living wage. If the regional living cost criticism has validity for the living wage, then all other national rates suffer the same defect, and yet New Zealand accepts them. So why a single living wage rate for New Zealand? From a living wage information sheet provided for elected members since 2022, a single rate for Aotearoa New Zealand, while aspirational in its vision, the movement takes a pragmatic approach by funding the calculation of a basic yet decent hourly rate, see our website for details, applicable across the whole country. In a small country, this makes sense and is pragmatic for employers who have the certainty of the same rate wherever they operate. A couple of key questions to help clarify the issue. Is Waimati fairer than Waitaki? Waimati District Council committed to paying the living wage, and they are smaller and more regional than Waitaki. Would you, our elected members, tell Waitaki pensioners to send back some of their base rate superannuation just because they happen to live in Waitaki? Why objecting to a national living wage on the basis of regional differences is unsound. The living wage is not set to reflect the cost of living in Auckland, nor on a basis that in places where living costs are less, workers should be paid less. The living wage rate, like the minimum wage rates, national superannuation, and all national rates of remuneration, is a balance, in this case designed to limit the adverse impacts of poverty nationally. The payment may be more adequate in some places and less adequate in others. The rate aims to ensure recipients are paid enough not only to sustain existence, but have something of a life. That a rate achieving that goal may do so more easily in Waitaki District than Auckland does not mean that it is adequate in Auckland and over-generous here. In this context, regional living cost sounds like common sense, but is a distraction. It is an excuse, not a reason to pay the living wage. Shifting the conversation to where it might be bogged down is a tactic described in the document we supplied you with in previous years. We believe the objection was raised in good faith. After all, as elected members, you are required to think regionally. But now that we've outlined the above, if this objection persists, then we will be concerned that some elected members might be using this kind of minor issue as an excuse to shift the conversation away from solid arguments in favour of the living wage towards distractions instead, such as region or pay relativity, ultimately as an excuse not to act. Failure to act on the living wage would be more than just immoral. It would be a mistake, as the above shows. Waitaki would benefit from council adopting the living wage, and New Zealand uses many nationwide economic measurements, and the living wage is no different. Regional differences are not a sound reason to not adopt the living wage, nor is pay relativity. Why last year's objection to paying the living wage on the basis of relativity was unsound. Before I go further, when I say pay relativity or relativity today, I refer to the idea that there would be an additional cost beyond just paying the living wage, that an organisation would also have to pay more to people already on or above the living wage so that they were still above the people who had been brought up to the living wage, i.e. their pecking order remained relative to what it was before the change. We take issue with the method used to determine the likely cost of relativity. We were presented with a figure of $950,580, almost $1 million. We believe that the selected method inappropriately framed and determined an outsized result. We are disappointed that the figure presented to elected members was higher than it should have been, and saddened that the figure might have unfairly significantly contributed to a negative perception of the living wage in general and the viability of it at WDC. To illuminate the problem, the method used meant that the highest paid executive should get an approximately 5% pay rise just because the poorest paid person got the living wage. And it was worse than that, because as any of you who have had to teach kids about compound interest know, a percentage increase on a large number leads to a much larger real absolute result than the same percentage on a small number. So giving your highest paid person a 5% bump is a lot more in real dollar figures than giving your lowest paid person a 5% bump. And crucially, a lot more than what was actually needed to maintain relativity. If relativity was what mattered, then you would just find the minimum specific amount of real dollars, not percentage, to move the lowest paid person to living wage level, and then bump everyone up by the same amount. But the method chosen did more than that. Here is an illustrative calculation. Let's imagine our lower paid person was paid $50,000 per annum, which is a little more than the minimum wage full time. And our higher paid person was paid $250,000 per annum, Nice round figures. 5% of 50,000 is $2,500. 5% of $250,000 is $12,500. A whole extra 10,000 above what was needed to maintain relativity. Do you see the blowout? Do you see how that's padded the $1 million figure? Now understand padding like that across every other salary and wage paid by council, noting that each individual bump would be a smaller absolute figure because they were smaller starting figures. They add up. And again, bluntly, do you think Alex requires a pay rise every time someone else in the organization gets one? That these people, Alex, Lisa, Roger, Paul, all the managers in the room, competent, talented people who have done good for our community, already well paid for that, should out of nowhere get a big pay rise just because the poorest member of the team got a little one? But that's what this method did. I'm happy to sit down with your team to discuss the relativity calculation to present this issue in future. Before we go on, I would like to clarify that I'm not saying the method chosen to determine the cost relativity was chosen intentionally to unfairly inflate the almost $1 million figure that resulted. I believe that our hardworking staff were and are under significant time and budget pressure. It is clear from the Goima response that the team wanted to do something quick, and we can all understand why. They were and are in a budget crunch. We all are. This is the real issue that all of this comes back to. Where is the money supposed to come from? All of us, elected members, staff, volunteers, we are all of us trying to serve our communities with less. And you councillors know better than I do that governments of all stripes have been pushing more and more onto you. For years now, councils have been pushed by central government to do more with less. The current government essentially dropping major infrastructure costs onto us is just the latest in a long line of events that have led to all of us sitting around this table and people like us all around the country, councillors like yourselves, having to listen to people like me and people less reasonable than me complain about how things should be better, but they can't be because we don't have any money. I would bet money that everybody here has had to bite their tongue or give up on something they thought was important because there wasn't enough money. I imagine at local government gatherings, mayoral forums and the like, you have all found common cause with your colleagues around the country. So do something about it. As a group, push back on central government more than you already have. Demand new sources of income. And before you say this sounds impossible or unreasonable or just something you're not comfortable with, remember, I'm here talking to you because I'm aware that the strongest and most effective way there has ever been to get anything done in this country is to get local support for it before anything else can happen. That's how it works. While it would be easier if someone in central government would just fix it with a stroke of a pen, in practice, you have to get nationwide support before you get something like a law change or a constitutional change. I will tidy up. There's a little bit more, but I
Excuse me, Mark, I think that would be, we're at our time. I just want to give one opportunity for any question or feedback. Yes, Councillor Hopkins.
Mark, very quickly, thank you for the submission. Two very quick questions. You talked about 300 living wage employers around the country. How many of those are local authorities? And the other question, and I do apologise for asking it, but last week the government said that it was taking living wage out of its procurement policies. Why now, in 2025, should local government be expected to do what central government has just decided is not wise to do?
Did you miss what I said, Jim? You're not a coward, and you don't have to make the decisions they did. You were elected just the same as them, okay? You have as much moral authority as the central government when it comes to this. If you wish to be squeezed and paid to sit here and have no money to get things done, because I'm sure all of you got into this because you wanted to get things done, then you need to push back. And that means finding money and finding ways. There are alternatives, and it's not just about getting more people to this district. You can push on a government that has routinely sapped your resources for years. And there are other ways they could raise that money. Multiple ways. I could talk about Tobin taxes. I could talk about rebalancing the wealth taxes in this country. And before you say that sounds like some communist nonsense,
We are out of time.
I could go on about
I love your passion.
the imbalance in the share market. But anyway,
So really,
housing is under tax. Moving on. Absolutely.
and do leave a copy of, like your submissions. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you, Heather, as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay, welcome, John.
Good to see you too, Councillor Thompson. Like the new glasses, obviously inspired by my look. Thank you. Still, the shoes are quite boring though. We need to work on that. I do need to preface this that this is my first submission to a long-term plan ever in any form of local government, and I'm speaking for myself as a ratepayer who is just generally interested in current events. They do not reflect the views of my employer, who are in the room. But yeah, a long-term listener, first-time caller. The last long-term plan for Waitaki was approved on the 29th of June 2021, and I wanted to have a little snapshot of that time. The borders were still closed. Judith Collins was national leader, and they were polling a whole 14 points behind Labour. The ODT on that day, as the plan was approved, had the headline, "Free Waters Advertising Horrifies Mayor" by one Rebecca Ryan, quoting the chair of Local Government New Zealand's provincial group, Mayor Gary Kircher. And the OCR was at a whopping 0.25%. Now, when some of the people in the room approved that plan, would you have imagined we would be here in 4 years' time? Absolutely not. It's bloody difficult being a councillor right now. And it doesn't look like it's going to get any easier. It seems like you're definitely caught between two different groups, central government and your ratepayers. And given the current situation in this plan and the future plans, you're going to have to make some decisions which upset both of them. The problem you seem to have is that the government is telling the public one thing and then it's doing something a bit different. So core services not nice to have is a great slogan. And it certainly loads everything on your shoulders. But at the same time, water reform spiked rates last year and will continue to do so until a solution is found. Now, I believe the current reforms say that you've got to consult, plan, give it to the government, and they'll tell you if you did it right. And that's called localism. Right? That's great. At the same time, I've got a quote from the minister here. No council in the country got 100% of what it asked for in the National Land Transport Programme, meaning that you've got to make up a difference somehow. And that's either by increasing rates, borrowing more, or cutting services. That's not made apparent to the community. So what happens is, ratepayers like myself see a number like 10.3% or 13% last year, and hear comments like today's one from the acting Prime Minister saying that it's time for a clean out in local government. And he wasn't talking about public servants, he was talking about elected councillors. I didn't realise you guys were so woke. But it's not difficult to see why you guys get most of the blame. Like, there are massive financial challenges ahead. Like, I've read the documents like that got put out as everyone else has. And from some of the submits today, the community, your ratepayers, are asking you to reduce rate rises and spending, but also commit funds to capital projects, but stop borrowing, but improve services, have less staff to do more with money that you're not borrowing or using from rate rises. Easy. But rather than be specific, I'm just going to ask that when you're making decisions on this plan, that you equally spread the upset you're going to cause between central government and the ratepayer. Because if you remain committed to the things that the community have told you they need, if you are brave and deliver the projects you know have to be delivered now, central government's not going to be happy with you. But you're also going to have to probably cut some local services. We know that's going to have to happen. Things are going to have to get a little bit tough. And that's going to upset the ratepayers. And I've got a really good example of council making a decision which has paid off massively and yet hasn't really been talked about in submission so far. Because lots of people have talked about Beach Road and nobody's really talked about Project Reclaim. Because I like to read the news because I'm very sad. And today, Dunedin City Council has allocated 37.8 million to do Kettle Park. Timaru reckon that they are going to spend 12 million to take 28,000 tonnes of waste out of Peel Forest. Nelson got 10,000 tonnes out of Tahunanui Beach for $4.8 million. You guys made the big decision to take 67,000 tonnes of waste out from 3 sites, preventing a disaster for just over $13 million. That is a bargain because you made a big decision at the right time. And I really implore you to continue to be brave enough to make those big decisions, even if people outside are yelling at you in all different directions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Well done. Okay, Councillor McCone.
I'd just like to congratulate you on a very true, sincere and very brief snapshot of exactly what goes on. So thank you for that.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only comment I'd like to make on your submission, Mr. Palethorpe, I'm extremely disappointed that the other Mr. Palethorpe didn't turn up in a different coloured shirt and we could have tag teamed the submission.
The other Mr. Palethorpe is also an employee of the council, but not a ratepayer.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome Sarah Green on behalf of Waitaki Valley Community Society, Inc. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm here today to further explain our written submission made by Kay Jenkins, Chairperson of the Waitaki Valley Community Society, which I'll refer to as the WVCS. The WVCS was formed in 2008 and covers the Upper Waitaki Valley and Hakataramia Valley and is a not-for-profit organisation with charitable status that is run by an elected committee of volunteers. The WVCS has evolved over the years to be an umbrella group organisation, as well as operating the Kurau Information Centre, a community hub based in Kurau. The WVCS provides a formal structure and support for smaller community groups, which benefits them with savings on financial overheads and access to shared resources of governance, regulatory, insurance, secretarial, health and safety, and financial administration. This allows them to focus on their key objectives and achieve their projects more easily. A recent success is the Kurau Island Disc Golf. Groups currently under the WVCS umbrella are the Kurau Information Centre, Kurau Museum, Kurau Hill, Kurau Island Group, Kurau Wetlands, Kurau Island Disc Golf, Kurau Enhancement Group, the Late Waitaki Dunkirk Memorial, and the Richie McCaw statue. The WVCS operates the Kurau Information Centre, KIC, based at 57 Bledisloe Street in Kurau, and the building also includes the Kurau Museum and the West Wing, a self-contained small meeting room utilised by other community and not-for-profit groups for free. Running of KIC, the only such facility between Oamaru and Twizel, is staffed by one full-time employee and 2 casual relief staff from Monday to Friday, and volunteers when available on weekends and public holidays. Kurau has a rurally isolated, ageing demographic, with some residents unable to travel far due to the cost of living, and KIC feels the need supporting with everything from assistance with completion of forms, technical advice such as apps on phones, which are becoming more necessary for everyday living, secretarial services, council information, and it is also the operational base for the 2 Waitaki Valley community cars, which provide an essential service to the valley. Tourism also increasing every year with both local and national and overseas visitors. The Alps to Ocean Trail, establishment of the geopark, and the existing recreational lakes have seen a steady increase in visitors, except in the period from Feb 2020 until late 2023 due to COVID, who all use KIC for information advice. KIC also operates the only in-person NZTA facility past Oamaru and is in the process of taking over the NZ Postal Agency to ensure this agency stays in Kurau. Up until August 2020, the WVCS/KIC received $2,500 per month from Tourism Waitaki to assist with staffing. During COVID, this income ceased. The WVCS does already receive an annual amount of funding from the council, for which we are very grateful, being the Ahuriri Service Grant of $13,296 per annum, which has remained static since 2022, and a grant from the Ahuriri Board for $3,000 towards wages. The WVCS does apply to funders such as lotteries and COGS for grants towards wages and other costs, but there is no guarantee, and smaller amounts are being awarded each year. The WVCS also receives a grant of $5,750 from the Ahuriri Board towards its running costs of rates, electricity, telephone and insurance, and this amount has not changed since 2018. The WVCS has been funding gaps in the expenditure with capital from the sale of the old post office for $100,000 in 2008. The WVCS would also like to request the councillors to assist with a master plan to be developed for Curragh and support Alan Pont of the Ahuriri Community Board in his submission to be heard next for the formation of one. Items the WVCS have been approached by the local community to include so far are the resealing of Settlement Road, the creation of a dog park, improved access around Curragh Island for those of limited mobility, speed limit reduction between the two Curragh bridges, road crossing for school children between Mance Road and Ferguson Street, for Curragh Island, the provision of compostable toilets, rubbish bins and drinking water facilities, and the deterioration of the old Curragh schoolhouse on Gordon Street, a listed grade 2 historic building. Thank you for your time today. We would like to ask for the opportunity to provide further facts and figures to support our request.
Great, thank you very much, Sarah. Do we have any questions or comments?
Just a comment that I made earlier, when it comes to Curragh, I know that you are in the Waitaki, and part of us, but you also service the Hacker Valley, which is in our good neighbours Waimati, and I hope that you take the opportunity to remind them that they could assist you in some of these projects.
Yeah, we do approach them and they do provide some of the funding towards the maintenance on Curragh Island.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much for your submission. Welcome, Mr. Alan Pont, on behalf of Ahuriri Community Board.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I got the short straw today. Cal Reed's overseas, so I'm acting on or speaking on behalf of the community board. First of all, I'd just like to support Sarah and thank her for what she's done for the community society. The Ahuriri board obviously supports all that they do up there, in particular the risk management and the financial management of the and mainly completed by a dedicated group of volunteers. So yeah, we support Sarah and thank her for her submission. When discussing with the board what we should submit to the long-term plan, it becomes apparent that each of the small towns has a lot of short-term issues or long-term issues, and obviously the major ones get addressed as a priority by the council. It leaves that bit of a gap, you know, as to how we manage the long-term issues that keep coming up. It's been a wee bit of a problem for us as far as how we address it, but I'll just cover that off in a minute. But I mentioned in the proposal and the submission that about the halls. I'd just like to address that for a start. In each of the towns, I'm talking Duntroon, Curragh, Oti and Marama, there's halls available, community halls. They're all in reasonably good condition. There doesn't seem to be any feeling or desire to sell off any of these halls, and I don't think they're on the list of halls that might be considered to be sold. But in fact, we would see like a Curragh hall rather than look at what we can do with that. They've got quite a good kitchen facility, but we would think that see that we could perhaps extend that and upgrade it to a reasonable food hygiene standard to allow the community to utilise that hall a wee bit more, and maybe just, you know, this time of the year, as everyone knows, there's lots of fruit and veggies around, and what can you do with it? A lot of it gets dumped, a lot comes down to the food bank, but there's an opportunity there for residents to perhaps use those halls as to, you know, I don't know, bottle up fruit or whatever, and just get a wee bit of product getting sold on the, not on the side, but as fundraiser for the communities. Basically saying we can utilise the halls a wee bit better than they are. The Marama Hall, for example, Mike mentioned we need the car park sealed up there. Oda Matata, there's nothing wrong with the hall there that we're aware of. one thing we would do support as far as Oda goes, we would support the cycle trail going down the south side of the lake if the funding becomes available to the council. There's been a wee bit of discussion in the media about that. Obviously, over the holiday period, there's health and safety concerns of cyclists riding down the north side, especially with all the traffic. Just getting on to what we can do as far as projects in that come up in the different areas. As a board, we get a lot of topics thrown at us and asked to address, and we would like to see a master plan be put in place, especially for Kurau and Duntrum. We feel as though we've missed out in the past because we haven't had a master plan in place. I believe Oda and Amarama both had master plans and obviously received some funding over the last couple of years from the Three Waters funding that was become available. Obviously, a master plan, in our opinion, would just give us a visual overview of what the towns could look like, what we can do in the towns, and give us the opportunity to coordinate some of the enhancement of a town that could be completed in stages as funding comes available, either by council or private industry. And Sarah sort of touched on a couple of the topics, but in the master plan, we would expect to see green spaces, how we address the green spaces in each of the towns. You've got the Kurau Island, which we've touched on, but that's a wonderful spot down there. Over Christmas, we got the disc golf course up and running, and it wasn't unusual. I was down there quite often during that period, and to see 30 or 50 people wandering around that island, either walking dogs or just generally walking, cycling, fishing, or whatever they're doing, disc golf and was a big activity down there. So that sort of space is, in my opinion, or maybe not the board's opinion, but my opinion, is just going to waste. Really, we should be doing more with that island. And I know there's issues with it being partly Waimate, partly Waitaki, but it's something, I would see in a master plan that we could perhaps develop it further, tidy up the car parks, plantings, or whatever it needs. In fact, I would see that road that goes around the island being even sealed or brought up to a level that you could get people that have got mobility issues using the island. We had some of the residents from the rest home down there recently, and you can see the smile on the face. We just had a cup of coffee down there, and it was a lovely day, and some of them haven't been down there for a while, so you can see the smile on their face, and they enjoyed it. Reserves and parks, there's lots of reserves and parks up in the our area. What do we do with them? How do we beautify them? What planting can we do to make the place just a wee bit more attractive? Things like we've got plantings there, but there's no water around to the shrubs, so you got those sort of issues to contend with. Sporting clubs, sporting activities, what help do they need to retain membership? Visitors facilities, have we got enough toilets, rubbish bins in the area? I don't think we have. Do we need a dump station for the increased number of motorhomes, caravans into the valley? There's a dump station at Amarama, one in Oamaru, nothing in between apart from the camping grounds that really aren't set up for the mobile dump stations. Commercial space development, how do we ensure the retailers survive and services stay available to the community? The proposed Kurau Medical Hub has the support of the community board and the residents. It's seen as perhaps a catalyst for the future development or commercial development. Residential space development, what land is suitable for residential development? What incentives can the council provide to attract residents or developers? I mean, that might be out of the question. It may be something that shouldn't be in a master plan, but you can see there's lots of projects that we can include in a master plan, your dog park, speed limits, footpath safety, and the list goes on. So, we would like your help. to formulate and develop a professional master plan for the Duntroon and Curia area. And we see it as a way forward for and the ACB or the community board strongly support. So thank you on behalf of the board for the opportunity to present something to the long-term plan.
Thank you very much, Alan, for your in-depth submission. Do we have any comments or questions? Councillor Hopkins.
No, thank you. Two very quick questions. Has the board done any work or sought any quotes from people who might be competent in the area of producing master plans? So, I mean, do you have any idea of what a master plan for Curragh and Duntroon might cost? And second, the other question very quickly, you talk about OHAL and fire prevention measures and equipment needing to be reviewed and upgraded. Is this on the basis of recommendations or advice from FENS, or from where does that particular concern come, and what do you particularly want in respect of that?
Yeah, Mike, as far as the OHAL fire, Mike recommended that from the board. When we had a meeting, we just quickly asked, you know, what we could submit on behalf of the OHAL residents, and that was just something. And I know Mike's got a bit of a background in rural. I'm not sure if he's on the FENS board, but he's certainly on the search and rescue and that sort of stuff. So it was something we thought maybe should be on the list or provided for in the budget. On as far as the cost of a master plan, Jim, I honestly, I've got no figure in mind. I wouldn't have a clue as to what it would cost, but I think we need something professionally done, something we can put in front of the residents that is a visual aid. And, you know, yourself, you look at something, a decent plan that's been professionally done, I think it just boosts things along. Gives everyone an opportunity to sort of.
Thank you. We're out of time, but I'll give Councillor Ryan just a quick opportunity to ask something.
Thank you, Hannah. Well, I guess more of a comment. I think, yes, supportive of finding out a little bit more about the costings for a master plan, because there's a lot going on in Curragh, and it'd be good to have a strategic view and just the opportunity while Sarah's still in the room. The disc golf course in Curragh is fantastic, so congratulations on that work. A lot of people I know are making a trip to go to Curragh because of that, and so well done.
Very good. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Alan. Okay, welcome to Jonathan Carter.
Very good. Hello, everybody. I'll pretty much just sort of touch on the bullet points that are in the written submission. Presumably, you've all had the opportunity to read the hopefully wide range of submissions that have come through from the participating citizen base here in the Waitaki District Council. Some of the, I think the topics were pretty clear cut, but I'm not here to please anybody or upset anybody. I'm just a ratepayer in the area. What I did like seeing was raising the issue of infrastructure, because I'm a strong proponent of government having infrastructure at the centre of their business. And I'm talking about physical infrastructure like transport, social infrastructure like town halls, and financial infrastructure such as some of the social housing as well. So when it comes to infrastructure and councils, I'm of the opinion that it is about establishing and maintaining infrastructure in those three categories. So I'm not here to preach, probably question as well, and you're welcome to ask questions later, but how do we establish appropriate infrastructure and how do we ensure its sustainability? I am a little bit concerned and read a little bit of other people's concern about the sale of assets in order to paper cracks, literally papering cracks, I suppose, when we see a little bit of tar seal smeared across lumps and bumps around the district in order to keep it serviceable until the next round of roading funding. That, I suppose, arguably keeps people in jobs, and it keeps contracts alive, and it keeps budgets with a regular number around them. But when it comes to things about health of a population, like water services, health of a population like the penguin population as well, we have to ask ourselves, what is our responsibility as a community? And I'm talking about the people that live here as well, rather than lumping everything on the council. Which bodies, entities are most appropriate for servicing the needs of different aspects of the community? So I wrote in my submission about the tourism aspects. That's not, I would not consider that as critical infrastructure. I think it's a supporting role that we have in terms of jobs and employment. When I spoke about, or wrote about rather, social housing, and this is probably relatively controversial, I like putting this one out there. Beneficiaries are wonderful things, and minimum wage is a pretty terrible beneficiaries. And I'm talking about unemployment, sickness, pension, domestic purposes benefit, which I was raised on, were wonderful conduits for economic activity. So if we are forcing out these conduits, how is that sustaining employment in the area as well? If we are greasing the wheels and subsidizing things like private tourism enterprises, like the Airbnb topic that came up, we have to think about, that's money that's passing through, that's economic activity that's passing in the Waitaki region. How can the council legislate to best capture and filter some of that economic resources into our coffers? And what responsibility do we have to ensure the transparency of equitable distribution throughout our community? Not just financial distribution, but the distribution of social resources. So I think about the town halls and what role they have to play socially, and whether or not we sell them for the sake of funding something else. I mean, times change, economic and social responsibilities change, so do the environmental ones. So anyway, that's my first bell. I'm not here to preach, so let's have a chat.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Councillor Thompson with a question or a comment.
Yes, Jonathan, thank you for taking the time to come in to share with us. I'd like to go straight to topic 11, where you challenge us to stop wasteful spending and ask the question, what's council annual catering budget? I can't give you a figure, but I can give you an anecdotal example. 4 years ago, when I was elected to council, a good friend messaged to congratulate me and said, "Welcome to the Fat Bees Club. Now you've got your nose in the trough." 4 years later, I'm 3 kilos lighter than when I joined council. So I'd suggest the catering budget hasn't been over the top.
I'll reply to that. Oh, yeah. My reply, anecdotally, since we seem unwilling or unable at the moment to give the numbers that an audience would probably appreciate as much as a humorous anecdote. Perhaps it's to do with the quality of government lunches. I mean, who packed their lunch today? You don't have to all put your hands up, but who packed their lunch today?
Yes.
I think we're running out of time, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. Yeah, really appreciate you coming in and taking time out and sharing what your views are.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Great opportunity to participate. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, we have next Mr. Bruce Elberon joining us via Zoom.
Hello, am I with you?
Can you hear us, Bruce?
Yes, I can.
Okay,
And
nice
I
to see you. The floor is
Thank
yours.
you very much. I really only wanted to speak to two elements of the overall submission, and I identified them as being the Geopark and Sumpter Wharf. I want to support the Geopark as the wraparound capsule for all of Waitaki promotions. The Geopark is a rural exposition of the layers of history of Waitaki. And like a great web, it goes from the Alps to ocean, our cycle trail so aptly named. Every kilometre, every vista, every feature, every distinct destination all constitute Waitaki. And most of all, promotes all of the magnificent enterprises of farming, horticulture, scenic lakes, holiday venues, landscapes, towns and businesses. From 1977 to 22, we lived at Burnside Homestead in the heart of it all in the Waireka Valley. I might add that at the hearing in 2008 for Wholesome, the council instructed its legal people to submit that the Waireka Valley and going out through Napara would never be part of tourism, that the route would always go via Mahino. I simply rest my case that that was not correct. It only began to dawn on Waitakians during those years that we had a time capsule of creation, of mountains, of lakes, great rivers, seascape on the edge of the planet's vastest ocean, and recognition of all these rich endowments, the hidden geological stories, the fertile soils and the opportunities for work, leisure and diversity of cultivation, rewards and hard work, and most of all, an unequaled lifestyle. All this tells us that our pioneers and forebears had the vision to provide foundations for us, as entrepreneurial as anything the 21st century envisions. And I remind you, if you haven't read W.H. Scott, A Run Estate Farm, The Centenary History of North Otago, it tells you of how they were pioneers in the total sense. So the story I'm describing is simply the bones which deserves our commitment to accept the gift of recognition given by the UNESCO international community for the Whitestone Waitaki Geopark, a place of significance for its local people, complemented by the world of peoples from all parts of the planet, now finding their way every day and every week to share what we enjoy and what we love and value. And one aspect of this I wanted to underline is that at Burnside, from 95 to 2001, we entirely funded all the promotion that went with establishing what became Tourism Waitaki. There were only 4 or 5 of us that went to Trends for 2 successive promotions. We funded it, although we did get some business grants. And then we found that from 2001 on, by combining the promotion investments we were all making with the Alps to Ocean and the Tourism Waitaki developments, our return on investment grew exponentially. I believe that the Whitestone Waitaki Geopark is offering the same for all the jewels of Oamaru and Waitaki. And so I include a note about Oamaru Historic Precinct, one of the priceless endowments of our pioneer farmers. We don't always recognise it was the farmers who provided the wool, the mutton, the wheat, and actually invested in the structures which constitute both the harbour and the precinct. Its adaptation for today's enjoyments needs all the historic clues which is given in the stories such as at Whitestone City, and the excellent historic panels on the harbour wharves and walks, and the special promotions of our museums and schools and community events. And that leads me to the final point, that the Sumpter Wharf, I believe its stabilisation and its restoration as an icon of farming enterprise, the beginning of New Zealand's international export industry, twinned with Totara Estate. Over 75% of shipments 1880 and 1900 went from Oamaru to London. 2032 is the 150th anniversary, and it's the Geopark which I believe provides a great vehicle for engaging internationally a range of supporters. We've had people like Sir Neil Cozzens, the former head of English Heritage. We've had people like Mr. John Ackland, who chaired the Totra Estates 125th anniversary. We had James Blake, the son of Sir Peter, here in 2013.
Excuse me,
the
Bruce,
Minister of
well, the
Heritage and
second bell
Culture,
has
Chris
rung. If
Wilson.
you could just start to wrap up, please.
Right, this is my last sentence. When he was here at the dinner on the stage of Oamaru Opera House, he said that this was the capital, the rural capital of Heritage New Zealand. And I believe that by supporting and promoting the geopark, we're providing for its future just as we were provided in the past. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Any final comment from around the table? Okay, they really appreciate your submission. Thank you very much, Bruce.
Pleasure.
Okay, our next submitter is number 326, Dr. Marcelo Carino on Zoom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Floor's yours.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you and good afternoon. I talked from, I'm speaking from Lake Ohio, one of the forgotten places. As we get into winter, we still don't have a truck or anything to shovel our snow, but that's okay. I am here just to share with you some of the things that I've said during the submission. There are many things that are important for our community here, and when I see the projects that you're proposing, which I appreciate that I can see, there are some essential needs that I would like to be addressed as well. And first of all, I just want to make a correction on topic number 4. I meant to say, as long as protection of wildlife is the top priority, I would not, and I repeat, I would not like to see what happened to Curio Bay. And I think that needs to be corrected. It said I would like, it's I would not like. Continuing this submission, 3 priorities were important for our community. One of them was the water upgrade, which we appreciate what you have done for us on this, and it would be nice to have a relief on our rates for that. Number 2 priority for us is fire prevention. As you know, we have had the 2020 wildfire, which has been one of the most important in New Zealand. And since then, we don't have a fire prevention plan here. And we've seen, or I've seen some places like Christchurch that they have sensor technology with attentees and other things that could be useful for us when we are thinking about projects that could be essential for the area. That's, in my case, very important. And when I see $3 million for the geopark, it could be something that is not as important for us, but fire prevention would be very, very important. And number 3, I think it was the reserves that you have here. Basically, it's not something that we would like to have open the reserves, because here is not like an Oamaru Park style approach. This is a wild and natural place, and most people come from the nearby districts to live from Wanaka, from Queenstown, because we have a unique place that is wild and natural. Also, I have seen a few gaps in biodiversity protection for this area that I have put there. So for us to have open space zones, opening the reserves wouldn't be a very good idea for us. We want to keep it natural and wild. But I would like to leave you with some questions there I know that I have only 5 minutes, so just go ahead, please.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Doc. Are there any comments, questions? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Just thank you for taking the time and making a comprehensive reply to the survey. It's great that we've had engagement across the whole of the Waitaki district.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. There's no more questions from the floor. You've covered your submission well.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
Do we have more time? I can help you out with other things, but
We'll run out of time.
depends on you.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity, and I am looking forward to making another submission for your proposed plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we have one more, all right, so we have one more anyway, that'll be joining us, but not till a few more minutes, so we might as well start going through our list of non-verbals. If we can go to.
Thanks, Hannah. This morning, we had listed, because the submission will no longer appear in the non-verbals, but this morning we had a missed verbal submission 254, David Douglas. I just wondered what the.
So provided a list chair of non-verbals that will show that without speaking.
Oh, so thank you. Yeah, cool.
Sorry, we will include those. There's a list of about 5 of them. And then we've got the pages here, so. Yeah, we'll go through this list first and then we'll come back to them. Okay, if everyone can go to page 1969, please. So Dorothy Hunter, 480. So let's try submissions 480 to 490. Be mindful that we've got 160 non-verbals plus the 5 that weren't able to come to work through. Preserve your energy.
I just note again, submissions 486 through to 491, again from Oamaru Intermediate School, and very well written and very well reasoned.
That's very good. They did a great job too, the ones that came in chambers. Okay, 490 to 500.
Just like to make a comment on 494, topic 1 from Alison that everybody's doing their best for our infrastructure and we don't need interference and complications from another organisation on the basis that the council's had 15 years plus of his employment and doing what he does for water schemes.
Thank you. So that's 494. Anything else up until 500?
Yes, 499 and Kelly, or any Kelly, I should say. I'm just wondering whether Chloe or anyone involved with libraries has ever looked at the idea of a library bus. I noticed that topic 9, get a library bus to service the whole of the district, close the Amarama Library and use stock there to fill the bus. And that does seem to have some possible potential merit, also likely to generate a bit of an angst in Amarama, but I'm just wondering if anyone's ever done a feasibility study about it.
So there's actually a project about 3 years out to do that study.
Okay. Thank you. So we're up to, so from 500 to 504. Oh, sorry. Who's on? Okay. So 500 to 504. Oh, sorry, John.
I'd just like to comment on 501, 502 and 504 that they'll make some very simple but very straightforward submissions and very poignant to what's going on at the moment.
Thanks for that. Okay, 506.
Comprehensive list of projects that could be scrapped.
Which one is that one?
Jocelyn DeRoos, on page, she's got a whole topic 9 projects. Geopark goes, skate park goes, CBD goes, netball event centre goes, helps to ocean goes, transformation goes, Waitaki and McLoud goes, smart district goes, council accommodation, and the marketplace zones, streetscape, all gone.
Okay, 507 to 516. Anything from there?
Just a very, can anyone, Robin Fisher McRae has various references to OCC, and I was just wondering, what does anyone know? I don't mean to be gratuitous, but who or what is OCC? I'm scratching off that because I think there's also references to WTC, and which I think is presumably meant to be WDC, but does anyone know what that's about?
I'm not too sure, but maybe Mayor Gary Kuchar knows.
Oamaru City Council. It's been used somewhere else. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Receiving.
So did you hear what I said?
Yes, Oamaru City Council, did you say?
Yeah. Sorry. Stunned silence at the end. I didn't know what you were doing.
We're busy reading the non-verbal submissions. Okay, 510. Unless everyone a bit ahead of me. 514.
No.
516.
Just 513, there's a reference here to a leak that's been on the side of the street for 6 months. Perhaps we should just pass that on to those that should fix it.
Okay. What submission number was that again?
513.
Okay, 513. There's a request in there.
There's a comment. 53 T Street have been leaking water into the gutter for 6 months. We should probably pass it on and get it fixed.
Okay. If relevant team members can take hold of that. 517, David Duff.
Another very comprehensive list of projects to go.
The comprehensive submission.
Yeah, just like to credit them for the time it's taken to do it, and again, raise some valid points.
Thank you. 518. 519. Omarama School. Okay, what we might do is pause here and then we'll go to page 1400 and we have Health New Zealand. Did someone take the beer yesterday? Okay, welcome.
Hello.
Can you hear us? We can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, yes. So it's our turn.
1400. So this is on behalf of Public Health.
Yeah.
Te Waiponamu, Health New Zealand. Welcome, floor's all yours.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We are here on behalf of the National Public Health Service. My name is Gagan Gurung and I'm a policy advisor for Public Health Service in Dunedin. I would like to request Tom to introduce.
Kia ora. My name's Tom Scott. I'm also a policy advisor and I'm based in Otopoti, Dunedin as well. Our office looks after the Waitaki district, Waitaki down to Clutha and Dunedin in between.
Thank you, Tom. So public health focuses on improving the health and well-being of whole community. Many factors that affect health, such as housing, water, and climate change, sit outside the health sector. The Council long-term plan is an important opportunity for us to address these wider determinants of health. Here, I'll highlight key areas in the proposed long-term plan of the district that are most relevant to public health service. First, water metering. We support water metering as a tool to manage water consumption, provided that all households have an access to the basic level of drinking water supply. Safe water is a basic human right, and metering should not disproportionately impact vulnerable groups. Second, climate change and community resilience. Climate change is a major public health issue affecting health and well-being of communities. Waitaki is particularly vulnerable to coastal erosion. While we support district council focus on infrastructure resilience, community resilience is equally important. That is, we would like to highlight strengthening local networks, supporting community-led climate initiatives, increasing public engagement will help help build community resilience. Third, community housing. Housing is a key public health issue. There are many pathways that housing affect health outcomes. While we acknowledge financial challenges, but encourage the council to maintain its role in community housing space, especially for elderly, disabled, and low-income residents. Waitaki has one of the highest proportion of elderly residents. Therefore, we recommend maintaining and improving the quality of community housing and prioritizing vulnerable groups, including Maori and Pacific peoples. And lastly, smoke-free and vape-free policy. To our knowledge, the Waitaki don't have a formal smoke-free policy. Therefore, we encourage the council to develop a smoke-free, vape-free policy. With vaping becoming more common, future policies should also address vaping in public areas. We welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the council to develop such policy, and we actually working with council very closely in different policy public issues. So to summarize, we ask the council to ensure water metering projects protect basic access for all, integrate both infrastructure and community resilience into climate change planning, maintain and improve community housing for vulnerable groups, and develop a smoke-free, vape-free policy. So thank you for your time, and Tom and I are available here for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Do we have any questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Yep, thank you for this. Confess to me slightly puzzled. What I read from a range of health sources, including your minister, is that vaping is an important means by which people who were smoking cigarettes are relieved of that addiction and the harm associated with it, and are actually instead steered to an admittedly problematic, but generally safer means of inhaling steam in the case of a vape rather than a cigarette. So why, as agents of the minister and the Crown, is HNZ saying to us that we should have a vape-free policy when your political masters are saying vaping is an important way of actually reducing smoking?
Thank you for your questions. It's a great questions. My general comment is we cannot comment on the what our particular minister says, but we follow what public health evidence says. So that is my short comment. But Tom, would you like to add?
Yeah, no, I agree with what you're saying. Yes, as I say, we certainly vaping is acknowledged as a means of getting people off smoked tobacco, but there are an awful lot of people who take up vaping without smoking, particularly younger people. That's well recognised, and in fact, the majority of vapers are people that have never smoked. And the policy position, which hasn't changed in terms of smoke-free environments, is that vaping needs to be treated synonymously with smoking, and that's certainly been our advice to councils and hasn't really changed. We haven't had any mandate to change that.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? I am mindful that as part of your 12-week quit plan, you know, shifting from cigarette smoking to vaping as part of the treatment plan, but those that go directly from not smoking at all to vaping, that's where the greater harm is as well.
Correct.
Yeah, Councillor Hopkins was just alluding to the contradiction that comes across with that.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments or queries? Okay, I think that might be about it then. Thank you very much for your submissions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Kia ora.
Okay, do you want to have a 2-minute break and then we go straight into the rest of the 9 rules, or do you want to continue? Okay, we have some now. Okay, we'll just have a couple minutes break. Okay, welcome back. We're going to be finishing off this afternoon with wrapping up with the non-verbal submissions. So we're at submission number 520, Angelique Deed. Yes, Councillor Ryan, you had a question?
Thank you. Submission 521, Glynis Moore. Just another one that's raised that the issue of that it's actually really hard to know who and how to contact calls. And like Sophia did earlier, perhaps we have a role in helping the committees in that space. And just while we're on that block, I just wondered procedurally 528, we just have simply Craig. If we're ruling out anonymous submissions, how do we feel about Craig?
Which number is that one again? 528. So which one is this? Oh, I didn't have a surname. Or
No, it doesn't have a survey, but Craig was simply advocating for the retention of the Hampden Hall. I don't think it's life threatening.
No.
That was his only issue on the thing.
Okay, but what was the question? Are we going to accept it or no?
Oh,
No, you're right. Councillor McCone, then Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I've got a couple here. 524, which is Tourism Waitaki. In their conclusion, could someone just define exactly what they're saying? Because it supports the proposal to provide funding for the Waitangi, but Tourism Waitaki, is it going to do the funding, or who are they wondering who is going to support the funding? My other one is 527. We've got the long title questioning the cost of democracy and support tourism. So they call it run the week to be a breakdown on that.
Okay, did you pick up that? Thank you. All right, so we're up to 530 to 540. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, just 523. Nice to see somebody say, this is Nikki Jones. Nice to see somebody say, good to make the most of the library as a service centre. And also, I think that's the second or third comment about removing the aviaries in the public gardens. And just while I'm at it, since we're going on to 530 onwards, just a question, is submission 531 in the name of Fergus Power, is that our former chief executive? I'm just wondering if that is the case or whether it's entirely coincidental. Sorry? It is Fergus, yeah.
I think it is the support for the Geopark. Yeah. Oh, yes, Mayor Gary Kitchen.
Can't hear us.
You can't hear us.
What?
I can't unmute myself, so I've got to wait.
Oh.
So anyway,
okay.
yes, that was our former CE, and that's a signature at the end.
Yes, just also very quickly, 533, Angus Johnson has raised the issue. I mean, we've had the Tutu Hill one. There've been a smaller number of, seal extensions or upgrades this year than previously. But I would like to see us, and perhaps the chair of the voting committee can assist in this way. I would like to see us at least get these requests incorporated into a list, whether they have a ranking and whether they proceed or not is a different matter. But the difficulty I have is that all too often people make these submissions. We say, oh, we need to look at a dust suppression program, or oh, we need to do something. But there's no way of actually listing them and getting them onto a program. So is it possible, can we just ensure that Angus Johnson's request for the upgrade of Essex Street is in some way fed into the system?
Okay, I think that's been picked up. 536, Suzanne Walter. Anything there? 537, Lucienne. Five, 3, 8.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would be curious to get some information from Creative New Zealand. I noticed that they are saying that they have invested 2.5 million in Otago generally, but to my surprise, only 51,158 in Waitaki. And I'm just wondering if that's population based, or what is the formula by which, because it does seem to me arguably that we're missing out. On the other hand, it might be that Eden gets a bigger share because there's so many more people there, but it'd be interesting to ask them for some kind of explanation as to those figures.
Can we make an inquiry? Okay, 540. Any questions there?
Sorry, Madam Chair, but Forest and Bird making representations to a council that has been extremely proactive in the biodiversity space. I appreciate that they are an interest group, but I don't know that unless they're prepared to put funds up to assist us, they need to be submitting that strongly.
Okay, 541.
Yep. Madam Chair, very quickly, if officers could clarify also, they talk about national directives, and I noticed they mention the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, which I think is currently being reviewed by the Coalition Government. And I thought the Aotearoa New Zealand Biodiversity Strategy was also being reviewed. And I'd be interested to know if I've got that right or wrong. Yeah, I'm absolutely positive that the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity is being reviewed, but they are hanging their hat on the Aotearoa New Zealand Biodiversity Strategy as well. And I thought that was also under review, but I just wanted confirmation of that second matter.
Thank you for that. 542, Philip Martin. Also the teacher that brought in the students from intermediate school. Five, 4, 5, 4, 5. Okay, so we'll on to the next page, 547 to 557.
Just back to 545, Colin Webster, again, there's just a variation on the specific options that were set out along Beach Road, which kind of fits in with other suggestions that have been made for what is effectively an option D.
Okay, 547 to 557. Five, 5, 8 to 568.
With your leave, Madam Chair, 560 from Business South. It appears that round about only 50% of businesses think that we're performing as well as we could. But they also talk about opportunities to run a business lens over council policies. I wonder whether that's an opportunity for dialogue with that particular organisation.
I would concur.
Okay. I'm not too sure what that means in terms of preparing for deliberations. Are you meaning?
Oh, look, I don't know, but they're saying, to me, it seems like that they're saying that they'd be interested in talking to council on various issues.
Okay. Okay, anything else up to 568?
Just acknowledging Mike Gray's submission 563, quite a comprehensive input into the plan there.
Okay, 568 to 578.
Madam Chair, 569, Kenneth Keane, talking about coastal erosion and means by which it might be managed. And there's a reference to tetrapods, which will come up with a couple of other people, but also suggestion about genetically modified mangroves. Now, I mean, I know that sounds weird, but somebody else earlier said that groins would be a very good way of managing coastal erosion. And I do think that if we want to preserve some of the coastline around Oamaru and also south of Oamaru, we probably do need to start thinking a bit laterally and thinking outside the square. And I just, weird as these ideas might sound, I don't want them just dismissed out of hand. I think at some point we're going to have to start doing a kind of blue sky exploration of what some coastal erosion management options might be. And I just think suggestions like this shouldn't be absolutely dismissed out of hand.
Well, thank you for that, Councillor Hopkins.
I'd endorse those comments. I think that's what we were hoping to achieve through the consultation process, was to open the floor up to some out of the box thinking and you know, talking earlier about the citizens' assemblies, that, you know, that's a natural kind of line that we could go down in that subject.
Yes, Councillor
Just
Holland.
quite interesting on that topic there, the Becker Coastal Erosion Report only sort of highlighted 3 fixes of walls. They said New Zealand seems to stay away from going to it. Somehow it is proven all around the world.
Which number is that one?
Oh.
Yeah, it was an earlier submission, and I mean, I know we were pressed for time, so I just didn't raise it at the time, but I just felt a couple of people have suggested innovative approaches, and I just think we shouldn't ignore them, that's all.
No, that's a point. How do we treat these? Is there, can the list be done? A table? I'm just mindful of wanting to honour some of the councillors' requests.
Yeah, so yesterday we asked a question around, you know, suggested projects and such like. I guess these are suggested ideas. So have these been picked up and collated, or do we need to go back through and grab these kind of?
We'll be collating our numbers. We'll be bringing back to you projects with a financial impact. We haven't thought about bringing new projects with a project here, and new ideas that aren't having a project like mangroves or tetrapods. That's not really a project in itself.
No.
So that would take another process and another amount of time, and will not be prepared in time for operations.
I don't think it's something that needs to be prepared for deliberation at this point. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. I think it would be more that we just want to make sure we capture that for further investigation down the line.
So
Also, the submissions are circulated among officers. They are, asked to read them in the areas that are relevant to them to try and pick up ideas. Also, as Alex noted this morning, if there is something that piques your interest and you think it would be worthwhile, I think it'd be worthwhile thinking a bit about that. Giving that feedback to us, especially if there's not. The biggest concern was just the time constraint of actually getting something done. If it's more, here's a background idea, can you maybe have a look at it? Very happy to do things like that and circle back to any of the submissions I think that might be of some use to us, that you sort of, just read it in the notes that you've got. Happy to act on those. It was more if you want something concrete to be included in this LTP, those are the ones we really needed to know about today, so that we can present something for the deliberations later on.
Thank you. We're up to 578 to 587.
Give me a minute to get there.
Some more submissions from students at Oamaru Intermediate School, and I was lucky enough for John Palethorpe to come to my school. He was very helpful. 582.
I did have a question about submission 577 from Owen King. Are officers able to shed any light on his claim that site Elberon Trail is being poorly maintained and some sections between Kurau and Duntroon are in a dire state, with overgrown vegetation being a major problem? We can take that away. I can have a look at it. I think has been a good growing season in some parts of the country, and so it's a long track to try and maintain. We're operating inside a budget. We've changed the contractor because we believe they would deliver better results. So it really is, it is very long. It's something, if we get a feedback through a CRM, that we can actually look at it and determine whether something more urgent needs to happen. It's not really we can look at it.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Gary Kuchar, did you have something to add?
Nothing specifically, Madam Chair, other than I guess just a question of I had taken it at the comments from yesterday, I think it was, that all of the different projects and things would be picked up and run past managers, not that it was going to be just the ones that piqued their interest. But I do have a list of ones that I want to make sure that we do look into. So at what point will we be able to list those?
Do a wrap up at the end.
Yeah, we can go over that when we finish going through these non-verbals, and then we've got 5 verbals that didn't come, and then we can kind of do that as part of the closing.
Good as gold. Thank you.
Okay. All right, 587. Five eight eight to 598. Yes, Councillor Holding.
It's two submissions there from Cameron Leckie raising some interesting information, so I think it would be good to come back to us to see if that's stuff within our infrastructure strategy or is on our radar. I'm probably more speaking about the second one rather than the first, but probably both need attention.
Just to carry on from that, Madam Chair, I'd also concur with that. It's both the projects, the hard work's been done as far as the engineering has been concerned, and they're both parts of the district that are actually going ahead in growth and new builds. So, he's been kind enough to put it through and say, here it is. So I think we should take use to it, or at least do some homework on it and see where it's going.
Okay. Oh, yes.
Just submission 593, Sharon Grace. Great to see someone actually putting their hand up and saying, you know, wants to be on a hall committee, health, clean and care, and has some great ideas. So hopefully we can point her in the right direction.
That sounds good. 599.
So, Madam Chair, can I just ask a question? Because like Jeremy, I had questions about Cameron Lecky's submission. I think that the magnitude of what he's asking for would probably need officer report as to what importance, where this ranks in terms of water. Does it take precedence? I mean, I think it probably warrants a considered and reasonably detailed response.
So is there an action for that we can list?
Well, I would suggest that perhaps we refer this to the water. Well, we don't have waters anymore, but we refer this to them as is dealing with infrastructure and ask them to actually advise as to what ranking it might get in relation to what's already on the list of work to be done.
Okay, so you want to just do a comparison with any current projects that could be on the list? Okay,
That's what I meant, yes.
Yep, thank you. 599 to 609. Councillor Rain.
Thank you. Just wanted to highlight submission 607, which has come from Lachlan Wright on behalf of the Waitaki District Youth Council. Lachlan and Sophie did a great job. Yeah, I guess we're still in the early stages of our 2025 Waitaki District Youth Council. The roles of chair and other roles won't be decided until next week. So they did a really good job sort of in the interim pulling something together and gathering the thoughts of the youth council, and just wanted to highlight that they have asked in that you know, for more involvement and development of community spaces, and I guess doing more for young people and keeping them in the Waitaki district. So I hope that we can engage with them more and take them up on the offer. There's a great group of youth councillors around the table this year, and I think they can add real value to what we're doing.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you for highlighting that. Yes, Councillor McCone.
608, Karen DeRous's, I think it is. Interesting. Cameron DeRous.
Cameron DeRous.
Interesting the topics they make on topic 9 and 11 on the budgets, but I also take number 11. Yeah, they're having a crack that we've lost sight of it in contact with the community. I don't know if we have, but if that's the view of the young people, we might have to try with better than we have. But I'm not taking away any credit from what's been done so far.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, very briefly, I do again. I know I've mentioned this before, but submission 604 is another person who's saying the sports and event centre is becoming a netball centre, and that's short-sighted. And I also think that I'm wondering if we want to give the penguin colony any opportunity to respond to some fairly dramatic allegations in submission 605.
I also read those, and I thought that they were something that should be passed on to HR staff within the organisation.
Within our organisation, also I think the board of the penguin colony would be more appropriate. We're not the employer.
Correct, the employees of the penguin colony.
Okay. Just acknowledging 609 on Madam Play Group. Okay, 6:10 to 6:20.
Madam Chair, submission 6:15 is probably at the uglier end of submissions in terms of the language and the intent. Obviously, that submitter has concerns about the performance of council, but I don't know that it really needs formed in that sort of language.
No, that's not appropriate. That's not appropriate at all.
That said, I did have a question about that submission, and I'm not excusing the language by any means, but I was curious to know, under topic 10, fees and charges, the submitter, Mr. Gibson, says there are 8 units in my building on a quadratic section. We pay X number of dollars a year in rates. Almost, we can't even get the footpath fixed, so we can't get down the driveway and stop the rainwater flooding the basement. And I'm just wondering whether this, are we able to give these people some advice as to mitigate, in order to mitigate what appears to be a problem for them in the location that they're living?
Okay,
Madam Chair, can I just challenge my learned colleague? I specifically worked hard not to name that person because I was criticising their language, and then, Councillor, you have named them.
It's a public document. Sorry, it's a public document, and in my view, if somebody wishes to actually use that kind of language in a public document, they stand by it. You know, if that's the terminology people choose to use in material that anyone can reference and can reference in perpetuity, that's their choice.
all right, 6:18 to 6:21. All right, 6:22 to 6:32.
Madam Chair, James White, on page 2404, he raises, I think, a very valid point. If we are to close, or if we are to kind of steer people onto other roads, he does make, I think, what is a very legitimate point about the risk of cyclists using Thousand Acre Road. And I think, you know, there are all manner of implications and ramifications related to what we do with the coast road. And that's something that I don't think should be overlooked.
Thank you for that. Anything up to 6:32?
Um, 6:30, James White. Just talk about the private road that carries on from Kakanui out to the fishing club, where it's been gated and turning in. There's not really a turnaround area, which I would like to explore that a bit further. I've had a bit of feedback about that area, so it'd be good to follow up on that.
Okay. 6:32 to 6:50.
Yeah, hang on, I'm just trying to find Beverly Scott's one. One of the numbers marked up here.
James Sutherland, 63 on behalf of Heritage New Zealand.
It's on the Heritage New Zealand one, referencing Kakanui Bridge, and then we had submitters talking about not demolishing the original ones. It'd be interesting. Their view sort of encourages the same thing of preservation.
Okay, anything else up to 6:50?
Yeah, Madam Chair, bear with me if I can just, I'm trying to find 6:46, if you just let me.
Okay.
For a moment, please.
Beverly June Scott.
Yeah. Oh,
sorry.
yes, I know what it was, yes. Beverly Scott says she lives in the council flat and she feels it's unfair that I have to pay someone to do my garden while other residents do nothing. There's also the cost of getting rid of green waste. There is some help from social services, but it is in our tenancy agreement that we all look after our gardens. And I was curious to know if there is such a tenancy agreement, and if there is, are we actually holding people to it and requiring them to do what the agreement says they should do?
We can look at that, but my estimation would be that some of the tenants may not be physically capable of actually undertaking the work that we're suggesting. So it's kind of thing we just look for. You know, we need to understand their limitations. You know, we don't want to have a personalised tenancy agreement. We also need to recognise that some people are just not physically capable of that, and we'll make allowances for that.
Oh, that's a very fair point. Thanks, Paul.
Yes.
I just wanted to speak to submission 638, acknowledge Marilyn Fordyce, wife of the late Ewan Fordyce, who was instrumental in the beginnings of the geopark.
That's right. Thank you for that. Councillor Ryan.
Oh, it is actually Councillor Hopkins raised the point that I was going to too, and it is in the following submission as well about green waste at the council flats. There was also a point that was raised at one of our community meetings with the tenants too. So it's definitely a topic that a few of them have been talking about.
Yeah.
In the last sentence of the last submission.
Which one?
There's a lovely full stop.
Is that 650? Time for a whole new. Okay, so that's the last one, but we do have 5 verbals that didn't show, and we need to kind of just at least acknowledge and go through those. So the first one is Karen Hoffman on page 101. If we can switch to that, please. Okay, any feedback or comments about? And she had 2. So 377 and 444. On behalf of Kurau Memorial Hall Committee. Okay, so just acknowledging that. No other questions. We'll go to page 183. And Ellen. Ellen. 532, Ellen.
Well, Rebecca's absolutely right. If we're going to say no to anonymous ones, we should say no to this. That said, the only comment he makes is Hampden needs a community centre and a library. And I think we can probably safely say thank you very much, Ellen. Hampden will keep its community centre and library.
Okay, David Douglas, page 202. And that's submission number 254.
I was keen to speak to this one. I think it raises an interesting topic that kind of is, it's necessary if we were to consider such a thing around a unitary authority, that we'd need to be kind of looking into that now with all the conversations that are going on around water. So for that reason, I'd be interested in us putting a resource towards investigating who the various stakeholders are that are working on this, both from a community-led perspective, the other territorial authorities, and at a regional level. Potentially in-house we could, explore some pros and cons, and then, at that point, then consider what resources required to progress further exploration and feasibility.
Yeah, thank you for that. There's an action of a hospital pass from Mr. Hope to Mr. Plumley.
I mean, I think that's a decision you need to take as a council as to whether you want to, invest in that. I think there's an assumption in here that a unitary authority is the answer to the financial challenges, but it's interesting that the existing unitary authorities have financial challenges as well. But all that could be looked at as part of that process.
Well, Madam Chair, the question I was going to ask Mr. Douglas was under topic 11, where he says money should be made available to draw up a blueprint with the cost savings and governance changes that would enable us to have a unitary authority, which he says without giving us any reason it's highly likely that we're going to become. I'm not quite sure how he knows that, but I was more interested in knowing from him how much money he thought should be made available. I mean, because it wouldn't be a cheap exercise, I don't think.
Any other comments, Councillor Bradford?
Well, I guess it's a pretty meaty topic, so I'm laying it out there that I'd be in favour of, further exploration, but it depends on my peers here.
Okay, Councillor McCoy.
Yeah, look, I'd agree with Tim. It costs you nothing to ask the question and then explore all avenues and just see where it goes to from there. We're not committing ourselves to anything, but.
Sorry, just to clarify, if you're going to ask the question, what would a unitary authority look like? I think there is quite a big cost to that, and we'd need to talk to our neighbouring councils about that as well, if that was something you wanted to investigate. Got some experience of leading that in a different country. It's quite a costly exercise. It's all consuming, really, in terms of looking at every aspect of every organisation and how that might work differently.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
I just wonder whether this is an issue that could piggyback on a potential joining of water services, if that's what we choose to do. We need to see whether we can work with our brothers and sisters right around the district, first and foremost. But I am sympathetic to what you're proposing, Councillor.
Mr. Hope, you're going to make a comment too?
I think it's a discussion that will naturally occur when councils get past the potential impact of water and start thinking about what's left. I think if we asked any of our neighbouring councils in the next 12 months, we'd probably get a short answer. I think after that, once people have actually worked out what they might look like, I think it's going to very much be a topic of active discussion right across the country. And I think having already the basis of potentially the joint CCO, I think it's going to flow from that quite naturally.
If we choose to go that way, Mr. Hope.
Well, I guess that's why I'm asking the question at this point, and that throughout the the myriad of submissions we've had, there's a reoccurring theme, at least from one camp, not from everyone, about concerns expressed around duplication of hierarchies, and it's like, well, if this was a real consideration, then why have two kind of separate entities with scale. Why not just have scale together? That would be my question.
Anyone else wish to comment?
Sorry, my
Yeah.
head hurt with that one. So.
I'd suggest it's been a long day, and getting into a unitary debate now might be a bit of a challenge, and maybe sit more with the deliberations rather than here. Yeah, we can get some information on what it costs other councils to go down the unitary route, although there haven't been any that have done that for quite a while. We can find out approximately what they cost them.
I would stress, I'm not asking us to make a decision. I'm asking us to explore the subject. Yeah.
No, that's right, it's a flag, so that's good. Okay. Everyone happy with that? Then we can just leave that for now. We've got two more to go through. Page 268, please, Stella Milmain. So that's submission number 399. And then Blake Alston, submission number 400, and that's on page 271. Page
yeah,
271.
I did have a question about this one, and I don't think we can answer it. But the question I would have asked Blake was under topic 10, if possible, and I think it's meant to be possible, if possible, lower gas prices, you'll sell more. And I was trying to establish from it, I would have asked him, what's he talking about?
I have no idea.
No. Pardon?
Perhaps he was referring to the hot air that's sometimes generated here at council.
Okay, I think that brings us. Oh, okay, everyone's starting to get silly now. All right, so that's the verbals that didn't show. Did you have another? Oh, sorry.
There was just one other verbal that I think was missed. Phil Wilson. I don't think we heard from him. Submission
What page is that?
311, page 72. And I just had a question in general with the verbals who we didn't hear from. If they had a prepared speech that obviously wasn't part of their written submission, do they get the opportunity to pass that on to us if, say, they had more to say, but obviously have been unable to make it here for whatever reason?
As a rule, no, we don't follow that. They just pull it out, we don't follow it, just say thank you. They put their submission in and it just. Exactly right. It's something they would have.
Good question. Okay, are there any other hidden submissions that we've missed? Yes, Councillor.
We have a list of these.
Yep, that will be the last thing that we'll go through. Is Zambia still online?
Yeah.
There's a list of innovations / projects.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh yeah, there we go.
Thumbs up. You want the list now? Is it?
Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just running through and not knowing whether these have been noted down or not, but Jackie Eggleton's comments around part payments not being received. We're not able to receive part payments of fines and some of the other things. Also, the ability to make arrangements around payment of cemetery fees, that type of thing. So something that we should be able to do. We may do it on a case-by-case basis, but it'd be good to have a policy and the IT to be able to do that. Also mentioning the Eden Street and Coquette Street disability car parks, improving one and creating the other. The explanation of cost increases in rural general rates, the general rates for rural properties. I think that was mentioned. The request from, excuse me, the request from Wahimo Community Board for the mill domain to be considered a park over place for New Zealand Motor Caravan Association.
Oh, yes, the mill park here.
I think Tim's asked for the analysis of rate income by ward and the expenditure. So that's there. I would like to get a response regarding the comment that Jane Metcalf said that she, when asking for maintenance to be done on the road, that there was no funding left.
Yes.
Just to understand that particular issue. Takaraki Hall rate has been requested to be increased, and just want to know what the justification is. We should be looking at any of these increases. I'm sure it's justified, but good to know. Mike Judd had a number of improvements for the reservoir bike track area, so that was that. Will some work get done on the Whitestone Civic Trust requests, particularly around the change of Heritage Fund loans to potential grants? I would like us, I have requested this before, but it's been told it's not available, but I would like to see the RMA Reserves Fund allocations, what the allocations are, that we have a full review of that, so that we are comfortable with basically decisions that were made years ago that we haven't had much oversight of. Quite a few people, rural people, have mentioned the lack of gravel on roads, and I think it's almost, well, it sounds like it's at the stage in a lot of rural areas where we actually need to make quite a significant investment back into roads to actually get them back to a better state of sufficient gravel on there. So looking at whether there can be maybe a capital fund just created to get more gravel onto those roads where it's been very much deplenished. That was it from me. Thank you.
Well, thank you. So that's 10 I've got from your list.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anything else, Mandy, that we need to cover off? Alex, Paul, Roger, Lisa? No, we're all finished. Okay, well, I think that brings us to, oh, yes, sorry.
So just going to check with Mandy, can we sort of get a list out of the things that you've picked up and circulate those to the elected members, just so they can make sure that we're on the same page in terms of items that we've picked up that they've sort of wanted some attention paid to?
Yes, absolutely. I've been working on that list since the submissions were checked last week, but I will just go through them all. We've got some responses already, but I'll try and get, even if I don't get the responses out to you, because I've got to ask some more questions to them. So I'll at least get those list of those requests. And they are the ones with the financial implications. That's that list, which is separate. And then I can send out separately to the notes that I've taken from today, so that you've got the commentary to start those further conversations if any of you have them on any of those items as well. So the notes I probably will get up by the end of the week, and I'll try and get the financial request list out tomorrow before I get all those answers back to it.
Okay.
It will be presented for deliberations.
Thanks, Mindy. Will we also be able to just get a brief overview of what the chimney building ownership structure is? Please.
This is the one on Humber Street. I'm not sure what building it is.
Sorry, I can't hear you. Okay. All right. Okay, I think that's about it. Oh, did you have one more thing?
I'd just like to thank everybody that's been involved with this, including the public, and I think it's a great result for what the staff have done to get out there. The opportunity's been there to make a submission. Contrary to, it's very hard to shove 650 submissions through in a day and a half, and I think it's been done well. It's been a lot of hours behind the scene by a lot of people to read it and set it up, and I'd just like to thank everybody for doing so, including the chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor McConan. Yeah, just echoing that all the hours of work that the team have put in. Thank you very much for organising today and all of the back office work as well. And thank you for supporting the chair, who was a bit slow in some parts, but thank you for your patience. Mayor Gary Kirchner, you want to say a few words to wrap us up?
Yeah, just repeat all of those thanks, particularly the wee LTP team that's been beavering away to make this work as best as possible and arrange all of the sessions. So well done to them and to all of the staff who have put together the information that we've needed. Thank you very much, Hannah and Rebecca, for chairing the hearing sessions, and for Courtney doing one of the workshops yesterday as well. So I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I just probably feel the need to apologise to Waitaki voice readers that got offended. I was wearing a t-shirt. Quite simply, my wife took this week leave quite a long time ago before these dates were scheduled, so I've interrupted our leave to actually be on here, but really appreciate the fact that people back in the chamber have been running things so well, and yeah, I think hopefully we'll get some good results out of it. But thanks also to people who have made the submissions.
Awesome, thank you. And I think that brings us to a close. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good night.